drop bombs. Now let me see you go off like a bomb. Bombs.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine, I gotta be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that, this shit that is inside my top. With the drop, taking it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd, don't wanna pop, I don't wanna let them down, better be kicking them out, into the box, smoking loud up in my damn house, solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own now, look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud, look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that, slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend, don't down, so loud, oh party on my own, party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it even real can do it. When I'm cooking, then you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that, slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend, don't down, so loud, oh party on my own, party on my own, party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that. Slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend, don't down, so loud, oh party on my own. Party on my own. I'll party on my own.
be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Mine is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life for mankind of cancerous. How we bleed vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. The ladder with the power, we charge Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, they back the atlas.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Today, we're in Wildcard, and, well, VCC's pretty much grooming partner is Gillette. I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. Welcome back, CA. How you doing, man? Wildcard is the season that we all have been watching out for, and we know this is going to be complete wild. So, what are your views on this?
Exactly that. I'm really pumped. I'm excited for all the wild action that we're going to get to witness. And for all of these teams, this is literally the last chance. There is no qualifier after this. If you're going to make it to the playoffs, it's now or never, do or die. And in my opinion, in those high stakes, it's really where the best of the best truly outshine the others.
Exactly. I mean, pretty much all the teams that are lost in grand finals from their own qualifiers are now currently in wildcard. We have a lot of wildcard teams for sure. We have some hidden talent as well. But I do want to see, what I do want to see is like which talent is actually going to prove themselves and come out on top. Now, even if some of the teams do lose over here in wildcard, they're going to be moving down lower brackets. So, Sia, do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, so the wildcard system we have is a double elimination bracket. Basically, since it's the last qualifier, it makes a lot of sense. But as I was talking about, right after this, we're going to have a bit of a small break, 4 days here.
Not small, that's quite long.
Then go into the playoffs. I mean, compared to the rest of the tournament, it's quite long, but in general, I think for these teams, it's quite small because they're going to have to start getting prepped. Because something that you guys might not know is there are some spicy things coming up right after Wildcard. So make sure you follow NODWIN Gaming on our socials, on their socials, and also maybe ours as well, because we will announce it.
I mean, of course, yeah, we'll also give a little bit of leaks, and CA is pretty much well known for that. But moving on forward, CA, I also want to talk... about, man, we were promised some merch on Wildcard, and we still haven't gotten anything from the VCC. I mean, pretty much got skamazed, okay? But moving on forward now, this is the tournament explanation in front of you guys. And pretty much we've been looking at this since the start. You know, 2 slots from India, and then pretty much 1 slot from each and every single region. And then now currently we're in Wildcard, where 2 slots will be moving on forward in the grand final playoffs of the VCC. And then from that, even more 2 slots are going to be moving on forward in the APAC Challengers playoffs. So that's going to be one of those things that I'm really going to be personally eyeing out for. And I do want to see what teams have gone in Wildcard over here. I've been mentioning this over and over again, CA. Wildcard is going to be pretty much the season to watch, because if you're going to be missing out Wildcard, you're not going to have a clue what teams have pretty much the underdog teams. And as I mentioned, this is pretty much the kind of like the underdog, overall. Pretty much there's a lot of unknown teams in here, and we just want to see some diamonds being forged from over here. But we still have teams like Global Esports coming in, which is their second or at least third chance to try and prove themselves. I mean, we do know what they're capable of, but again, bouncing back from such a huge loss, especially taking so much mental damage from that, it's going to be really hard, man.
It's going to be hard, but they are the defending champions, so we expect them to push it all the way through. But today we're not going to talk about Global Esports because they have got one of the few buys. It's random seeding in Wildcard because all the teams are considered equal. So Global Esports will be seeing tomorrow. Today, however, we'll see the team that took them down, which is Got Particles. But now, talking about the motivation for all of these teams, making it to that playoffs gets you one step closer to at least guaranteeing those $3,000 in the bank.
Ooh, $30,000 is going to be the prize pool that's on the line over here. Another thing that's going to be adding a lot of pressure on each and every single player and teams itself. First place, of course, getting $15,000, and then it's going to keep on descending downwards. And then the main thing that me and CA always look out for is the MVP of the tournament pricing, $1,500. Who's going to back that? Who's going to keep right in their pockets? I mean, currently we have a lot of players pretty much, eyeing out for that. We have a lot of people who are pretty much on those top 5, kind of like the top 5 players in the entire VCC. But I do want to see in the end of the day who's going to be the one to actually end up on top. Now let's move on forward and let's take a look at the brackets to find out where we exactly are right now. So of course, wildcard brackets in front of you guys, and as CA mentioned, the first best of 3 series that we're going to be covering is CLOY and Got Particles.
Yeah, and it's going to start off with just intense action all the way through. Unlike the regional qualifiers where, you might expect a bit of a gap between the teams given the state of our qualifiers. This is not the case in Wildcard at all. And to be honest, in the India qualifiers as well, that was not the case at all, Necro. From the very start, from our top 5, top 6 teams, everything was really close and cut. So we'll have to see today if CLOY can pull off an upset against Got Particles. They can come with necessary preparation, because God Particles themselves, they're not playing with their full roster, Necro. I do believe one player unavailable, and it is Whitehorse coming back to replace him. Now, personally, I'm a big fan of Whitehorse. Hasn't been back into the scene since the godlike days, but watching him back in action, I think it's going to add a lot of stability to the team because he's a strong voice.
Exactly. Moving on forward, the merchandise that I was talking about, we haven't really gone yet. Well, this is over here for you guys. The viewer rewards, exclusive merchandise for everyone. And even if we didn't get it, it's fine. At least you guys have a fair share chance to try and grab it. All you guys need to do is go ahead on your social medias and make a post saying hashtag VCC and also tag at NODWIN Gaming. Now make sure to be a little creative in your post as well. And if you guys want, you guys can tag me and CA as well in the post because we like some creative stuff. So why not? You know, we might as well just retweet it, try and share it as well. Yeah, what's up?
If the art or whatever special piece they put up is good enough, maybe I'll do a giveaway myself because it inspires me. You know, like just a couple of days back, I think someone shared an art piece with me back in my DMs, and I was completely off it. So maybe if there are enough talents out there, show us your creativity. Really, I mean, it can be even as simple as see it. This is how I watch VCC.
Oh, I mean. See, I'll send you some creative stuff. I have a lot of creative stuff, man. I'm not gonna lie. When I'm pretty much in the flight, when I'm in the flight in the plane, I don't have anything to do for 2.5 hours, so I do a lot of creative stuff. I'll send you some.
I don't.
Moving on forward, we have the map selection is the wild card of the best of 3 series over here, and we can clearly see the first ban CA. First ban pretty much coming out of Fracture, realizing CLOY that hey, Fracture is the strongest map of God Particles, so might as well go ahead and try and ban it, and then you can instantly see Breeze also being banned here. This is quite interesting. God Particles banning out Breeze.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It's almost like they're trying to save Breeze, or maybe it has to do with the fact that they don't have one of their key members. I think maybe the substitute factor coming into play here. Breeze is a map where the comps are kind of hard to, manipulate to try and fit into what you have here. Maps like Ascent and Split, it can be quite a simple affair. Now, I'm not sure if it's Ember or Scarguard who hasn't made it today, because that does quite drastically change how teams play, because even on Ascent, where Ember picks up that KO, if he's not gonna make it, I wonder if the controller position changes. Maybe we see Scarguard on a duelist, or if it's vice versa and Scarguard is not able to make it, I wonder if Ember picks up that Astra role on that map of Ascent, because we have seen him play it on other maps.
I mean, overall, I would say, I've been saying this over and over again. God Particles, it's like, they're just really good at no matter what they do, right? Moving on forward, taking a look at the Asians pick rate is right in front of you guys for the map of Ascent. And pretty much we're probably going to be seeing the top 5 picks over here. Now, I do want to see if the KO is going to be pulled out, or are we going to be seeing a double duelist composition from any of these teams?
I really want to see a Chamber pulled out in Wildcard. I think he's severely underrated on the map of Ascent. Like just 2 days back, I was sitting in a custom and trying out all the different rendezvous positions, the teleport positions on the map of Ascent, and it's so damn good. Like, you can go for an aggressive peek on B main, have your rendezvous set up for stairs, so you get the aggressive peek and instantly go back to stairs to sit down and anchor the site. Same on the mid peek that you might want to do, you can have a rendezvous set up for market and instantly go back. So his repositioning is quite valuable in a map where you're continuously trading power points. But the reason you see he's rarely played is because Killjoy is just so damn good in her ability to shut off access to a site, and the lockdown in the attack, it can be so instrumental.
I mean, moving on forward, we can clearly be a little blunt with our, be a little sharp with our opinions. And moving on forward, as you can see, the attack is pretty much picking out. We're seeing a double duelist composition coming out. Scarguard as well going for the for Raze, and then we have Knight Rider going for the Jet. Now, usually Scarguard is the man who plays Astro over here, but this time we're seeing a little bit of substitution coming in, so that's why Whitehorse is now going to be taking the duty of playing the controller on the map of Ascent. So I do want to see how this is going to be panning out. Now, we do know Scarguard is the man who is mechanically gifted, but on the other hand, as well, as you can see, CA, Deadshot going for that Sage, and then you have Alvin pretty much going for the Jet.
Yeah, standard composition, what we expect from Crash 90 on you. But on the other side, like, what I'm really curious about for the side of God Particles is why Scarguard does not pick up the Sky. I think this is very like publicly known, I am not a fan of the jet race style, but hey, I'll tell you what, if there is ever a comp for it to work against, it's the comp of Crash Landing on You, who themselves again have no flashes. So a lot of crazy aim duels. I feel like I should open up my Google Docs where I collect any decent casting clips I can hear of, because just like the players, they're going to pull off some insane highlights. I feel like they're going to give us the opportunity to do the same.
Ooh, talk about some flashy plays, and we don't have to wait for it anymore. The first round's pretty much going to be starting anytime soon. And talking about over here, right, CA, considering how CLOY played against their opponents in the grand finals, and considering how God Particles is a team, I do clearly see confidence being shown from the side of God Particles on the attacking side, with the double duelist composition being picked. And now we haven't really seen God Particles do this in any of the maps that we saw before in them playing in a sense. So this is kind of like a huge statement. Yeah, but still, it's kind of like it's not their comfort composition. This is not what they like.
This is actually their true OG comfort composition. It's something that I've been begging for them to change for a while, and they finally did. But now they're back to the comfort. You can see it's just going to be W Gaming all the way through with this composition. You have the double duelists to take aggressive control, and already Scargod has found first blood. Now with Market and Pizza control, they're waiting for someone to peek out, and it's exactly that. Even though Knight goes down, Hurricane actually managing to find two, equalizes the advantage. Scar and Knight getting caught off guard. They need to have it back.
Yeah, indeed. Two men pretty much been taken out. Now the man advantage equalized over here. 3-on-3 situation, but still, it's really hard to see which team's going to be the one to come out on top. But the A side's pretty much given away. Still, we haven't really been seeing God Particles taking control of the A side. There we go, finally able to flood inside the site. But look at the Soa in the mid. It's taking some little time to rotate inside. First burst comes in, but the trades are there happening back and forth, and now we're left with a 2-on-2 situation.
Oh, I love this plant. They've gone for a Heaven plant here, which means, yes, as you can see, White Horse can just play slow on the lurk. I think he might even have one star available, while Logi just tries to buy all the time he can. And look at White Horse. He's managed to sneak up on them. He's going to be able to shut them down one by one.
Oh my god,
the
there we go.
coming in with the double kill in the pistol. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, that was an absolute great thing. White Horse, I mean, even though he hasn't really been playing throughout the VCC with God Particles, but now this is pretty much his first time and still doing really good to match up with the team. This is quite well, and I did see the confidence coming in through with the double duelist pick in itself, so I was like, all right, it does seem like God Particles are quite confident moving inside this competition, considering how CLOY, again, lost in the grand finals. It does make a lot of sense.
The biggest reason I love the Astra on White House is, as like whenever we used to see him before, he was actually a Sentinel main who then started turning into a controller main, and he's so damn good at those passive lurks, like finding space through corners. But talking space, Scargod seems to just be a beast unleashed. He's like, oh my god, finally I get to actually play it. Starts pressing the W key, he's already found one each one. Seems to be a simple anti-eco neck.
This is what I exactly said, right? Scargod is the man who's going to be really comfy on the duelist, because he's the kind of player, he likes to W key. He has some insane mechanical aim as well. There we go. Did find a dink, but not really able to follow it through, but it's fine. Shivy has managed to sneak into A site. But look at Logista's positioning. It's going to be quite a key one as well. In the jungle area, Deadshot's going to expect him, but it doesn't matter. Alarm bot out as well. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation, as you mentioned. Pretty much a basic eco round for the side of God Particles. Two men are already down. They cannot really afford another one to go down as well, so it starts out. That's a really good swamp grenade as well, but Logista, just while it goes out, he's going to be triggering that. That's a nice shot from as well, from the enemy side. Thunderflash is the only man left alive now. It's taking a sweet little time. Shock darts out, but that's not going to be dealing a lot of damage. White Horse will pretty much put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, very well done by both of the teams, I would say, in that regard, because on the eco, Crash Landing on You, able to deny 3 weapons, 3 Spectres down. That's a huge chunk of damage done to God Particles. We'll make sure that they don't get to move on to the bonus. But God Particles themselves, you have to remember with this jet race composition, especially with Knight Rider's opping potential, they're going to be so much more devastating on the attack. So they'll take every single round they can get. Sorry, on the defense, they're going to be devastating. So on the attack, they'll take every single round they can get. Now, Thunderflash with some interesting lineups. I believe that's for B mid-lobby entry, not for B main. I wish we got to see where that landed.
Yeah, but there we go. Deadshot with the early pick in the game. Especially the buy round, that's quite huge. And now CLOY already establishing themselves on the kill board. That's all they really needed. That's the Jet as well being cut off now. All the eyes on the other duelist. That's going to be ScarGod. He will have to make some insane plays happen. They're trying to get the entry on the team side, and they will do so. But there we go. ScarGod falls down, and it's just going to keep on falling it up. Logista is not able to do a lot as well. Is only able to get one frag from that side. Now it's a 2-on-4 situation. The man's stuck on the back site. And there we go. Alvin will fall down too. It was kind of like a bonus round for the two of the players from the side of God Particles, but there you go. A clean sweep from their side. 3 players were alive, but it's fine. As long as they get the round in the hand, that's all they need.
I kind of wish they'd gone for a bonus though, because it wasn't a proper bonus in the sense, and I tried to went for the full buy.
Yeah.
I believe another player also
it's even
invested
Scar.
in the weaponry. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Scar or one of his teammates, but actually, yeah, you're right. It was Scar. So
yeah.
now they're going to be in a situation where their teammates can afford the buy, and they're like, wait, what do we do? I don't think they should be forcing here, but it seems like they are going to do that play on the hero Vandal. No, and we'll have to see how this ends up working out, because Knight is playing on a Spectre with no shields. He's literally, guys, I am the sacrificial lamb. I will die. If you don't trade me, I will personally murder each and single one, every one of you. Look
at the confidence as well for playing such kind of plays over here. Alvin gets flushed out from the corner. Nice spot for the Owl Drone. That shot as well on the tree area. There you go. Lockdown's invested to try and flush out all the defenders from this side, but Alvin finds himself a little bit of sneaky area in hell. A lot of side control given away. Knight Rider is just going to be dashing in, but there you go. The first kill floods in, and the defenders are looking really happy with those 2 initial kills, but it's fine. Logista is there to follow it up, but there you go. 3K on the hands of Logista. Now he smells a lot of blood, and he's going to be a shark in the water looking for all the other frags. Thunder Flash as well with the Phantom, just trying to spam it through. Needs a fresh magazine.
And so far so great for God Particles, because given the fact that they went for that weird, I wouldn't even call it a force buy, a weird full buy where they don't necessarily have proper shields or utility. Trades are amazing for them, because then they get to play on that lower note with players who actually have proper weaponry and doing exactly that. White House going for an unnecessarily aggressive peek. He gets caught out, but thankfully ScarGod is able to trade them out, and just like that, the round picked up. That could have been disaster, because ScarGod was quite low. He was just on 60 HP. So after White House gets caught, if ScarGod actually ends up losing that 1v1, then suddenly that retake very much possible for Crash Landing on You.
And just to let everyone know in the chat, White Horse isn't really like a new player. We have seen him last year in the VCC, so he as well is kind of like experienced. So he as well is kind of like an experienced player. So there's a reason why he's playing in the God Particles roster over here, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves to be in here.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's why I'm saying I think I would be very surprised.
This is a little awkward. Oh,
yeah, that shot got caught. He's quite low. Thankfully, he's playing Sage. Battle Sage can heal herself, because that's usually the only thing that shot's going to be doing. I think he's not going to be like, guys, heal is not for you. Let me just clarify that.
Oh my god, there you go. Astra as well, just making it look really easy. A clean entry on the site. Still all 5 players alive, and keep this in mind, they also have a showstopper available to try and stop any kind of floods from the defending side, but still they don't really need to utilize the showstopper just yet, because they have the site. They have everything currently. Each and every single odds are in their favor, so I honestly feel like they should not invest any of these utilities or ultimates in the game anymore. Just try and play off of a complete post plant, because the defenders are also on an eco. Let them have their comfort space, because they're not going to be able to deliver. And there you go. Knight Rider with nice 2 kills, and then Logista will just follow the chain.
Again, Necro, like, this is starting to look slightly disastrous. I will say this was an eco for Crash Landing on You, so fair enough there. But in the sense that at this point, both of these teams, their compositions excel on that defensive half. The Jet Sage composition, I'm not looking at that Sage as a central, you know. For me, she's that Battle Sage, a secondary duelist, so she needs to be able to create space, and that shot is trying his best to do that, but Alvin's not actually able to find his vein of form. So now with the Operator, maybe we can see some sort of impact being created, because look at the defaults. They're going for the aggressive peak on the Operator, but fully expecting that Jet Race combo to try and rush market, because that's what they did in the pistol anti-eco. But instead, God Particles, they've changed up the strats. They know that mid will be covered by an Operator. They're rushing down this A site, but so far, just a 1-for-1, and that's worth it for them because they get the sight in the turn, Necro.
Yeah, but still got a little messy in the end there on the gen. But it's fine. Yeah, as we mentioned, as long as they get the sight, that's all they want. And they still have the Cosmic Divide available. So CA, this can be a huge thing in the end. There we go. Cosmic Divide invested as well, CA. Now the defenders are completely screwed from all the directions. Logista will probably try and flank for the backside. Even if he moves away pretty much quickly, there's going to be no spot from the defenders. There we go. Final man alive, and he should be shut down in no time.
Yeah, what I really wanted to see though, there was that pull being coordinated. You can see Skargard being like, bro, what just? Like, I went left, they came right, I got shot from above. That was too chaotic, guys. But the team's like, Scar, don't worry about your life. You created space for us, that's all you needed to do. And nothing else was necessary because you can see Shivi and Logi towards the end able to clutch it out. But yeah, taking a second to talk about these defaults, right? What I really want to see Crash Running on you do is get aggressive with their defaults. Use the Sage to take control on key angles where you can wall up like an entire site off, but aggressively. Like wall off a main, for example, take the ult top control. You use the ult top control then to play aggressively in rounds like this where you have the resurrection. Because otherwise, Knight and Star and press the W key and shut them down.
Oh no, Alvin. Little man Alvin falls down, and then there you go. The chain keeps continuing. Nice stink on the Thunder Flash. He will fall down as well. Nothing much can be done, man. It's just a string that's being cut off easily by God Particles, and they're just not able to do anything else. But dead shot, there we go. Good shot from his side, but still he will fall down too. So in the end of the day, God Particles is just a complete steamroll up till now. And on the other hand, CLOY, they're just not able to establish anything.
Yeah, and like a simple piece of talk, right, we were doing about the defaults, like just to continue that conversation, a very simple thing you can do is take that Sage with the Astra, for example, just push out B main aggressively, and not even wall off B main. You can then try to take the spawn control and maybe wall off their rotations and play that shot as that duelist really, but use him as in the sense that he's not the one taking the first peak, someone else is, because then he can play on that resurrection. And yes, this sounds very, very basic, but it would work beautifully against a comp like God Particles, who are relying on their jet race to work together to create space. So if you can isolate them, instead of a 5v5 fight, if you can break them into 2v2s and 3v3s, you get a massive advantage. But yeah, the trauma is returning. The technical break is here, and I have a solution for this. But it's up to the teams. They need to start playing Squid Game, so we can cast the Squid Game.
Oh, I saw the retweet they did. I saw it. And it was honestly pretty cool. Yeah, you might as well try and have some fun games, you know?
Come on, teams!
Play
us
some Squid Games.
Squid Game.
Yeah. If it's like a big one as well, then you can actually go for some Squid Games. But the problem is, when it's the marble level, how are they going to play the marble level?
Oh no, it's not the marble level. It's the.
I know. It's the pretty much the
sneaky game.
The statue
yeah,
one.
statue game.
Yeah.
And at that point, what you can do is just play that statue game, and then if you have a cipher, it becomes that much better. Someone was tweeting to me, because then you can have the cipher camera looking at them and you get to spot out exactly when they spawn. But hey, that's okay because the technical break is not going on for long, and as fun as that would be, we're here to actually see some Valorant, so I'm glad that the tech break is gone. Now you can see God Particles. They, for the first 7 rounds, they were purely aggressive. They continuously, wherever they showed presence early is where they look to force the site. So here now they're trying to play mind games with that. They're showing presence in B main while holding down A main, fully expecting the operator to come online. But it's the most expensive weapon in the game. The Odin goes burr and the operator shuts one down. Hey, Nightriders at least found the trade. Maybe they can force A now.
The operator goes, bang. Okay.
That sounds like a nice EDM song.
Yeah. It actually sounds pretty cool. It's the reaver operator too. It shoots in normal sound and then later on it's like bang. It's like a nice sound. It feels good.
We need Skrillex in the chat to make us some music right now because
there
Crash Landing on You are making a song out of this round. They are flowing all over. Their mind is feeling themselves. The Hurricane is assaulting.
Oh no, this is complete overconfidence being shut down from God Particles. And God Particles, yeah, they're really confident in this game for sure. We saw the confidence flowing through since the start, but the problem is now Whitehorse is stuck, and oh no, the back was a little exposed there, CA. What are your thoughts on that? It's too big.
It's a simple fact, the hips don't lie, you know. And I have to say, the Astra hips, well, they're quite noticeable in that regard.
One enemy remains.
Oh, look at that.
Actually,
he
no,
got
don't
spotted
see.
too.
No. I'm just in awe of Astra overall. I know everyone, like, a lot of pros have been complaining about her in the meta. And to be fair, yeah, she's too strong. She needs to
Yeah,
be
she's
nerfed,
really
like,
strong, yeah.
Maybe, the kind of nerf that I would really like to see is maybe reduce one of her stars and stop giving her a free star every round. Make her really invest a lot of money into those stars. Think about how she wants to play around with them.
By the way,
it's too free.
Sia, did you see the Euro rework?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. I might as well start playing Euro after that.
Yeah, he looks really good. But it's a simple fact, right? Like, Jet seems so hard to replace. It seems like Yoru is going to be another Neon-like character, which is very good at countering those operators, especially with the Mirage clone kind of change in ability with the fake out. But hey, this is just an update, right? This is not actually the final rework, so we'll have to see how they settle on his abilities towards the end, because right now his ultimate looks a little broken. I don't think anyone should be able to see that much while not being seen, and it was the issue with Yoru when he first came out. So before early access, when they first released him, the entire idea was that in his ultimate nobody could see him, and it made him ridiculously good.
Oh, caught a little bit of spam there, and Alvin. Unfortunate, huh?
God Particles trying to play slower defaults. They've got the spike on Scargod this time, which, never mind. It was telling me they're going to go for a rush, but clearly that was not an intention. But these are the kind of things that I feel like teams need to start picking up on. You can hear the spike being dropped, and it gives you a lot of information about what kind of setup the attacking team is playing.
So only 2 rounds on board, and keep this in mind, they still have a resurrection available. Nice shot.
Oh, they're double hopping.
Yeah, that's a double operator on the board as well. So that's going to be a huge threat for the attackers, which are God Particles. So it's already Scar being shut down in the attacking side in the market. So
it works especially well against the no flash composition of God Particles, but they spotted one of them out. Trying to
oh
rush
my
down
god,
Hurricane.
no.
He just spots them out and bags them down. Just like that. I feel like God Particles just need to go back to what was working for them initially. Just W.
Oh, there we go. They line up a nice pull any operator combo. Both of them line up an easy shutdown from the side of CLOY, and they're finally getting their smiles back on the faces. There we go, that shot as well. This was a nice shutdown right here. Scargod's position was the main position that each and every single God Particles player was relying heavily on. As soon as Scargod got shut down, they just started scattering around.
Yeah, exactly, which is why that double operator setup can be oh so crucial. And I think Deadshot still has his operator, but going to go for an aggressive peek on the rifle, then back up and pick up his operator. So the money factor really starting to build up for Crash Landing on you. They have some amazing buys, and this is what I want to see from God B. Just go for the aggressive rush, shut down this stage wall as soon as you see it. Using the Hunter Shuri maybe a second too early, though. Thunder Flash not actually able to find any dash. The Knight Rider will slap them in the face with the Blade Storm. Thunder Flash now isolated. Can he make Yoda?
Oh no, not really on the mark there, buddy. They still got another operator on the board, and Alvin being a little too aggressive. Should have waited for his teammate, honestly. Had a lot of time in the world as well, so could have waited for Sinbad to pretty much try and make something happen in this situation, but still got a little too overeager and got shut down instantly. Now, Sinbad can either try and go for the save on the op, but no, unfortunately the op got stolen, and it's Whitehorse who's going to pretty much give a taste of their own medicine.
Okay, Knight Rider. I'm just going to chill around op now. You press W, yeah? No op for you. You only press W. And you can see it works very well because shutting down Deadshot that early never gives him an opportunity to try and reposition into the operator that he most likely had. But hey, like we talked about, the economy had built up in those 2 rounds. They won back-to-back, so they're still able to afford a full buy. Now, this full buy is crucial, Necro, because coming back to our initial conversation with respect to composition strength, for both of these teams, defense is the powerhouse. Now, you notice a Resurrection not used throughout the first half. I understand it's easier said than done because he is the battle sage, which is why, like, for example, right here, he's aggressing on B main. I would have liked to see a double push rather than a solo push, in which case he can kind of bait his teammate to try and then trade and bring about a man advantage through his Resurrection.
Oh, there you go. Lockdown's invested as well, but the counter lockdown's instantly there too. And Hunter's Fury is out from the side of defending to try and shut it down, so now the lockdown will pretty much force out each and every single attacker on the back foot. A presence was given away, and it seems like they still do want to hit A no matter what. They still have the Cosmic Divide and Showstopper available, so ScarGod can always try and make a lot of space on the side with a double satchel boost. But again, is he going to be able to utilize that to perfection? That's the question. Gravity Wells as well is available. Taking a sweet little time.
I actually want to know if the Sage still has the ball. Around the 30-second mark, you can wall off one area and try to push forward with your teammates, but instead they realize an A execute is coming, Necro. Now gonna try to play purely on the retake. They do have the Cosmic Divide to enable them, but Sinbad getting caught on the edge of that wall. That's not good.
Yeah, you're not supposed to play it like that there, Sinbad. Even if there's a little peek, it is pretty much going to be expected. But yeah, now moving on forward, also having a man advantage and also having a side in the hand. Defenders, they're kind of looking really shaky in this situation. It's a 4-on-5 situation, but the Resurrection comes in through. And look at Whitehorse with the flank. He's going to be catching 2 players right over here. Looking to get the 3rd one as well, but Deadshot's a little too quick on his feet as well.
Enemy remaining.
There's going to be pretty much shutting down that man. Logisto to follow it up, and now it's all down to Deadshot. He's able to find another one, but still. It's God Particles getting another round of the board, and somewhere down line, now CLOY are going to start to sweat.
So what you're starting to notice about the way God Particles are playing is that the rounds they find success is in where the double duelist is actually able to enter together and force them to fight right then and there. Which is why, again, I want to say Crash Landing on You. I want to see them deny that altogether. Like, play on the retake, that's okay. But on the other side of the map, force the issue with 2 of your players. You can go with the Sage Jet combo if she has the Operator. Try to back her up with the Sage. You can go with the Sage Astra combo, because then you can leave Astra in a lurking position similar to that of Whitehorse. But instead, they're playing the game right now on God Particles' terms, and well, that's not working out at all, Necro. You can see, as long as God Particles get to dictate the style of the round.
Oh my god, no. I mean, it's like, what are you supposed to do if those kind of things happen to you there, CA? No matter how you're trying to control the situation, you're not going to be able to do it, so Deadshot's still available. He will be shut down too, and what's going on? Logista is just lining him up. He's stacking the bodies on top of each other. Hurricane as well as now seems like he wants to get stacked up on his teammates. Oh, nice thing. Oh, that's a quick follow-up. Oh my god. Hurricane able to do so much damage against the rifles in a mid-range with a Spectre. Shivy at the same spot now will follow up, but this time it's Shivy who's going to reply back in style.
And 9-3 to end off this half. Quite a familiar scoreline now, understand, for us. But we've clearly established throughout this tournament that the curse can only apply if VLT is in the picture. So with no VLT, ain't no curse, boys. And God Particles should be feeling quite comfortable, but still, on that 9-3, the pistol is crucial for Crash Landing on You. Maybe, just maybe, if they can find the pistol win, they can look for a comeback and push forward. But, man, I have to say, even if they find the pistol win, as soon as Knight gets his hands on an Operator, it feels like that's all she wrote. You might as well just pull down the shutters and you're like, alright, let's go on to split.
Yeah. This pistol round's going to mean quite a lot. Look at what they're trying to do here, CA. Flooding out from tiles, going all the way in mid. Seems like a mid to B. Because the Killjoy is holding an aggressive angle, making sure that if any of the defenders do push out or at least try and be aggressive on the B main, she's able to shut it down. Skarkov's aim a little bit too shaky there, buddy. Not really able to control his nerves. He will fall down too. What is your theory behind Skargov's like shaky aim, dude? Like he's able to connect the headshots sometimes, but that can also lead to his demise because his aim is just so shaky that sometimes he's just not able to connect some heads. Oh, from the back. There you go. Hips are going to be found. It's like Sinbad was like, all right, no matter what, even if I do see a full body in front of me, I'm just going to aim for the hips. And now Sinbad again finding another man. There you go. Again, aiming on the hips. He will shut down Shivy as well. He's the hips master. And he's shutting them all down single-handedly. Thunder Flash to follow it up with the final kill. And as I mentioned, they need this round.
Yeah, they really needed this pistol, so stepping up huge to make it happen. I think in that position, Stargard falling bait almost to the initial presence shown by the side of Crash Landing on you towards mid, because with White House especially playing Market, I don't think Stargard should peek till Market is completely taken away from his team, and then he can try to be the lurker. But hey, nevertheless, weird from Hurricane. He's going for a Stinger and a Light Shield. This is the case in your compy when you're like, team, please buy, and they buy, but they do worse than what you want them to do, which is like, you'd rather eco than they go for a half buy and still not have
Oh my
gold.
god.
Because look at that.
Oh, this is looking tough.
Shuts them, but hey, maybe I'm wrong about the Stinger.
And as Astro said, Dagger Girls goes bye-bye.
No. Don't mess up the line, Necro.
Dagger's Girl goes bye-bye.
It's sacrilege. You cannot mess up the line, Necro.
Okay, go ahead and you say it then. Why not?
No, I'll say it when it's appropriate.
Dagger's
There's no
Girl
daggers
goes-
on here. All she had was the sheriff. That's what an iron sheriff. So.
Okay, but she still said it. It's not my fault. It's Astro's fault.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Astra for saying it, but you for saying
All right, buddy. All right. I see how it is, man. She
Yeah,
is
I
actually a
have Astra
complete
bias.
Astra lover
Yeah.
here.
100%.
No matter what.
No doubt.
Okay, but there we go. Moving on forward. Tree presence shown. That shot's going to wall it off. But again, there is a man available right on top of the boxes, so he can try and jump on the wall and make some surprise play
30
happen.
seconds left.
But it's a complete floodgates being opened on the A side.
One enemy
Side in the hand. And that shot, there we go, able to follow it up. Another one. And a nice 3K to end this round and close it out. Another round on the board, and still the lifeline's available. Or lifeline's there for CLOY just yet. But this rifle round is going to write quite a lot down.
enemy remaining.
Yeah, exactly. This rifle round is going to be the true test for Crash Landing on you. They need to try and make sure they do damage, because that's all the name of the game is here. Deny the operator for Knight Rider by just doing damage this round, and then they get to play on the next round with their full buy, because as you notice on the scorecard, this is just going to be a pure bonus for Crash Landing on you, which means they can play extremely aggressively. And the way they seem to be situated right now, they want to isolate this solo killjoy
Oh
player.
my God.
But Logi with a turn and a hell of a flick.
Yeah,
That was a disgusting shot.
Yeah, he just turns around and slaps him. He's like, all right, dude, stay in your place, but it's fine. It's the Stinger tickling him out the game.
He's 3 HP.
Yeah, it's 3 HP. That's why I just said tickling him out the game. That's all you need, man. Stinger. Sometimes is really good. Kind of reminds me of R99, if you know what I'm saying. Moving on forward, though. Moving on forward. The Vandal leaves a fresh magazine. Evil gets them, and Scarcott now being on really aggressive page. Spots out Thunder Flash, and now the call's given that there's still a man in B main, so they were now try and hold him off at bay. Scarcott makes sure he's completely
look at the
flushed
long
out of that
flank.
spot. But yeah, still Thunder Flash is going for that market spot, but I'm pretty sure Scargots know what exactly is going on, and he's going to shut him down too.
enemy remaining.
And now the two players on the backside, but a nice shock dart is going to find the collateral, and he's going to shut them both down.
He's gonna have barely enough time to get it done, just over a second. But for a double kill, surely you can't just say shock dart. You gotta shock dart, because that's the
Shock
true
dart.
show. Shock dart.
Shock
You
dart.
gotta make it cringe, Necro. I mean, you are the master of cringe, so should be easy.
What did you say? Hold on. What did you say? I take
There's a-
full offense to that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
Well, that's the
declaring a
point.
war against CA.
I meant to give you full offense, so yes, mission achieved, I guess. But hey,
my
talking
God.
about mission achieved, that was just a bonus. So crashing on you, they don't really care as much about the round. They got the plant, so a lot of money from that. They denied a lot of weapons, took down the rifle. So as you can see now, despite God Particles winning the round, they don't necessarily have full buys, and they're trying to play aggressive to find trades so they can compensate for that. A nice combo, but they solo peek. Now you can't be doing that.
But it's a
They're
trade.
able to find a trade, yeah, but he was the one who had a Phantom. So I wish now they can go back to that area, recollect that rifle for Shivy. But instead, Knight is gonna be like, guys, sit down. I'm gonna show you how I do it.
One enemy
Oh my
remaining.
god, but Knight Rider with another 2 to follow it up. A 3K in this round, and all his teammates as well are going to follow it up with another 2. Another round of the board for God Particles, and they're just looking really flawless inside this series of best of 3. I mean, it's just the first map, but still in the first map, they're looking really confident. As I mentioned, entering inside this first map, they look really confident in itself, realizing that CLOY is their opponent. And yeah, as I mentioned, I mean, that in itself has to be kind of like a huge boost, CA, but realizing how CLOY performed in their grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that round, all I could think of was Phoenix in my head. I pick a lot of Phoenix in my solo queue, so like Night Rider just being like, just take a seat, lads. He doesn't say lads, that's just me. It's a UK thing that I've learned recently from my partner. But hey,
Which
enough
partner?
of voice my wife. What do you mean? Hey, Night Rider, you again telling them to take a seat because he got this, but Sinbad being like, no, 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 enough of your aggression. I am the pirate and I will raid you, onboard you, and shut you down. Though I'm not sure if the Killjoy would actually want to board the jet. I'm actually curious. I wonder how ships work in Valorant. You know, like, I wonder, chat, which agents do you ship together? I know there's a lot of Sage Sova talk, a lot of KJ Race talk. Oh, what do you guys? Who do you want to see? What do you think,
ship?
Neko?
What do you mean ship together? I don't know.
Like, ship, like ship is like a anime thing, I think, or just in a general entertainment thing where you associate 2 characters with each other. We're talking about association.
Are you talking about love
Thunderflash
story?
Fully, yeah, like a relationship.
I mean,
down
Jet
A.
and Phoenix. This has to be
30
probably the
seconds left.
coolest one. Come on.
Nah, they don't fit together.
I mean, what are you talking about? It's
Wait,
pretty.
hold on to
Listen,
that top
I
for a
st-
second.
Okay,
He's
nice
trying to
pin.
hold on to the spike. White Toss
Oh,
catches
there you
him off
go.
guard
Pulling them in.
and shuts them down.
I
I
thought.
don't think they're expecting him there. I think they're fully expecting him to play a main since that Sova was alone. But White House boozling them and letting them know what he feels
Bamboozling.
about them, which is they are idiots. Idiotas. No, I can't do the Astro accent. I gotta learn the Astro accent.
Enemy remaining.
Talk about cringe, and CA pretty much presenting an example of that in front of us. But
Hey,
yeah,
are you
moving on
calling
forward,
Astro cringe?
I call you cringe.
But I'm trying to imitate Astro. So you're
Okay,
calling
but
Astro.
you just cannot do it. No, you just cannot do it though. Accept it.
Okay, fair. I will learn and I will be back though. I shall have my revenge. Or
All right, good
rather,
luck with
I
that.
shall have my voice back with the Astro voice line. But hold on. Yeah, talking about good luck, that's exactly what is Crash Landing on You is going to need here. They're going for a full execute, and this is something that we wanted to see with the Sage especially. For the Hunter's Fury, ooh, a great updraft on time from Alvin, just barely dodges out his second tag. Manages to stay alive though, Albe, even if he died, there is still the resurrection, which they haven't used a single time yet. Not a single time.
Oh, and there we go. An empty shot. Nothing really to follow it up, so Knight Rider's going to be a little sad with that one. A lot of empty shots is not really finding any connection. Will also get spotted by the recon dart. And Hunter's Fury out as well, so that's a good call to fall back. Lockdown being shut down. Oh, yo, no, scratch that.
There because
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly
down,
thought it
mid.
was the Hunter's Fury from the defending side, but it was actually from the attacking side. But yeah, Logista and
enemy
Skarkot, there we go, are able to stop the floodgates from the side of attackers, which is CLOY, and now they're only down to the final man alive. And what's going on? He's just tapping through. He's just bursting through on the top mid, and he will be shut down as well. The final nail is in the coffin, and talk about the coffin. God Particles putting CLOY in the coffin in the first map of Ascent. And pretty much a really flawless win. What are your thoughts on that, CA?
it's exactly as you said, a really flawless win. It didn't really feel like Crash Landing on You was able to give them the competition that God Particles could have been challenged, you know, because we really didn't see that Sage really come online. And I don't really blame Crash Landing on You or Desha, of course. This is just a team of friends, and I feel like Desha is just accommodating for Alvin He's a Jet player himself, but just taking up that stage role, be like, all right, I'll play the fake Jet. I'll play the battle stage and try to make something happen. And to be fair, he did a fair few things, but that's where the utility usage, the ultimate usage, was where they did fall apart a little bit. And God Particles showing that vein of form that really got them noticed by several fans and teams. Once again, picking up an easy win here in map 1, not even the map of their choice.
Yo, by the way, see, I heard you were gonna recolor your hair. I don't know what happened about that.
Yes, I'm gonna try to get it done. It's before playoffs.
When?
So
Okay.
next week you might see a different version of me.
Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do it too. Hit me up when you're gonna recolor your hair. I'll do it too. Two casters recoloring their hair. What do you say? Sounds good.
I haven't decided yet if I'm actually gonna go through with it. And I'm not gonna hit you
Alright.
up. Like, it's gonna be a random spur of the moment. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do it today, kind of thing. So
Okay.
we'll see.
Okay.
It's a very drastic decision, you know. But talking about drastic decisions, I have to talk about Whitehorse for a second. It seems like he never missed a beat, just settling into this roster with quite ease, and to do it on an Astra pick of all things, I feel like that's one of the hardest agents to pick up in competitive play, given how much you have to coordinate with your teammates.
Oh man, look at the damage stats as well. 13.85k. God Particles pretty much leading the charts in all the other stats, and only 12.6%. I think so that's the lowest I've ever seen in a headshot percentage from any team in the VCC.
Yeah, probably just having an off day here. We know that these players are, in general, capable of a lot more. So at this point, I think for the side of Crash Landing on You, it's just a matter of taking away the right experience. They still have proven beyond a doubt that they're amongst those top 10, 15 players across all regions and in Sri Lanka itself. But Knight Rider having a killer game, you can see River the only player coming close to matching him up, and that's quite concerning, Necro, considering the fact that River was playing the Astra.
Yeah, exactly. Even though being on Astra and able to perform that well, I mean, yeah, props should be given to this man. But still, we have Knight Rider, who was just steamrolling it through, was getting 3K, 2K in a lot of the majority of the rounds. But somewhere down the line, ScarGod was not able to activate himself today. Even though being on the duel list, we were not really seeing a lot of ScarGod scar-giving moments.
Yeah, I think he was just laid back. More likely the entire team of God Particles
He's just like this. He's just chilling, bro.
Yeah, and he's like, my job is really simple here. I'm going to create the space. I know my team has got this, and he's able to do exactly that. And that's why I love seeing him on the Astra, because you get to see him stay out. We get to see his in-game awareness. But of course, understandably, without Ember, Whitehorse stepping into that role, ScarGod just taking up what is comfortable for him on this map, which is that reason. It's that pick he's going to continue on with the next Necro.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting. So yeah, moving on forward in the next map is also going to be quite interesting to find out how things are going to be looking like. But yeah, I'm pretty sure CA, now CLOY losing that first map on such a massive, pretty much disadvantage, they're probably going to be having their mentals or morals pretty much down low. So what do you think? So what should they do moving on forward in the next map to try and get themselves, or at least try and have a chance to bounce back? Oh, okay. I just got a call from the production. So the question is actually going to be scratched now, and it's time for us to push to a break. After the break, Sia will pretty much answer the question back again. So yeah, I'm going to push to a short break. We'll be right back.
Bombs.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine. I gotta be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room. I don't wanna kill a few with that this shit that is inside my car. Flip the clock, taking it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want them down, better be kicking them out. the box, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going out and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Slow down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the South Asia region, with grooming partner as Gillette. Damn, I said that in one breath as well. I'm so proud of myself for doing that. But moving on forward, man, second map is going to be on the board soon, CA. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not thinking about how short your breaths must be, Necro. Quite concerning in that regard. Yeah, but hey, I'm kidding. I'll come back to the question you asked me right before the break, right? Which is, what are the hopes looking like for Crash Landing and you going into the map split? And it's quite concerning because now this is the map of choice for God Particles. It's a map they're happy to play against the best in the business. They pick this against every single team, and for me, I think that's where they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable, especially because the composition change itself doesn't exist for them in this map. Ember is the one usually playing the Astra, so White was able to just directly slot into that composition where the KO will keep continuing. Now, about that KO, I got to talk to Shivi a couple of days back on the VCC Aftermath podcast, and the reason he said they like to play the KO is just too many utilities on this guy. He can't seem to concentrate and coordinate fast enough, which is the only reason they like picking up the KO. And what he said was that in the VLT finals, they never actually got to play KO the way they like playing the KO, which is attacking the people who are suppressed, which is what we kept saying. So hey, maybe we get to see that in action today, and we get to see the peak level of that KO on Split.
I mean, again, we were talking about how VLT was just forcing God Particles to play their game. You know, they were like, all right, VLT were the one to actually be on the driver's seat all the time throughout the entire Best of 5 series. So, made a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Shivi pretty much mentioned that he wasn't really able to play the KO how they wanted to. But moving on forward, the agent pick rate on the map is split, CA.
Yeah, this is why I love this map personally. It's so diverse. The only agent that is consistent is my favorite agent. So I'll take it, you know, it's the best version of a map you can get. There's no other map where the pick rate is so different, the compositions are so different, the team styles are actually that evident. Because in general, I feel like the more diverse agent pick rates are on a map, the more likely you are to see that individual team styles. We've seen teams like GE picking up the Breed Sky, whereas we've seen teams like God Particles playing much slower with the double set and the Sage KJ compositions. We've seen VLT pull out the Viper here and there, so literally most things can work on this map, and you can see it's exactly that for the side of God Particles.
Oh, that shot too. Oh yeah, I mean, we
KO.
saw that shot, yeah. That shot as well, pulling out the KO. Please lock in Neon. Come on, I dare you, man.
They can't. They get disqualified.
I know they can. They will get this. That's why I said it. Just I dare you. Just lock in Neon and see what happens.
Necro wants to see Crash Landing when you're disqualified. Wow.
Not anyone.
Wow.
Okay, come on. Here we go. All right, CA. All right, okay. Just throw me under the bus, huh? This is what you like to do all the time.
Poor bus.
But yeah. You are actually an a-hole. You know that?
Yes, I do know that. But I enjoy it. But hey, I'll tell you what, I'm only like that with my friends. So at least in that regard, then you get.
Oh, CA. Did CA just call me his friend? Did I just get friend zoned?
Yes, I am not mad at you. No. I refuse. But hey, talking about the map itself, we see very similar compositions. The Brimstone instead of the Astra, the biggest change with Thunder Flash playing that Brimstone. And I'll tell you what, I think Split and Bind are the only maps where I don't mind the Brimstone. But it's still like Astra bias doesn't just exist because she has amazing voice lines and she's kind of cute. It's because of how strong she is on this map. It's the best map for her. And if anyone disagrees with that, please hit me up in my DMs. I have a very long message waiting for you. There is literally no better map for Astra than Split, especially because of the way you can set up combos. It's something I've been trying since early access. Actually, one of my best Valorant clips was from early access on Astra. So that's how good she is on this map. I got a clip. I got a clip. Okay, trauma again. I think it'll be back quick. No. The last time it was back quick, Necro.
Yeah, hopefully it is though. Technical break on the board as well, CA.
Squid
CA, this is not a good sign. Especially when you just know that the map has started and now the technical break just hits in.
Oh yes, we saw this on Split. I believe it was crash landing on you actually.
Yeah, it was.
Shot. Oh no. At least that shot is moving around.
Yeah, he is, but imagine if the client.
Hey, it's gone.
Okay, all right. Is the timer on pause? No, the timer's still paused, CS. So there's still a little concern left.
I believe in our production. I don't think they would bait us like that by taking away.
I think so. They are baiting us. The timer's still paused though. 13 seconds, man. This is a little problem. Is it? Please unpause it. Unpause it. Please, production, if you guys are hearing us, even though they don't care about us. They're probably listening to.
It's not really production who's going to unpause it. It has to be the players and League Ops, and there you go.
Oh, the observers. There we go.
No, it's not even the observers. It's the admins.
Admins. I guess gotta slide in some admins' DMs. But moving it forward now, there comes the suppression. Instantly gets suppressed as well. So Knight Rider now going to be backing off. Is not going to be able to use any of the utilities that he has in the bags. That shot. There we go, clearing all the angles out. The man moves in close, but still wins that duel somehow. That's quite interesting. He's able to isolate those duels. Nice nade. This should shut down Knight Rider, so the Pain Shell pretty much trying to neutralize the man advantage. Hurricane as well will be forced off of that spot and instantly utilizes the Boombot to try and force anyone out that spot, so he's going to be finding a free stroll around to safety.
Oh my god,
you can also see the rotation coming through on the A side.
Wait a second.
There's no one available.
Look on the Viper's wall. Where's Logie? Failed the Viper's wall.
Oh my god.
It feels bad. It's happened to me several times, so it's something that is just a matter of degree up and down. But hey, I'll tell you what. Without that wall, it's much harder to hold on to sight, and they see the difficulty in just that. They're losing the trades now. A 2v3, but look at Shivy. They've got a really key position in this time.
Yeah, there we go. They're always able to win these pistol rounds, so at least that's good. But oh no, Scar God making a miss with some alien movement. Just some strafing coming out from Scar God. It's pretty much on point. He's able to dodge those bullets like Neo from Matrix. But now Sinbad over here is going to be sticking the defuse. Shivy moves in, gets spotted. The shoulder gets spotted. He's able to get the defuse up to 50%. So Sinbad, no, actually, no, he wasn't. So this is going to be a little problem. Shivy's able to close it out, and that's the pistol round in the hands of God Particles.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as the KO spotted him, a bit of a panicky moment. Maybe I wish he'd held on to that defuse, but can't blame him. It's really, once again, Scargod who steps up to the plate. One kill I can understand, but they peek into him one by one. Doesn't even have to correct his crosshair much to shut them down, and giving him that easy 2K, allowing Shivy to play purely on the post plant rather than support him is what got Particles the win. And now Logi's like, yeah, I'm not gonna try that wall again. Let's just go back to my standard wall. I don't want to fail it.
Oh no. Yeah, that would be like the embarrassing moments of 2022 in the VCC, and you do not want to be in the montage. Talking about the montage, CA, is the montage coming out soon, anytime?
Which montage?
The fail moments of 2022 VCC, but I'm going to hold on to my words because White Horse, it seemed like he was trying to line him up with fragments out as well. That shot with a nice 2K with a classic. He's able to do a lot of damage actually, so that's quite impressive. Knight Rider will need to fall back from this wall. But there he goes, able to find one, but still, it's crash landing on you, replying back in style. It's a 2-on-2 situation. They've also got the guns in the hand, so
what was that?
Not a lot of things to worry about.
Spike was right in front of him. Could have at least walled to collect the spike. I understand Knight Rider is a battle sage, but in the anti-eco, you don't really want to give them an opportunity to trade. Now in a 2v2 without the spike, Logie and Scar in actually quite a scary position, especially with this Brimstone Molly coming down. the strongest Molotov in the game and the one we get to see the least of. Glad it's in action.
One enemy remaining.
Snake bites out as well. Nice pain shields from Scar God. Gonna flush the man out, but he's not able to withstand the damage from the pain shield, so he'll fall down as well. Got particles, another round of the board, and that's all they needed, but still decent amount of damage being done, CA.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, 3 weapons being taken down does mean actually 4, if I'm not mistaken.
One enemy
yeah.
remaining.
Yeah, 3. 3 weapons being taken down. Actually, not even 3, Necro. It's 2 weapons because Shivi did not go for the buy. He went for just the Sheriff for himself, so just 3 weapons being taken down. Still, that's enough to make sure that they don't get to play on a pure bonus. They have to either give up a couple weapons and have that inherent disadvantage to play the bonus, or as you can see, what they've done is Knight Rider and Shivi opting for the rightful buys. They're gonna have to make sure that they don't push themselves too far ahead. Stargard is the little sacrificial lamb here, like he has been on several rounds of Ascent as well, and happy to create that space for his team. Very reminiscent of the classic Dot Particles default. They love taking mid control, but what is different this time, Necro, is that usually they play a 1v1 with leaving one player on each extreme. Right now, they're just waiting for aggression, expecting Crash Landing on you to push, which is weird, because this is Crash Landing on useful buy. Why would they push?
I mean, CLOY, they're pushing out, so it's working out. As long as Scott Particles are able to get these guns in their hands, that's all they need. But there you go, another one could have almost followed up, but no, it's going to be the answer. And right now, Hurricane is looking to peek out, and he will shut down Logista. So that's another big frag. And talking about a sacrificial lamb, reminds me of Gordon Ramsay. Where is the lamb sauce? Moving on forward, Scar God will be shut down as well. Oh my god, trades are happening back and forth, and now we're left with a 2-on-3 situation. Knight Rider as well. It's probably the main goal here is to try and get the plant down on the B site. Shivi taking a sweet little time to rotate from mid. There's another big flank coming in from B main, so that's going to be another problem to take care of, CA.
Yeah, I think they really just need to address B main and take it back and play for the plant there, because it's an open plant, but instead they fight the 2-man squad in CT. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's not worth it because now his position is known, and oh my boy, I don't like this smoke at all against the KO. He can now actually just pop flash, do the smoke, get isolated, use, shut down, counter flash. Shivi looking for back-to-back clutches from the pistol to now here with the classic jump, right click for the win. Oh, but he doesn't land the right click.
I honestly feel like he should have just pulled out the Vandal and just went for the drive-by. Like, just go for the run and gun at this point, especially when you know the enemy is low. That's what I would have done.
He has no, I'm kidding. He should have done that.
Alright, he should have honestly done that. I would have done that. Imagine if I'm Neon, I would just slide out. I'd be like, damn. They'll play some montage music in the back as well. Just slide out, shut him down.
You can play pause screen music. It's really damn good. You know, it probably worked really well for montage, especially the Party on My Own song.
Ooh. Party on My Own.
Oh, actually, now that I think about it, that song would be perfect for like a clutch montage, like only clutch clips. You know, this Party on My Own.
And then another song, the actual Astra song. That is a cool song too. When the Astra was released and the trailer song. Yep.
Hold on though.
Pretty cool song as well.
This default, the 1-2-2. Loki and Shivi both talked about this again on the Aftermath podcast, which, by the way, you guys should never miss, so make sure you come for the next one. But right now, the idea is to create the sort of conditioning where sometimes the KO utility is going to be used to get Loki into an advanced position. Sometimes they just do it and leave that area and come back towards this mid area again as a stack to try and force down a Cypher. I don't think they know that this Brimstone and Thunder Flash is playing B Heaven. It could be disastrous if they try to force it.
Oh, there we go. Scar God's able to trade it out. Nice Molotov. That's going to be keeping all these players off the bay. But the paint shields as well are going to be dealing a lot of damage. Resurrection's coming out. So pretty much now God Particles are looking so comfy in mid. They have all the control in the world, and they're looking to divert this control into a round win. Cool stroll on the side. Scar God's WP is not going to be stopped anytime soon. There we go. Knight Rider's able to keep up the momentum as well. Nothing's there going to be stopping him. Driving Wells out. Hurricane's being pulled in. And the battle stage pretty much strikes in. Hurricane's able to get the trade happen, but still it's not going to be mattering because now it's all down to the final man alive. It's going to be the race with the showstopper, but Hurricane unfortunately shows us back at the wrong time and he will fall down. But CA, you talked about the sacrificial lamb. Do you know the Gordon Ramsay moment?
No.
About where is the lamb sauce?
Oh, Hell's Kitchen?
Yeah. Come on, you must know that. Like,
Yeah, it's a meme.
that's one
I
of the
know
most
it's
like
meme. I don't
legendary.
know. I've never seen Hell's Kitchen.
Dude, you need to watch that series right now. Go
He
and
screams
watch it.
too much. I like my food peaceful. I like Gordon Ramsay.
Listen.
Don't get me wrong, but like
His food is peaceful, but he's not peaceful
exactly.
himself. So it's fine. His food's
So-
pretty good though. As long as what you're eating is good, that's all that matters.
Yes, I'm happy to see his recipes, videos. I've used a couple for my own. In the past, I
Okay.
made some laksa. Okay, talking about the round itself, Sinbad, it is going to be an eco for Crash Landing on you. It seems like their hopes and dreams are most certainly Crash Landing on them. Shivy makes them powerless as with that KJ down, it's a free entry into the site and retake almost impossible without the right weaponry, and they don't have the right.
That's the problem, CA, we're talking about. They just don't have the right weaponry. And now, look at this. Logista peeks out. Oh, Thunder Flash. Unfortunate moment for him. Now it's a 3-on-5 situation. Good flash, and everyone's pretty much being isolated in
Oh
hell.
my
Went for the knife
God.
as well. Scar God. Ah, the nerves on this dude. Calm him down a little bit. Scar God, you're not supposed to do that. That's literally assault on their injury.
No, you are.
Please don't do that.
It's fun.
Okay, well, do it. All right, do it then.
Yeah, you can see the cheeky smile on his face too. But
Yeah.
I want to see why Logi, why you deny the knife? Oh, he didn't even see the player actually. I think he was spamming through the smoke. So and unintentional knife deny. I'll allow that. Intentional is not okay. Unintentional is okay. And look at this. Logi's actually got the wall right this time. He's not failed the wall. So it will cut out ramps in heaven as they go for an aggressive rush. And they have the Cosmic Divide to do and same. But the idea has to be get Logi into the site, try to set up the Viper's
Oh my
pit, but right
God.
before that the party comes to them before they can bring it on. Hurricane shuts them down and we'll see a Skyguard fight similar.
Oh!
Oh, the knife too.
So yeah, you saw that? The Brimstone saw him out, the showstopper, and instantly tried to run away, but unfortunately it was too late. At that moment, you should use the oh no, the actual meme would be funny.
Bigger
Just
is
realizing
that
how he tried to run
his
away.
teammate Deadshot was coming with an all command, so it would have been suppressed if he just didn't peek through
Last
another
player
side.
standing.
There you go. Deadshot's able to follow it up, and now Whitehorse left for the 1-on-3. Keep this in mind, they also have the Brimstone available to try and force him out of his spot, but there we go. Alvin, tucked in the close left, it will shut the man down, and CLOY another round of the board for them, so that should give them a little bit of sigh of relief, but as I mentioned, a little bit of sigh of relief. Nothing really huge to try and rely on, because the cushion is still there for God Particles.
Yeah, exactly. The cushion, economy-wise at least, is there for Hurricane coming up huge to help his team secure a round. You can see the intentions of God Particles are pretty clear, and that's what I don't really like about that wall, because it just basically reveals what you're going to do in that round, right? Since every single time, now you see the Viper wall they go for, which is the diagonal wall. With that diagonal wall, they sometimes lurk, they sometimes rush. And as soon as you see that Viper wall coming down from God Particles, you're like, guys, they're rushing A, I need help.
Oh, there you go. Pain Shells. This is a nice one, too. So Alvin now is pretty much being busted down, and there you go. Alvin will fall apart, too. Quick trades. One-on-one trades as well. The Champion Vandal is glowing for Scar God, and this is what I wanted to see, a show from this man. And he's able to deliver it pretty well.
I have the spike.
Getting the spike in the hands, and now it seems like the attackers have a clear vision on the A site. Look at Whitehorse. So much map control, CA. This is all they needed. Vents control also in their hands, so nothing much can be done if you're in the hands of CLOY. They will be isolated, and the rotation will be cut off soon with this wall. Knight Rider, nice wall to pretty much try and deny it. Has already found a clear stroll to screens. A quick plant should be there on the side as well, but the Brimstone ult comes in to try and stop the plant. But that's not going to be the case. Still a lot of time flowing in the hands of God Particles, so they can try and utilize this time to perfection. Whitehorse with a nice 3K is able to step it up, but Knight Rider spots out the man, pretty much trying to fly it right on his face. The bird gets shut down. The wings are clipped. Oh my God.
Yeah, and just like that, Thunder Flash also with not too many options. I really actually love this Viper's Pit, because as soon as they realize that the Killjoy is playing solo on site every single time, they shut her down, or rather they're playing Anchor on site every single time, They shut her down, and they're like, hey, you know what? We don't need the Viper Spear for sight anymore. Let's play on choke points. And they convert that defender side spawn entry into screens and heaven into a choke point using that Viper Spear. Hurricane just satcheling onto his death. Will force now Thunder Flash to go back and save his weaponry, and it's quite concerning because we know Crash Landing on You is a team that is much better when they have momentum on their side, but it doesn't seem like God Particles are giving them a moment to get momentum, let alone breathe right now, because they're just playing so damn quick. And this is the kind of setup Shivy explained that they like to play, at least faster in the earlier, the 6 or 7 rounds, play very fast, and then maybe start playing more default approach, maybe start playing more lurking style. But once again, 5 stacked up, they're going for that B rush, and it's a bit of a yikes right here because that shot is playing on his lonesome. Even if he shuts down the utility, they're just going to hunt him down, all 5 members.
Yeah, it seems like they just want to paint the B side with the brush. ScarGod has the paint shell available to try and help him with that cause. A nice quick shot coming in from Deadshot, but this time he gets traded out by the paint shells. The snake bite as well to follow it through. There should be a quick stroll inside, and yes it is. They also get the side control in the hand with a nice man advantage in the hand as well. And oh no, you cannot give these kind of kills in the hands of White Horse. 33 HP available, but still, as long as he has the gun in the hand, that's all that matters. And we're seeing these paint shields being utilized perfectly, so yeah, they're able to get a lot of value, a lot of trades are happening back and forth, so that's all is needed. ScarGod missing out on quite a lot of shots, but it's not going to matter as long as he's able to readjust and shut down the final man. Another round of the board for God Particles, and the smiles as well returning slowly and steadily.
Yeah, they're feeling quite comfortable, I'd say, because so far they haven't really been challenged. I think the couple of rounds they lost, one of course being the round where they tried to force A. It was quite obvious what they were trying to do, so they won't be as perturbed by it. But now, as you can see, this is what I mean, like 6 to 7 rounds, they try to go for the aggression, put in a round here and there, depending on the ultimate. But as soon as that last 3 to 4 round mark comes by, they're going to start playing much more on the defaults now. I think Shivy's primary job here is to shut down any knife that may come through and then set one up for Logi to go aggressively on the lurk, but the paint shell actually denying his presence, so Logi is gonna have to play a lot more careful now because his poison control should be elapsed and he won't have much time to get onto a lurk. We're talking about lurks, look at ScarGod here next.
Yeah, this is quite huge.
Oh, the knife doesn't even spot him.
It doesn't. It's pretty much deep in vents, but still Hurricane somewhere down line. Expect someone to be here. Do not look away at the wrong time, ScarGod, because that's going to give you a huge scar, and you're not going to be able to bounce back from that scar. Oh, he spotted the leg. Same thing goes with Hurricane as well. Spots out ScarGod. He should take a little bit of damage from this paint shell. Yes, he does. Down to 92 HP and 1 single armor available, but unfortunately Hurricane panics out and drops into vents. He wanted to flush out ScarGod, but the toes are a little too quick exposed. So ScarGod will find a free frag for himself, and now it's just pretty much they're just lining up for them. Deadshot finally is able to put the stop to the momentum. Nice flash, but instead it flashes himself.
No, I mean, he accounted for
yeah,
that.
he
turned around.
Yeah, he turned around, but still, there's like a little, what do you say, a little glimmer of flash available. It's really a little, like, what do you say?
So if that smoke wasn't there, it would have actually worked out for him because ScarGod would have got flash. But instead, his pop flash went into, from ScarGod's perspective, into the smoke. You see right here, he dodges it with the help of the smoke. He does get partially flash, but in the early stages, he spots out Deadshot before he gets flashed. So an easy round picked up for them. And now again, with the Astra ultimate ready, with ScarGod just 1 point away on the showstopper, they're going to look to take ultimate off control, get that showstopper online, and then play for the heavy exit.
Oh, Deadshot is able to deliver these kind of shots, and I absolutely love it. Kind of reminding me of Suicide Squad now. Oh.
I cannot use that.
There you go, another shot on the board, and Shivy as well being shut down. It seems like Deadshot has activated his Deadshot indeed, and is looking pretty unstoppable. Able to strafe around the corner, able to burst out some bullets, but it's fine as long as they're able to get the trades. That's all that matters. Resurrection on the board as well, and that Sage is coming is so handy in the hands of Knight Rider. But there you go. Even though they do get the Resurrection available, it's just Hurricane lining him up with the Ghost, and this not should be the case. God Particles, I don't know, somehow they're just crumbling down under a lot of pressure in this round. But just still there. Trying to just gather a lot of attention at the B side. So yeah, that's all he's trying to do. So Knight Rider is going to be finding himself a quick stroll. But the turret is available.
No, oh, actually.
It is.
Again, I'm not sure why that wall is placed like that. It's a little weird.
30
because
seconds left.
Normally you go for the straight wall, and that would block out the turret, but this wall doesn't. Now Rider now in a very compromised position. If Logi can get the kill, he just needs to run on into Wentz, but no, he's already walled off Wentz. Logi can't get there in time without breaking the wall, so a bit of disconnect in comms maybe.
Look at Knight Rider though, he's trying to play some big games here. 10 seconds
standing.
left on the clock, and oh no, not a lot of time to try and flush him out. Showstopper's available. But yeah, at this point, he might as well just give it up. Nothing much can be done. Hurricane's down quite low. Thunder Flash is going to be able to get the Vandal in the hand, but still gets shut down. So nothing really much output coming in from that round, but considering the fact that it was a thrifty round from Crash Landing on You, that's quite a huge impact being shown.
Yeah, and I think what's especially important here is that walling off Wentz was never the right play. In my opinion, he should be walling off defender side spawn. Yes, I understand that he might get aggressed from Wentz, but that's where his teammate is going to come from. So you're effectively walling out your teammate and believing that he's going to lose his dude, which is not ideal. You know, not ideal whatsoever. But hey, talking about what's not ideal is right now still the scoreline is very much favoring God Particles. They're going to be that much more comfortable on that defensive half, especially without the Astra for Crash Landing on You, without really, you know, some sort of excessive wiper to try and extra controller in wiper to try and find the lurk. Attacking can be so difficult. So a 7-5 here would be ideal. And they're making their best way forward. They've got a 2v2 trade. Necroper, look at the positioning. All three members of Crash Landing on You believing this is going to be A side execute. Shivi's made them powerless all the way on B.
Yeah, they found the B control. It doesn't matter if you do have the full A control. So,
Yikes.
I don't know. Being the defender, I don't know what you're supposed to do in this round, honestly. It's looking pretty risky. Okay, so now finally the Resurrection's on the board. This is going to be shifting the man advantage in the favor of CLOY. So still the hopes and dreams are alive in this round to try and get this round back in their packs, but a lot of info has been already given away, and a nice wall as well to try and deny a lot of presence from the defender's side, but Knight Rider is able to follow it up with the Thunder Flash. Hurricane with a nice flank is able to shut down 2 players and now make it 3. A huge 4K from this man to try and save the day for his team, but it's time enough. Yes, he has more than enough time to get this defuse off.
Yeah, absolutely. Barely enough time, but hey, all that matters is getting the round win, and this is where I feel like teams are starting to devolve into a lot more chaotic style gameplay. Hurricane consistently, not just in this map, but even in the last, he has been one of the standout performers for the side of Crash Landing on You. Currently 16-9 on that race, and I think what makes it very obvious that he's been a standout performer is the number of rounds where he's been able to recycle his rain shells. Like, again and again, just throwing nades into the face of God Particles. It has put a spanner into the works of their default several times. But now, ooh, that knife being key right there, 0 point revealing both Shivi and Logi. So now, they can't really play that default they want. They haven't been able to get Logi into an advanced lurking position. And in that regard, Crash Landing on You have done very well to deny that.
Did you just say Crash Landing on You again?
No, that's you. I've never said that.
I literally heard it.
Yeah,
Not even lying.
Literally the only thing you say.
Okay, buddy. Alright, there you go. Oh no, what's going on? It's just a complete bloodbath in the middle here. Actually, call it a blood bowl. And there you go, Knight Rider able to follow it up with another one. What's going on? It's just God Particles mowing them down like it's... I don't even know what's going on. It's like nothing. God Particles are just looking so unstoppable. It's like they're a team unleashed right now.
Yeah. It also looks like they're a team who has an appointment somewhere because they seem to be playing quite fast. Maybe one of them has a date. Maybe White Horse has a date with his partner. And he needs to like, all right, guys, you know, so
Who's his partner?
His wife. What do you mean? Like, what?
He has a wife?
Yeah, White Horse is married.
Ah, I didn't know that. See, when are you getting married?
Oh, I'm not gonna tell you that because I feel like you're gonna crash my wedding and come crash landing on me.
Nice wall from the side of Knight Rider, and we've been talking about this, how useful the wall can be in the pistol rounds, but Shivy, a quick shutdown from his side as well, but unfortunately, Sage walks into the fragment, took a little bit of damage actually, but there you go. It's just trades happening back and forth now, left for the 3-on-3 situation. Deadshot's able to get 2 frags. Deadshot, man, you're not supposed to give this man a momentum in these rounds. If you do, Deadshot's gonna make a lot of bodies fall, and that's not what you want, being on the side of God Particles, because Deadshot thrives on a lot of momentum. Nice flash. Both four Scar got back on a little bit of defensive page, but there you go. Again, quick trades happening, and now we're left in a one-on-one situation. It's Whitehorse who comes out on top.
There's that troll wall too that they could have done in this scenario. Like, wall the Sage walls herself off with the spike. Like, come to me, friends. Come.
Oh man, another round of the board for God Particles. See a 9-4, man. Huge. Yeah. I mean, they'll probably get another round as well, follow it up with the momentum. So they will have 10 rounds, and they only need 3 more to seal the deal on the map of Split, and also seal the deal in the best of 3 series. That means CLOY will be moving down to the lower brackets.
Poison orb emitting.
So at this point, not only will CLOY be in a position to get them out, but what's more important is they need to, again, like they did in their map of Ascent, like they did in the first half as well, focus on trying to get the plant down, find some damage right there, because they're going to get stuck otherwise. And it's just exactly that. They tried to stack up this B side for God Particles. They're able to shut them down, move them away, and now CLOY trying to change up their strat, go towards mid.
My God.
Logi gets caught out. A brilliant flick there from Hurricane will open up the floodgates, allow them to go to A.
Oh, but talk about the floodgates, man. They instantly get shut down too, so it's not going to be mattering quite a lot. Whitehorse also trying to make a rotation happen. Gets spotted by the Rays right there. It's Hurricane, the man himself. And now they're just looking to flood through the vents, but are they going to be finding a clear flood? That's the question. Yes, they will. Both the players all the way going back in the defender's spawn. Don't exactly know what the game plan is over here. They gave a lot of foot cues away, and now they're instantly backing out on the A side. Chibi's probably going to be catching a quick kill, but no, it's Hurricane instead doing a quick drive-by with the Spectre. The spike's still in mid. StarCloud has a lot of control over this game, or overall, God P has a lot of control over this game. There you go. Knight Rider's going to be finding one. He's quickly going to be finding the second one as well, with a quick 3K, able to save this round for his team.
A quick round picked up for the side of God Particles, but again, what Crash Landing on You do succeed on in these eco rounds every single time is finding a decent chunk of damage. So 2 weapons denied will once again make sure that they can't really play on that bonus. You see Shivy has to buy himself a Spectre. Logi going for this, oh never mind, he's not going to go for the save. He's going to again buy himself the Spectre. So in this buy round, a huge advantage for Crash Landing on You, but the tables have turned Necro. Where they were the ones continuously trying to break down the economy, it's now going to be God Particles, and inherently because of that they should expect trades, they should expect 2-man pushes, trying to get weaponry upgrades through those trades. Like a 1-for-1 kill trade will mean that one of their teammates can pick up a weapon. So staying together, I'm not sure if that's the right decision. I would have rather seen them play defaults, maybe try to isolate some duels. Use the
oh my God! Deleted!
Hurricane, what a shot.
He just got deleted. I did not even see him over there. That was a quick fire right there. Just try to pre-fire that angle with the burst, and now it just deletes him out the game. So Scar God, that's quite a huge Scar to recover from, for sure. 4 players available on the side of God P, but CLOY having all 5 up, so that's all they needed. And as I mentioned, 1 more round on the board for God P. That means 11 round on the board. 2 more rounds to pretty much seal the deal on Split. So now CLOY cannot let any of the rounds slip away if they want the momentum in their hand, or if they want another lifeline in the upper brackets. Slow push coming through, but it's expected. Look at these 2 players. So they're just stopping them on the floodgates. A nice smoke, a quick wipers. Oh my God, no. The snake bites do a lot of damage. Hurricane's down quite low. Logista with a nice 2K will also retrieve a rifle in the hand. That's all he really needed. Logista now will be shut down on the site, so That's a free stroll right there. 13 seconds left on the clock. They will need to try and beat the timing on the clock over here. 10 seconds left now. Thunder Flash has the classic in the hand. He's not going to be able to do much. Yup, misses a lot of shots there. Will fall down.
Yeah, exactly. And a simple enough round for the side of God Particles, despite the great start. Yeah, with that amazing shot. The Spectres reigning true in those close to mid-range fights. And this is why I didn't really want to see Crash Landing on you stacking and pushing aside. They don't get to utilize the longer range weapon advantage they have as long as they're stacking up, because then one person is always going to have to push up, take those close to mid-range fights, and the other is going to have to play on trades. And while normally that's not a bad thing, the general fundamental idea absolutely not bad. But when the other team is playing on that bit of a weird buy with Spectres, you don't want to give them the opportunity to play for trades, because for them that's way more favorable than it is for you.
Yeah. 11 rounds on the board, back-to-back rounds as well. And God Particles, talk about momentum. This is like a prime example of that. Crash Landing and you indeed having a huge burden on his shoulder. Nice null command coming through as well, pretty much nulling each and every single player on the site. They're not going to be able to use their utilities to try and stop. So utilities not being used. Yeah, Hurricane with the Stinger is just able to get those drive-bys possible. Shivy as well is going to get some on his side, but oh no, Deadshot misses a lot of shot. It seems like Deadshots just stick to a Sheriff. You're really good at utilizing the Sheriff. Man falls down. Shivy is still alive though. The Resurrection might just come on board, but the problem is Hurricane still has a Spectre in hand, and how he's able to do so much damage! Oh! Hurricane with a Spectre! Still pretty much causing a lot of damage on the site, but he is shut down. Oh my god, I didn't know Spectre was that good. I mean, not Spectre, Stinger.
Match point.
Yeah, and at this point, it's not just the Stinger that is stinging God Particles, it is the entire might of Hurricane on this race pick, but it's simply not enough. It isn't, Necro, because now God Particles are on match and series point. Very comfortable on this map. They've got that weapons advantage. They're pushing forward for the win. And honestly, there's not much they're changing in terms of their defaults either. You can see now with the Viper split, the only thing they're changing up is playing the Viper, the Anchor. But their setup has been the same throughout, where they aggress one side, take proactive control of one area, playing double Anchor on the rest. Now you see, they've cut off a main, now gonna come over to mid, knowing that their Viper split is not getting pushed to give support to Starguard, and it's so well played because that simple wall, which hasn't been pushed by Crash Landing on you because they're stacking up every single round, is so much control to God Particles.
Yeah, 12 rounds on the board as well, man. Only 4 rounds there, so they're not really looking that great. Look at that heavy presence on mid. Nice satchel. Pretty much going to force Whitehorse back, but it doesn't matter. It's just God Particles, unstoppable momentum. Each and every single man, it seems like they're just unleashed at this point. Resurrection's out as well. That's quite a bold Resurrection. Scar God being gifted another kill. And God Particles pretty much moving on forward to the semifinals of the Wildcard CA. They're looking really good, but if you talk about CLOY, they have another lifeline available in the lower brackets.
Yeah, and lifeline indeed for Crash Landing on you, because they're certainly going to be hoping that they don't crash out of this qualifier, because as we discussed, this is the final chance to make it to the grand final playoffs. But God Particles certainly grabbing that chance by the reins as they push forward, find a simple enough victory, and get themselves moving upward into the upper bracket, where they now find another similar team to Crash Landing on you, Maruti Peak, waiting for them. And I don't think God Particles are going to be perturbed in this qualifier till they reach up to their familiar foe in global esports.
Oh man, indeed, global esports are the defending champions, so that's going to be another thing to watch out for. So I do want to see how things are going to be looking like. As you mentioned, moving on forward now, God Party probably going to be facing Maruti Peak, so that's quite a thingy. But we also have another matchup lined up for you guys. So scoreboard over here in front of you guys, and realize, oh, they tied up. Okay, they're top fragger from both sides tied up. 24 kills for Soul River, and then you have Scar God with 24 as well.
Oh, I just realized Hurricane is Soul River. I was like, yeah, I know Soul River plays Astra.
Yeah.
But I'm like, wait, why is he top frag? He was a Hurricane popping off, and seems to be an IG unchanged from his regard, but that's all right. I do remember Soul River from the last time around. He popped the heck off, man. The shots he was able to land just absolutely brilliant. I think the only thing they need to change is play a lot more spread out, I would say, on the attack and on the defense. More focused on trying to shut down the KO, because playing the KO yourself, you can afford to be reactive on the defensive half, but knowing that as soon as their knife comes through, they're going to try to push forward and attack you. That's where your knife needs to be ready to shut them down and break them when they're aggressing and trying to take value out of the 0 point.
Yeah, man, 14k damage from God Particles, pretty much a huge lead from their side compared to CLOY, but still, as we mentioned, even the CLOY, they lost pretty, I mean, on huge notes against God Particles. They still have another lifeline available, so might as well try and get some research in, because they still have decent amount of time left in their hands to try and get some research in and try and find out in the next matchup, which is another team that's going to be facing them moving on forward. The MVP at the best of 3 of this wildcard qualifier, of course, has to be ScarGod. In the first map of Ascent, he wasn't really able to do that great, but then later on, he was able to fill up the void in the map of Split.
Yeah, and ScarGod really with a stellar performance, stepping in
Yeah.
to the race role on both maps, with Ember having gone, of course, on Split. That is his standard pick, but it seems like he got to warm up on Ascent and pop the heck off on Split because of that. Of course, 36, 21, and 9. He's gonna just think about one simple thing. The job is not nearly over. This is the team vying for the very top. They want that grand final playoff spot, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. Another team over here in the wildcards here that I'm really eyeing out for has to be Missile and Friends. Now, that is one of those teams that's not really a professional organization, just like God Particles. You know, there's just a group of friends playing, and they had a pretty promising show up as well in their own regional finals. So I do want to see what they have in the wild card, because I honestly think that is one of those teams that has a lot of caliber that can try and push through forward and also pretty much dominate in the semifinals as well. But moving on forward, God Particles, the entire roster is in front of you guys, and you can see the kills as well. Knight Rider with 324 CA, huge.
Absolutely humongous. Knight Rider, he has been that consistent performer for the side of God Particles, but really a team affair, as you can see throughout. They even have their 6 now on board. Whitehouse stepping in to Ember's shoes. I believe tomorrow Scar will not be available, so he'll be stepping into ScarGod's shoes. So we'll see how that works out. But today is just going to be God Particles later today facing off against Maruti Peak. But our immediate attention now goes to our next match of the day, which is going to be Salt Esports versus Missile and Friends. That's sure to be an exciting affair, man.
Yeah, honestly, this one, as I mentioned, I mean, Salt Esports is one of those teams that has really promising players as well. So Missile and Friends, we saw them play really good and give a tough competition to Exili. So, I mean, I don't know what to expect, man. CA. I mean, both these teams are really good from their individual regions. So Salt as well coming in from Pakistan. And then you have Missile and Friends as well, showing really promising plays and promising players in general. They have a lot of star players available. Missile himself is able to carry so much burden himself. Like, single-handedly is able to put on some insane frag numbers. And that's all you need as a player. That's all you need as a team, especially not a professional organization. Let me put it out there again. There's just a group of 5 friends playing.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about that, we have to give them props for even having been able to push forward this much. They're clearly showing that they've got oodles of talent inside them. But at this point, I think what God Particles are getting an advantage on is the fact that they've been tested against teams like the defending champs and GE, teams like Velocity Gaming, Enigma Gaming. All of that experience really adding on to the table for God Particles enables them to get a simple victory. So I don't think Crash Landing on You should take this as a demoralizing factor. They still have the lower bracket. I'm sure they can push back from there.
Oh, they can. They indeed can push back from there without a doubt. So one of those chances will be given away for all these teams who pretty much are not really able to make it up. So there's not really much to worry about. But still, if you're going to be failing in the other chance as well, that means you're pretty much going to be kicked out of the wildcard, and not just wildcard, pretty much out the VCC as well. That's going to be it. That's going to be the end of your journey. We have said bye-byes to a lot of teams in the past, but again, wildcard is something that I was eyeing out for, because I knew wildcard has to be one of the most wildest things that everyone's eyeing out for, being the second chance, and they're already hurt quite a lot. And we know hurt means that's quite a lot of damage already being taken. So you're pretty much taking all the hate in itself and pretty much now trying to bounce back. That's quite a huge in itself. But moving on forward, now let's just find out from the players how they actually did. So we're going to be moving into a quick interview.
जो आई थिंक पिछली बार का एक जो सीरीज था उसके बाद हमारी कॉन्वर्सेशन हुई थी, व्हाट हैपेंड ड्यूरिंग दैट वीएलटी सिनेरियो?
हम अभी भी फिगर आउट कर रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ।
मैं एक चीज कारगॉट पूछूं तो आई होप आप माइंड ना करें कि ब्रीज क्यों आपने जाने दिया वहां पे वीटो में?
ब्रीज क्यों जाने दिया? हमने एक्चुअली कभी कभार ना दूसरा का वॉट देखना भारी पड़ जाता है खुद पे। वो हो गया हमारे साथ। तो हमने अपना गेम नहीं खेला, हमने थोड़ा सा दूसरों के हिसाब से खेल लिया, जिस वजह से हम 3-0 आ रहे हैं। सिंपल।
बट रही बात स्कारगॉट, अब हम देख रहे हैं एम्बर आज मौजूद नहीं थे। कल कुछ और चेंजेस भी आने वाले, सो हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू डील विद दैट? बिकॉज़ व्हाइट हॉर्स आई थिंक ही प्लेड वेरी वेल टुडे।
हमारी टीम में कोई चेंजेस नहीं है एज सच। एम्बर इज नॉट प्लेइंग बिकॉज ही इज नॉट अवेलेबल, एंड 11th को मेरे को भी कुछ काम है, बट होपफुली वी विन टुडेज 7:30 मैच एंड हमारा कोई मैच नहीं होगा कल। सो चेंजेस नहीं है। व्हाइट हाउस हमारे ऑलरेडी पहले से सब्स्टिट्यूट थे, एंड वी न्यू दैट इट्स नॉट गोना बी मच ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम इफ एम्बर इज नॉट प्लेइंग बिकॉज ही प्लेज द सेम रोल। सो वी वर feeling comfortable moving on.
I mean, पहले से काफी सारी प्रैक्टिस करी है अपने सब्स्टिट्यूट्स के साथ ही, तो उसकी कोई दिक्कत यहाँ पे नहीं होने वाली। बट अब चलिए, एक मैच आपने अपना जीत लिया आज के दिन का। अगला जो मारुति पीक्स के अगेंस्ट आपका मैचअप है, उसके बारे में क्या ख्याल है आपके? 11 तारीख का आपका कमिटमेंट करने के लिए आप फिर से कंफर्टेबल विन के लिए जाएंगे?
Yeah, obviously we're gonna try our best, and इस बार हमने किसी का कोई कुछ नहीं देखा है कौन सी टीम है, हमारे को फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा। we're just gonna play our game because ये mistake पहले कर चुके हैं and we don't want to repeat that, and I hopefully it should be a comfortable win for us again.
Exactly. आज आप अपने जैसे यूजुअल वो गॉड पार्टिकल्स का जो फॉर्म होता है उसी में नजर आ रहे हैं, और मैं उम्मीद करूंगा कि यही चीज आप आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड करें, अपना जो प्ले स्टाइल है उसी को लेकर आगे बढ़ते रहें। सो स्कारगॉट, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। कांग्रेचुलेशंस इस जीत के, एंड ऑल द बेस्ट आने वाले मैच के लिए। थोड़ी देर आपके पास है रेस्ट करने के लिए, सो डू गो अहेड, एंड आपकी मीटिंग स्टार्ट होगी आई गेस अभी थोड़ी देर में। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग।
Yes, thank you guys, bye bye.
Interesting. They're really confident against the win against Maruti Peak as well. So, CA, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I do understand Maruti Peak as well. They came in from their region and they weren't really able to show themselves that well. So, it is quite understandable why God Particles has so much confidence going against Maruti Peak.
Yeah, absolutely. And like they said as well, right? They're not concerned about which team they're facing. They're going to show their A game against every single opponent they get. May they be big teams or small teams or a group of friends. Everybody gets the standard God P treatment. And I think that's what makes them really lethal.
Exactly. And that's what we want to see. Just play pressure-free games, and that's what we're here for. We're here to see some champions truly being forged. Before that, we will have to push to a short break, and you guys will also have to wait. So we'll be right back.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot, keep it coming. I don't give a damn, I don't care.
Yes, so the people right now, Pegboard Nerds Monster have you locking at the sound. All of the gal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me pass into flame, watch out some mics. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around me, I go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you caught in the middle. When the flames catch higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me pass it to flame, watch out, I might sting ya. Stop turning, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they buy your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. We turn all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger. We turn all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming with Gillette as our grooming partner. Now, you know who I am, but I've got a special guest with me, joining me on today's cast. Welcome to the desk, Vivek. How are you feeling?
I am excited because the Wildcard Qualifiers, this is where all these teams are fighting tooth and nail with everything they've got, because this is the last shot to move on to the main playoffs. Like, after this, bye-bye, go home. No more.
Yeah. I couldn't say it better, and like you said, I think this is the last shot, so it amps up for teams that much more now. For us, we got to see one match already earlier on today with Go Particles taking the victory. Now between Missile and Friends and Salt Esports, we'll have to see if they can continue the Pakistan or Bangladesh representation in that regard, trying to get the victory in a similar manner.
Yeah. Shout out to all our neighboring SAARC countries. I know you guys have like passionate communities. I've seen some of the communities and other esport titles, and big hugs and best of luck to all of y'all. CA, I just wanted to talk about that game, and I wanted to talk about Hurricane. That man is insane. Although Scargod, White Horse looked really, really stellar, I have to give him props. But for now, we have the brackets here.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, the Go Particles did take away that 2-0 victory, but I 100% agree with you, Vivek. Hurricane, or as we used to know him back in the day as Soul River, I wonder why he changed his name. I kind of like that name, but either way, it's not the name that matters because his game was absolutely brilliant. I am excited to see if he can be the X factor for his reason to claw their way back from the lower bracket.
Yeah. it is possible. There's nothing better in esports than a good lower bracket run. That's what we all really, really like. Some of the greatest tournaments have included great, tremendous comebacks from the lower bracket. So that's what I want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. But talking about rewards, right now we've got the exclusive merchandise available from NODWIN Gaming. Every single stream we've got a giveaway lined up for you guys, so make sure you participate. All you've got to do is make a post, tag NODWIN Gaming. I believe there's a form you can fill up. All of the details will be in the description below, and at this point I'm sure many of you have already participated, so it's probably round 2 of trying to get that goodies on for you.
Oh yeah, that t-shirt looked really, really good. I hate Breeze in my pubs, but that t-shirt, I might like the t-shirt. I love the t-shirt. So yeah, I think you should take part. I think you need to hashtag VCC Gaming and something like that. If you're not sure, just check the YouTube description. It's there. NODWIN Gaming, they're the ones who are presenting this tournament along with Gillette, that have got our game face moments and are our grooming partners. Let's look at the bans and picks really quickly. I'm so happy that we're not seeing Fracture, that we're not seeing Split, and a first map Ascent.
Just basic maps picked up by both of these teams. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big Fracture fan, so I get pretty sad every single time Fracture is banned out. But I can understand, you know, these teams, it's quite hard to set up defaults in a brand new map when you're fighting for your life in a tournament. It's quite risky also. They don't necessarily want to step into a new stage, so which is why even in map in Series 1 we saw Ascent, Split, just our oldest maps, the standard maps coming through. Now Ascent, Bind, I'm at least glad one of the maps changed, so we get to see something different.
Oh yeah. Ascent, Bind, and then Haven. Haven's like a very 50-50 map. It can punish weak defenses and weak offenses. Bind is again close, a little more defender favor, very chaotic. Controllers have a big part to play on that map. And Ascent, I think it's everybody's favorite, most loved map in this game. It's a little puggish in the sense that there is an element of randomness to it. You could have somebody push along and catch you off guard. And lineups are really, really crucial on Ascent. You need to know the map inside out and abuse every angle, every inch of that map. Obviously, one thing that I've been noticing, and I wanted to ask you for your opinion, CA, is that what is the Indian meta like? Because I've been seeing one controller, one sentinel, one duelist, an initiator, and maybe another controller, or variations of that. What I wanted to ask you is, do you think there's a place for 2 initiators?
Well, that's the standard meta. Like all the top tier teams, Global Esports, Velocity, Enigma, they prefer this over Sky lineup. It's what we see internationally as well. It's actually what God Particles play as well, but today with the substitution, they've had to go back to the double duelist lineup. And for Missile and Friends, I think they are going to be picking up that exact same lineup. Now, what I want to see from Salt is if they continue on in the same regard, because for these Pakistani and Bangladeshi teams, while the meta remains the same, the style with which they adapt themselves to the meta is quite different. They are usually a lot more aggressive from the Pakistani side, a lot more proactive actually is the better word, as compared to Missile and Friends, where even when we talk to Missile, he likes to be a passive player, he likes to step back, react to what the opposition is doing and get his game going.
Can you just spell his name? Is it M-I-S-S-I-L-E?
It's M1SYL, but he's called Missile.
Missile. Okay. Okay, and Salt and Friends is from Pakistan, and Missile is from...
Missile and Friends are from Bangladesh, with Salt Esports from Pakistan themselves.
Okay, cool. So double initiators are what everybody's running. So, okay, I think it makes sense. Do we get to see a lot of Breach?
It depends, right? Again, on the aggressive team, Salt is a team that does like to pick up the Breach here and there, which is why the proactive nature of the Pakistani meta does come about. But from Missile and Friends, I'm not expecting that Breach whatsoever. They are, again, a team that is relying much more on those defaults. They like to play, as you mentioned, that slightly more puggish environment, because they are, at the end of the day, as their name suggests, just a group of friends that have come about for the VCC. But props to be given even in that matter. Just like their logo, brilliantly done to even have made it to the wildcard so far. And taking down Salt, I think that makes a hell of a statement, not just for Missile and Friends, but for the entire region of Bangladesh, because it's become that fight where India does seem to have more teams that have that high top tier potential, but the top teams from every region, they can contend with the Indian teams. Now with these second place teams coming into wildcard, they need to try and help their region move that one step forward, taking down the respective teams from other regions.
I agree. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, for the longest time, they've been playing each other in various esport titles. Everybody's going to give a different spin, like this country was the better team. Yeah, there's a lot of kinship between a lot of Indian and Pakistani players in Valorant and in other game titles. I know they're close, although the borders are there on the map, they're not there on the server. And Pakistan versus Bangladesh. I mean, if I was a betting man, I think you asked me for my predictions.
Yeah.
And I was leaning towards Salt a little bit. But yeah, like you said, Missile, they've got a very cute logo. I really like. If production can just like buff up the logo and throw it on our screens and pixelate it, and I'll buy it as an NFT if the production does that.
Oh boy, maybe Missile and Friends should do that, you know, get themselves that art piece, make it a one of a kind. It's all the hype right now, but I think what's especially important is, and I'm wondering why we haven't seen the agent select just yet.
Oh, there you go.
Right on time, we get, and as we expected, that Sova Sky lineup for the side of Missile and Friends. It should be Gunner locking in the breach here, and you can see that difference in styles, where both prefer the double initiators, but with the breach, you almost have an obligation to be that much more proactive, to take control of parts of the map, take control of extremes of the map, really, as compared to the Sova Sky, where you can be a lot more flexible with your playmaking.
I agree. I mean, if you've got Sova on defense, you can toss out a concuss towards long. Excuse me, not a Sova. If you've got a breach on defense, you can toss out a concuss towards A long, take early control of A long. You also get the Astra with her vacuum. So there's a lot of potential to take early map control. You obviously do not want to spend too much utility too early on in the round. But yeah, you can, if you got shot out lineups, you could look to get a little bit of control towards A-Long and really mess up the offense and keep them on their toes. Sova Sky is very irritating. Think of one flying owl and one stupid dog like just clearing every angle, and then eventually you're just forced to give up the side and play retake. We can look at the ping. Salt Demon. Uh-oh. Is he disconnected?
Oh no! He's okay. No, that ping is not ideal. I hope he gets back real quick. I assume he's just sorting out his internet issues. The same for Darky. I certainly hope that the technical issues don't become a factor in this game. Oh no.
You asked for the agent select screen, Sai, and it came on cue. You asked for technical issues, and there you go, technical issues on cue. And CA, this is also fondly referred to as the caster's curse.
Yeah.
Please uncurse the game so we can get on with some good old Valo.
Yeah, all right. Give me game. Wait, shit, it didn't work.
Okay.
Damn it. My powers are no longer applicable. Damn it.
Okay, so me and CA will be playing a one-on-one.
So I've been really wanting to see Squid Game. I saw it in, I think, it was VCT or VRL Europe, I'm not sure. Somewhere, I saw it on a tweet, basically. I saw it on Twitter.
I saw your Twitter. I saw that.
Yeah, I want to see Squid Game in technical breaks. Come on, teams, what are you doing? Talking about strats? Meh. Play Squid Game.
I'll sing the song for you if you want. Like the one that the
scared
robot
it might
sings.
Get copyrighted.
Yeah, don't worry, my Korean's not that accurate. but the one the robot sings before it shoots people down.
Yeah, but we need people to actually do the moving around, and I'm looking towards the lobby. Maybe production can take us there, show us what they're doing. They do seem to be stacked up and looking at each other. Okay.
I wanted to ask you another question. Is there any map where Cypher gets play? Like
Yeah,
Bind?
Haven, Breeze.
Bind?
No, Bind very less. I think Bind, it is usually the Viper meta right now. There is scope for a chamber coming in here and there to compensate for the lack of that jet when Raves gets picked up, and similarly on Split there is scope, but it's usually the Viper, KJ on Bind. Cypher, mostly Haven, Breeze. I don't think Fracture. Yes, Fracture is one of his best maps.
Oh yeah, he's so good on Fracture because you got to go between two entrances to his site, you need a really good guy that can lock down the flanks. So yeah, Cypher makes a lot of sense on Fracture.
Yeah, and at this point, I think we just want to see the game. So come back, Darky. Come back, Demon. He's not moving. It's not a great sign.
Yeah,
Maybe he's been haunted by his demons. Oh, he's moving. Let's go. Okay, so I have to anti-caster curse this. All right, so don't come back, game. Don't go away. Technical break. Maybe that will work.
No.
Ah, damn it. Demon, stop moving too. Why does this happen? And that's the song stuck in my head now. Like, why does this happen to me? Well, all the players are here. So what's going on?
Oh yeah, the cams are working, but I think Darky or Saltyman is having internet issues. You can see Demon, the light changing on his face, so he's alt tabbing and trying to figure out his ping and maybe just get it fixed. The other question I have is, Killjoy's usually played towards B on defense.
I mean, I expect teams to be able to switch around appropriately. We see a lot of defaults where she can be played for a garden control, nanoswarms just to shut that down, playing that turret next to the boxes on A site. There's a lot of situations where she plays a shot with her alarm bot covering mid so that she can stay in range for the alarm bot as well as stay in range for the turret on site, but has to play a shot because of the coinciding factor being that only area. But yeah, B is of course the most standard from Pug's setup where you have the turret in the B defender side spawn entry and you have the nanoswarms to deny that first lane entrance. But I feel like a Killjoy's strength lies in her ability to change up her setups as often as possible.
Oh yeah. The one thing is that, the one really good counter to Killjoy, and especially that way lazy setup towards Ascent where you just drop down the turret at defender spawn and you play off the turret's noise, is a Neon. Neon just drops the wall and runs past the turret. And like all of a sudden there's a lurk in defender spawn and you don't even know what went wrong. So yeah, I'm excited to see Neon in competitive games. The other thing that I really want to ask you is, we might not see it on our first two maps. If we do go to a map 3, we might see it on Haven, which is our third map. Is how many teams really play post-plant lineup based games? Because in the World Championship, Fnatic did a lot of that on Icebox with Viper and the Viper's pit. Is that a very common meta in Asia and more specifically the South Asian Sea?
It again goes map to map. I feel like post-plant utility always going to be a great tool on every map. Icebox, that has been the complaint for a while. It's quite one-dimensional in that regard, where you're all about either plant denial or post-plant diffusal denial. Ascent, however, does change up in that manner where, of course, you still have utility to play on the post-plant, but it's more along the lines of power area controls. Like, for example, if you're playing a post-plant, just in my opinion, a lot of teams do it. The best teams do it, so I feel like a bit validated in that regard. But you should not be playing defensive post-plants. You should be playing aggressive post-plants, play around the choke points, that is A heaven and the A door entry, and it enables you to have better fights. But Demon doesn't seem to be back, even though his camera is there, so maybe a PC issue? Because I do believe his camera is on his phone. I'm glad Darky's ping is at least fixed. Oh, Demon's back. Let's go.
Yeah. Guys, if you're a supporter of Salt and you're in that country, just go retake the Astra's ISP, give him a headshot and get out of there. No, I'm not promoting gun violence, but seriously, come on. Anyway, first round. On the line, and Gunners actually snuck in a Vines very early. They might not expect this. This ends up being extremely patient. And Jivix also with a very aggressive position. You mentioned that the teams from Pakistan do like to be aggressive, and it is showing CM.
Yeah, and binary control is one of their biggest plus points. They like to play on the contact swing setups, basically, where the breach takes the contact and allows the player from A-main to swing in. But talking about contact right now, quite early free control taken towards that mid-market area. They're gonna have to retake this A-main angle, but they're just being denied. Peror finding that first pick, and just like that, Missile and friends in a commanding position, they can easily go to the mid-ways.
Yeah, Gunner Wandry was once upon a time in advantageous position. Now he's stuck. Stranger close range with the ghost. Well, a bow and arrow is always better, but a bullet straight to his head. Kyojin will find the opening, and Gunner perishes as well to Peror. And there's the plant. And the Jivix has got to make this retake work, but he's got a Sheriff's here. I'm not a big fan.
Why? You don't like the Sheriff?
It's a great gun, but it's hard, right? At 45 HP, it's very hit or miss. And both him as well as Demon don't have too much HP. And there's an Aldrun that's going to tag up Jivix. It looks like nobody on the offense has the Sheriff. Oh, someone's spamming through the woodworks.
Usually the Jets. So
Last player standing.
that Missile as well has a Sheriff right here. But Jivix, hey, if you can hit like that, it would definitely make it work. He's got a nice one tap, but that's all it is. Missile and friends off to a great start on this map. I do believe it's a map of their choice. So it's certainly what we expect. And like we were talking about earlier too, right? As compared to our other two sets today, we expect this set to be much closer. And these teams, therefore, very well stacked against each other. But hey, a pistol round win goes a long way to establishing yourself and your mental in that map. Get that momentum going and get that blood flowing in your hands.
Yeah, and Global Esports are already, they're playing tomorrow, right? They're waiting in the next stage of the bracket.
Yep.
Okay. God Particles versus Global Esports. That was one heck of a series.
But hey, talking about right now, look at this eco round for Salt Esports. They've had a 5-stack towards mid, expecting to walk in. They haven't been noticed just yet, but Missile and friends have a vague idea of what is happening. Trying to push forward, they do get revealed, and well, that's where the weapons advantage really coming into play. They needed a backup, maybe needed to try and play for the trades, but Missile and friends reading very well into it, and we're getting to see glimpses of the style of both of these teams. Salt very aggressive, proactive, trying to take control, and Missile and friends happy to take a step back, wait for them to make a mistake and exploit that.
Absolutely. Salt, I mean, there's not much that they can accomplish in this round, but it is good to switch up your defense. You can't just be planted at the side waiting for your opponents to eventually run you over. So I like that they have this aggressiveness. For now, Red is just going to catch Demon looking silly. Salt Stranger will manage to pull it back with the classic, and a Soul Inspector finds him another kill. Finally, Gunner will shut down Missile, and it... Wait, what a... Oh, hold on, they can actually do this. Hermione, though. Oh, ho, ho. She's the one that has to clutch it out. And it was touch and go for Missile and friends. And they did suffer a fair amount of economic damage, CA.
100%, especially with the way the round is set up right here in this 5 versus 2. You'd assume that they can just simply close out the round. But as soon as you hand Stranger that Spectre, able to give him a lot more options. Hermione does close it out in the end, but as you rightfully said, 3 weapons taken away, and it does mean they can't really play on a reliable bonus. Now gonna have to just play with a couple of Sheriffs here and there, and the Bulldog and Spectre carried over from the last round, so gives a significant advantage on this full buy for Salt.
Yeah, and this full buy is going to be a very important round for them, because one, their aggression has to pay dividends. If they just end up dying and losing a player early, it's not really worth too much. Jivix losing a fair amount of health, and look at his shields here. He's down to just 14 points on the shield, and he's still insisting that he aggresses and takes control of A-main. If he gets a kill and manages to dash out, it's going to be a huge win for him. Jivix waiting patiently, but Missile and friends being even more patient right now. Mr. Red will end up dying, and Jivix, he's done his bit.
Absolutely, he's found that first pick. He just needs to back right up now, especially without the tailwind. He's in quite a dicey position, so they're going to go for that extra peek. And now, with guaranteed information that there's a couple of players in that B-main angle, he's going to back up. But once again, look towards that mid-market area. Sneaking in, they've managed to get mid-control for free. Though this time, Salt do have a vague idea. They're marking those angles, especially with the shots coming in. They're realizing a mid to be split on the cards, but into a 3-stack, it's probably the shot.
It is a disaster. I mean, does do well to get Jivix, but it's quickly traded out. 4 members alive on the defense. Kyojin trying to pull it out the best he can, but Gunnar there will hold on, and Gunnar shuts down Hermione. No chance for the defenders, and that first pick from Jivix really paying dividends.
Certainly, right? It's exactly what we expect, as you said, too. A simple fall line and a push can yield massive dividends for the team taking proactive control. But with, again, a similar story to that bonus for Missile and Friends, where they lost a couple of key weapons. This time it's actually Salt in that spot. In their full buy, they lose 3 weapons, and it's going to hurt their economy, because for Missile and Friends, that round was a pure bonus. So now they get to come on with full buys. They get to play with that slight advantage that they've gained through taking down that weaponry in the earlier round, and hopefully push forward, because while that breach can be very aggressive with the Jet, one thing that we're going to see Jivix settling into, if he's given the opportunity to, is get the operator online and make much more of those solo push anchor really for his team, allowing even Gunnar on that breach to free up, play with the Killjoy, become that pivot and the playmaker for the entire team rather than just the standard flash and dash combo.
Oh yeah, Gunnar's been stellar. Like, he's been everywhere on the map, and I think that's one of the better parts of the breach, that his fault line can really reach distances. I personally would have liked to see him contest A long this round and try and get the ultimate orb, so that he can have the rolling thunder, but instead they're just going to aggress down mid. Mr. Red showing peeking. The Killjoy turret, well, gives away its position, and that's enough control for now. They're going to fall back.
Here.
Abilities being exchanged. A quick smoke coming out from the Astra. A little presence from Missile and Friends towards A long as well.
Yeah, and again, quite interesting in terms of Missile and Friends setup. While I understand that they're a team that likes to play reactively, what is going to end up hurting them on the attack is the way they're playing right now. They're not necessarily taking information proactively and then making rotation on the basis of it. They're just following gut calls and instincts, and that adds a bit of an RNG factor, a bit of a luck factor into their push. Now you can see they're trying for the A stack, but there's 3 stack already ready with a Killjoy. This is kind of scary.
Oh yeah, but Missile gets the opening. He's going to pull it back. I personally feel that Mr. Friends have no business getting that round, but they've gotten onto the side. Gunnar will manage to find a kill. He equalizes for a moment, but Mr. Red quick with the trade. Sova as well as Astra getting into the assist. The spike will be planted. Shotgun being tossed out, not accomplishing too much for the sky. With a bird coming out of a hand, gets caught with a bullet in a head. Jivix gets the kill. 1 towards Generator. They can make this work. Missile doesn't know where to look. Missile needs to come in, and he's got Stranger. He's got Jivix. Missile with the entry. Missile with the afterplan. Missile and Friends with the round.
Yeah, Missile making sure that he's leading from the charge, and it's exactly what we expect from a player who's got his name at the team's forefront, right? But still very close in the round itself. I think a key mistake from Darky with regards to peeking out of that Cosmic Divide, as that Killjoy especially, you got to make sure that you deny the plant. You have the nanoswarms to do that. You don't need to peek out early, but I think getting caught off guard with respect to the audio denial that you witnessed from the Cosmic Divide, wasn't sure if they'd pushed into sight or if it was just a fake Cosmic Divide. So probably just peeked out to check, hey, am I getting pushed on? Like, what is going on? I have no info, guys. Help me out.
Oh yeah. I think there are few abilities which take away sound. I think the other one is Paranoia, if I'm not mistaken. Which is technically not a flash, but a near sight. Which sounds like something I might develop as I age, considering my glasses. But yeah. Yeah, the Cosmic Divide, and more importantly, more than the Cosmic Divide, it was Missile's entry. But I want to point out something that you mentioned earlier on in the round. Missile and Friends, they aren't really getting too much valuable information on the map. This time they're contesting mid, and they have managed to sneak in rather deep. Fortunately, though, the Recon might spot them out, but they're not getting control anywhere on the map. Now with the Seekers, though, they might find the B sites here. They found an entry. How much more can they find?
How much more is the question, because right now they've got that breach and jet combo. Jivix on the blade storm, the flash comes through with the peak, but he misses every single one of his daggers. And now Gunnar and Jivix are left stranded without much weaponry to play with. Red will take one down, and even though Gunnar drops
One
one
enemy
before he
remaining.
dies. That's all she wrote for this round. But now they've got the site, they've got the plant, and they'll finish it right up. And again, a weird situation from both of these teams with regards to where the breach over combo. I feel like if you're taking proactive control of one area, then you need to make sure they don't get free control of another area. I mean, of course, the other team is going to try to trade. For example, if you push A long, they're going to try to trade A short or mid and try to get something back for themselves. But you need to make them pay, really make them use their utility. But every single round, Missile and friends literally just shift walk in and take the areas for free.
Yeah. This, however, is an important round for Salt because they've got the Rolling Thunder on Breach. They can just play for retake. No one needs to die. They just need to be really smart about this round. And this should be the Breach, aka Gunner. He's getting 2 frags for himself this round. Just looking at the setup coming out from both teams, 3 towards A, 2 towards B. No one playing mid for the defense, which is interesting. But there is an alarm bot there, so they'll know. And Gunner, well, I'm not quite sure why he just dry peek like that, but Missile says thank you very much, takes the kill, and holds the angle.
Very aggressive push. He got dinged through the wall, and I thought he was a goner, but able to tailwind on out there in perfect time. Now, without that jet tailwind, I think they're bound to realize that she's most likely either playing Soul Anchor or she's got something like the Astra, especially since they spotted out that Killjoy utility towards that B side. So, gonna now try to aggress onto this B side. Missile and friends are so calm and composed in their playstyle. Salt almost
30 seconds left.
playing into their terms, like letting them dictate the pace of this match. I think that's what is helping them a lot. But Jivix holding on for dear life. He's already found one. They're not able to shut him down.
Oh yeah, Jivix came in huge with that kill, and he finds another. Jivix has done more than enough for side this round. There is a recon board that's causing problems. The Darky's going to push off it, gets 2 crucial kills, and Stranger with the Odin will shut down Hermione. Salt put another round on the board. Jivix, really the difference maker in that round. Now, there's one thing I want to point out about having 2 initiators and the choice of initiators that you have. If you got a Sky instead of a Breach, you got that heal.
Yeah.
And that made a small difference in the previous round because Jivix was probably hoping that he could get a heal maybe from someone on his team. But yeah, the Sky is on Missile and friends, and yeah, it's just food for thought. Pick a second initiator with care. Oh, look at this. Hunter's Fury as well as the Odin's here. But unfortunately, nobody is obliging. Nobody's coming towards B from the side of Missile and friends.
Yeah, again, trying to play their standard early round style where they walk, they don't really aggress, they wait for the aggressive peaks. But Salt, they're not handing it to them at all. The only player going for those peaks is Jivix, and he's happy to do it because of that tailwind. But since he's done it and they're not picking him, he's got free aim and control. I think can give his team information that, hey, I assume they've taken mid control. It's most likely a late aggression that's going to come in. And again, that bit of RNG factor, because if they lose duels, like here, if Kyojin gets caught out, the round is basically over given how much time they wasted.
Oof. I mean, if Jivix got caught out, it could be equally dicey. The problem, though, for the side of Missile and friends is that Breach is in the vicinity and he's just waiting with that Rolling Thunder. He's being super patient. The offense will drop their lockdown. I don't think anybody's going to get caught, and the lockdown... Is he trying to deal with the lockdown? Yep. Or
30
yeah,
seconds
he's
left.
destroyed it. Okay. Thought he was trying... He got a tag on a player as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, a big win-win for the Stova.
He's able to tag Mr. Red as well as the Killjoy. The Sky and KJ both taken down low, and it's gonna delay them from going for the A push. They instead walk into B, into the hands of the Nano Storms and the Odin, and they get absolutely obliterated. That's the side they're never gonna go back to.
Oh yeah. I just want to point out something. I mean, Salt, it was so aggressive the first 2 rounds, but this round, stellar discipline coming out from them. Jivix peaking. If it was me, if it was any gold, diamond, plat player, he would have tried to take a shot and maybe then dash, but Jivix just was super disciplined, gets the info, and just falls back. That's all he had to do in that round. And that discipline paying dividends for Salt Esports. Also, Stranger, he had the Hunter's Fury. He held on to it, countered the lockdown, which is what every Sova that looks at the scoreboard should be doing. And he's holding on to the Odin. He's building an economy. And like you said, nobody really wants to go to this B side because there's this obnoxious woman and there's this obnoxious man lurking in that area.
Amateur.
Oh, Gunner!
Right there.
Hermione. She's had more success in the world of magic, the world of gunplay. Not that forgiving, here.
Yeah, Gunner shutting them down again, playing on the contact of Demon now, setting him up with a fall line. Demon's just gonna get some space back right up because you notice Jivix, he's got aggressive aim in control. He's got the peak where he can let them know that nobody's coming here, and more importantly, give them audio cues of what is happening right behind him in that A-shot area. Gunner's found the 4K, and I'm sure the comms are going out. Guys, you leave them be. Don't you dare kill any one of them. But they can't help themselves. They are obviously going to make sure that happens. But hey, it's the round that matters, not the 5K. And Gunner, absolutely brilliant on that first shot and the follow-up to help Salt secure.
Oh, yeah. That is such a tricky angle. I mean, it can go either ways, and sometimes it's really, in a sense, that angle can even be won by the offense. So it's it really can go either ways at that teleport. But Gunner gets 4 kills, and he's still got the Rolling Thunder. So yeah, I'm honestly a bit concerned for the side of Missile and Friends. But if they win this round, see, it's going to be huge for them because the odds are really stacked against them, especially when they've lost that controller at the beginning of the round.
Out of the charges.
Yeah, it's a big yikes. You can see again, Jivix's aggression combined with Gunner's utility really paying off. And we have to talk about the fact again, with the difference in initiators, should enable Salt to be much more lethal on the attacking half as compared to the defending half. So Salt, they're definitely just looking to get a satisfying half here. Even a 6-6 would be decent for them, and then attack is where we expect them to just go all guns blazing. Right here, Darky as well going down. Sorry, the Killjoy for Missile and Friends as well going down. We'll make sure that now they just have to stack into Sai, and it's easier said than done. Because when you keep going into A, you face Jivix and Gunner's flash dash, and you go into B, and it's that obnoxious man, women, and gun ready, as you mentioned. So, bit of a yikes here. Let's see if Missile and Friends can still make it happen.
And there's a lockdown.
Oh,
just to remind you. This is so telegraphed, but he's going to dash with the owl. If he gets past Stranger, no, not a chance in hell. Bye-bye.
Oh,
what?
Stranger just waltzing in there like a big man with a big gun, but okay, Mr. Red. Oh, I understand he tried to get on out of there. That's why he had to flash himself so he could flash the turret too, but he didn't move.
I am grateful that the defense shot down that flash because he was going to flash himself.
I'm just concerned, like, why doesn't he move? Like, right here.
Look at that, he's blind.
Yeah, so
that's his flash, right?
Yeah, I think the idea there is that he's not scared about flashing himself since he needs to flash the people in front of him so that he can get on out of there. Because he knows exactly where he is. All he needs to do is press the S key and press A after he's gone back and he's out. But he just stands there while he's flash. He's like, oh no, I doped. I will die now.
Enemy tag.
Oh, yep, absolutely. And this round, what personally I'd like to see from the side of Missile and Friends is to just come. Okay, guys, if you're playing Astra in a game, you cannot die first, especially when you're playing on offense. Now it's so much more difficult for the side of Missile and Friends to really get into any side without smokes. So what I can see them do this round though is use the Seekers to probably get a side or maybe even just fake a rotation out from the side of Salt. That's what I'd really like to see them do. But there's an operator in place here and it's not going to be easy.
And I think what they're not going to realize is the Killjoy has switched up her defaults. She's going to play with this operator on this setup. Even though Jivix is pushed back because of the Seekers, the alarm bot's still there to make sure with the Nanoswarm they don't get the free entry. Darky shuts them down. The spike available for Jivix to guard now.
30 seconds left.
Finding a couple of key frags is able to open up the site, but still because of this spike carrier going down this early, he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah. Missile dead.
One enemy remaining.
Key source of
Last player
firepower.
Oh,
But... Dot. What the hell? What the hell?
10 points to
Hum.
Gryffindor.
Spike
Absolutely.
down A.
Hermione just wakes up from her slumber and pulls out probably one of the most important 1v3s of her life. If Missile and friends end up winning this map, a lot of it is going to be on that one round which they had no business winning. CA. They were down. It was a 1v3 if I'm not mistaken at the end, and somehow Hermione clutches it.
Right there.
The Sorting Hat has done his job. Oh, yeah. 36 points. Did he not buy shields?
I think, yeah, he was on light shields, if I'm not mistaken. So he took the shock dart to the face. Does about 89-90 damage when you do that. And with light shields, left now on just 36 HP. A nice lineup there from Hermione, continuing on his vein of form. But Jivix, all he needs is one glimpse, one peek. So they're going to make sure they don't give it to him. Instead, having sneaked up once again, they've taken mid control. It has to be that burst we talked about, especially with the Cosmic Divide available. Using the Trailblazer to get information on defender side spawn. As soon as they realize, hey, there's nobody here, they gotta just press the go button and www.
Oh yeah, we're going to see the Rolling Thunder and probably the lockdown, but for now it's the Odin. Stranger gets the first kill. Hermione shut down, but Peril will manage to pull it back. There's the Rolling Thunder. Who does he catch? One flash to follow. He peeks, but nobody obliges. Darky and Gunner don't find too much. Peril at the back of side will actually take down Gunner. There's the Cosmic Divide. Jivix, he's got the Blade Storm if he needs to use it. It's a 3v3, both just really low. But Missile and Friends is looping through defender spawn and they can swing to A, but will he shut them down? No, it won't. Jivix misses, but that's enough to scare off the rest of them. 20 seconds on the clock, CA. They need to get the plant. It's a 2v3 retake for the Jet, for the Killjoy, and for Salt.
Spike planted.
Retake quite difficult considering Jivix got his operator and only 30 HP. I think they've just got to back up instead, save for the last round, because I don't think they have the economy to pull off one more operator buy. To add Salt to Salt's wounds, the heal, as you mentioned from that Sky, really coming in now. Missile, who was low, taken back to full HP. So this retake nearly impossible. Save your weapons, my friends. Don't die to the spike explosion.
Yeah, you want to hold on to the operator if possible.
Blinded.
Darky. Tapping, actually. They're backing out. The Killjoy might die. Yep.
Understandable. I think they still have the economy to pull off rifles. Just the operator is that key weapon that could have really put them in a difficult position if they hadn't saved it. But talking about difficult positions, again, as soon as that Cosmic Divide comes down against the Sky of all agents, you've got to expect that she's going to try to pop flash on, take control piece by piece, but instead they fully expect a B-side execute, because to be honest, that's what would have been done in Pakistan. As soon as they use that Cosmic Divide to shut them down, Pakistan is a team that likes to pedal to the metal and really take control, you know, but that's not the style that we usually see in Bangladesh. They like to play slow, they like to play the mind games.
Spike down mid.
Talking about mind games, Kyojin went for one jump peek too many, and he's Jivix like, man, don't mess with me. Do not mess with me.
Yeah, I've got to say though that even at 50 ping, hitting that shot is not that easy.
Yeah.
And Jivix really excelling there. They want to close this 7-5. And I want to say that's not the biggest of margins, because if you lose the pistol very quickly, the game can just swing. And this is what I mean by Ascent being a puggish map. It's really one where the tides can turn quickly, and Missile is proving that anything is possible on this map in this game. As Missile finds his opening, it's now a 4v4. He's found another. Demon doesn't do an ounce of damage, but Stranger with the opening. Missile and Hermione very deep down under. Mr. Red and Pero will pull it back. It's one man, Jivix. He found the first kill of this round. How much more can he find? He's going to dash about Generator. He's going to survive though. The knives whiffed, like you said, CA, and yeah, they're going to clutch it out. I think they close at 6-6 if I'm not mistaken.
No, 7-5. So Mr. and Friends were with the lead. They should be able to secure. The thing I'm concerned about here is why Demon is playing on site. As soon as you realize that Jivix has got that first pick, you have the lockdown available. It's the last round. You can happily play for retake, but instead, that Astra getting caught out. It's a similar tale in both squads. The Demon and Kyojin want to be the heroes, but they've got to realize that, well, on the Astra, you can be the hero by clutching out the round, not finding the initial peak.
Oh yeah.
7-5.
You don't. I think it's the third time he's done this, right, Sam? Yeah. 7-5. It's the pistol that's so crucial for Missile and friends. They're all running ghosts, which I can't say I'm a big fan of on the defense, but hey, it's comfort more than anything. And Missile being very sneaky here. Oh, that recon gets him valuable information. 2 players towards mid. He's going to back off for the time being. And a little bit of pressure being applied from A shot as well. That was the Sky peeking. Mr. Red will fall back. He's got a flash. Jivix is down a half health. Oh, he's going to get pushed. A bird in hand, a bullet in head. Mr. Red is dead. And that's my best impression of Dr. Seuss.
A nice rhyme though. But hey, talking about a nice rhyme, not such a great time right now for Missile and friends, because on this 5v3 post plant, they've just got to win some insane aim deals. Now, Hermione has managed to make this happen before, but that recon will reveal his position, not literally, but with him taking it down. They know one player coming in from A heaven, the door broken. They know a couple players coming through from A short, and alarm bot making them vulnerable. Salt taking full advantage, just as you mentioned. That pistol will make sure now they get to make that lead a 0, effectively turn it into an equalized scoreline, because now they get onto the anti-eco, they get the Spectres to themselves. Maybe an Ares. I'd like to see an Ares for Stranger.
Yeah, I mean, there was a brief moment where the Ares really spiked in popularity.
Yeah, 1 week.
Yeah, 1 week. But it's kind of fallen off. You'll still see it every now and then. I don't know if on the offense it really brings so much value. You gotta also remember the kill bounty that each weapon gets you. They are trying to just force the issue towards B. Hermione tagged the Killjoy playing up close. Doesn't have too much HP, and dead. Gunner gets the kill. Gunner eats a shock dart. He's alive at 19 points of health, but he's made it onto site with the spike. Should be able to plant it. And there should be a relatively simple post plant for Gunner and the boys. And this score's probably going to equalize at 7-7, unless Missile and friends pull out some magic.
Ooh, Jivix trying to lurk in the smoke. They actually get some nice spam damage on him, and he's revealed his position, trying to do the same on that Sky reveal. But the key position is of Darky, holding on to B main.
One enemy
spray
remaining.
is perfect. He finds 2 players, and Stranger will cap it off. Only a single weapon lost. They get to play on that reliable bonus in the next round, and you can see Salt really starting to feel themselves on the attack. They get a lot more room to maneuver with their breach, a lot more ability to actually be aggressive the way they want to, rather than play on the terms that Missile and friends were setting on their defensive half. We'll have to see though, Missile and friends themselves. This is going to be their bye round, and I have to say, Missile is an insane operator. If Jivix was good, I think Missile is at least 1.5x better on the operator. So winning this bonus, or at least doing enough damage, goes a long way to denying Missile one of his biggest strengths. If you're able to keep that operator out of his hands long enough, it might just get you the map win.
Oh yeah. A, 2B, and an alarm bot at mid. That seems to be the setup coming out from Missile and friends. Mr. Red on the Skies had a bit of a difficult game. Really caught in awkward positions with his flashes. Just generally struggling. Missile cleared out, but he swings with a kill. Jivix there with the trade, but Mr. Red, he's the friend you want when you're playing aggressive like that towards A. The defense has the numbers, the offense still has roughly a minute to work with, and the spike. And it looks like they're moving towards A long.
Yeah, I think potentially trying to fake mid control. We can see the star setup for the smokes. They're gonna... Oh, they're not going to... Oh, they did. Yeah, they smoked off mid and pulled back the one towards A shot. So won't matter because there's no one playing there. Missile and friends are relying on the alarm bot. They are not concerned. They're ready instead for this aggressive B push coming in, especially with that turret being taken down. They're going to walk into the crosshairs of Mr. Red. A bit of a whip to start it off will put him in a bad position, but pulls out the classic in time. Finds a 3K, securing the round for Missile and friends. That was scary for a second.
That was awkward. The Sky is running around the Astra. It was like my mother running around me. Just look at this. Beta, padai karo, beta.
Spike down A.
Finally. Anyway, he recovered. And just looking at the scoreboard, Darky's got the lockdown that can be put to use. Mr. Red, one more ult point, and he's going to have the Seekers. Both teams will have some ultimates to play with. Miney being aggressive, not opting for the Odin. I think he didn't have money for the Odin as well as a full ability kit. Or a utility kit. See, do you think it should be called abilities or utilities? Because I've heard both.
Well, I come from League of Legends background, so ability is 100% all the way. But they do provide utility, so I think the things themselves should be called ability. But maybe from an esports perspective, we usually call it utility as an analyst. But talking about utility, Darky seems to have taken it upon himself. Like, guys, I will entry frag now. Killjoy or not, found himself a 3K, created that space for his team on the side, and now putting his team in a premier position to finish off this round. And again, I feel like as long as it's going 8-8, 9-9, 10-10, it's a big boost to Salt Esports, because back and forth rounds means that operator is also hard to get for Missile. He's not going to be able to save up enough money. So now I guess going for the full eco, we'll see if he's able to get it online in the next round.
8-8. I mean, the problem with score lines like these is that the defense, that economy takes a punch, right? And that's what really starts to add up for the defense. So you are tight, but you haven't got money, and you're really depending on the opponents to make mistakes or you guys to pull out some heroics. So yeah, it's a bit of a pinch to be the defender at 8-8 when the economy is like this. Jivix, his location has been revealed, but he moved on to the side and through the woodwork from hell. He bring down Missile, and he's just walking ahead for more. This is ill-advised, but he's going to make it work. He finds Kyojin. Mr. Red, though, will finally find the trade. A 3v4. And now Gunnar wants to push the smoke. Shockdown's coming up. Two men do not line up. Hermione dies. Red gets a kill. And Red Scout, or excuse me, the Marshal, has paid a lot of dividends.
One enemy remaining.
But how much more can it do? A 1v3. Hermione did it last time. Red won't do it this time. The attack has been a straightforward round.
Yeah, a very simple round picked off for Salt Esports as they now take the lead against Missile and Friends, and this lead is again key. A brilliant shot right there from Jivix. The spray control especially is something I'm in awe of. On a Phantom maybe it's not as astounding, but on a Vandal when you're able to land it perfectly and get a headshot nonetheless, hey, I'll give you props for that. But again, this is the weapon that we all wanted to see on Missile. He's got that operator online. Got to make his impact felt instantly, and he's gonna get a chance to do so because a 5-stack towards this B side is exactly where Missile is peeking as well. Misses the first shot, but Pero using that contact to brilliantly swing. Find another. Now Missile going in for round 2. Will not happen. He's just gonna stay back and play on a much more passive angle. But hey, they've already got that first pick, especially since it's Darky's Killjoy without that lockdown. Executing much more difficult, but they're trying to do it anyway with the Rolling Thunder. And Jivix seems to have taken it.
Last player standing.
1v4 situation. Bit of technical issues, but that's okay. Trying to push in. It's just flashes, smokes all the way around as Missile and Friends pick up a key round. And I do wonder if it could have been a situation where as soon as they dropped Darky, maybe could have gone for a rotate and tried to push forward for a mid to A split, mid to B split, rather than just W into B side using that Rolling Thunder. Because you can see, right now, Darky is the one really performing out of his mind and trying to force the issue without that Killjoy to cover your back or even provide the post-spawn utility, not as valuable. Very close match though, exactly what we expected. Could go either way, and it's that operator I feel like that will once again decide see it now. You see the defaults they're playing, it's all about trying to figure out where the operator could be. The turret towards B main tells them that hey, there's no operator here. Darky will most likely set himself up there, wait for someone to peek while his teammates slowly take control of the rest of the map. And the rest of the map is where Jivix seems to be pushing into. The team gonna join Darky in B main. He has his lockdown, can just go for the rush here, but with the counter lockdown instantly available for Perur, this round comes down to him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all about how Perur plays this round. Can just back up, play with the lockdown on the retake, or can use the lockdown to cut off entry to the site, and it's gonna be option one for Perur. Looking to save that lockdown for the retake, relying on his turret as well as his friends to do a ton of damage otherwise, and they certainly provide. Recon giving them information. Hermione will take one down, and just like that, in this 4v5, this Fury was key. He could have taken down the lockdown, but instead he uses it early, and now this makes it an easy peasy affair. You just need to pop down the lockdown and make it happen. The only player that could have stopped them, the flank and Jivix shut down as well. These guys need to fight before Mr. and Friends get a chance to pop the lockdown, but if they fight, they're going to be taken down. Salt Esports in an impossible spot, but a beautiful shot from Stranger shuts down Perur, and suddenly the lockdown not so available. The retake much more difficult. So Hermione takes it out to his own hands, finds that 1v3, and in the nick of time, will be able to secure the defuse. About a second or so left is what I believe was the case, but back-to-back rounds, one for the side of Missile and Friends on the retake nonetheless, is going to give them a huge boost of confidence and also make sure that they're able to hold on to the operator, make sure they build up their economy as they push forward for the win.
Yeah, Hermione really punching back. And Missile and Friends, a fairly even distribution of kills, although Mr. Red had his hard moments. He's sitting at the top in terms of frags. So good stuff coming out from Missile and Friends.
Good stuff indeed. But now again, Salt Esports, they seem to be fumbling, maybe turning into a bit of a panicky state as they try to push and make something happen. I do believe this is an eco, so a lot of pressure on Jivix to make sure that he gets value out of that Blade Storm.
Yeah, he's got the Blade Storm, and he's hoping to find at least one kill with it at range. You cannot expect a full Seal Dam-like explosion all the time, but something. At the very least, some sort of an opening.
Setting themselves up for a mid-to-way split right here, but Mr. and Friends, honestly, they don't need to contest this. They have all the utility in the world to play on the retake, but they're still going to try their best to do it. The trade is not good for them at all. A 1-for-1, Reg goes down in the Seekers with him too. Kyojin aggressively peeking, and they've given away the site and unnecessary peeks. Just when Missile and Friends were in control, it feels like they hand away that control to Salt Esports, and that's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, it is. It is gonna hurt. And this lockdown cause problems. So they got the Hunter's Fury as well. Perur goes to the peak, but he gets traded out. Darky spot on with the Phantom. Eventually he's gonna die. Missile does find a kill. He's got the Blade Storm. Will he commit it? He's got a couple of Cloud Bursts to work with as well. Drops one. Can he force a reaction? Gunner walking through the smoke. Not quick enough, unfortunately. Missile will go down 10-10. This map is so close, it doesn't matter whose map pick this was, really.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, I think the teams are going to be very well matched on all of their map choices, because you can see it's really the talent that is oozing out. Darky, once again, he's on a stellar run of form on the map of Ascent. pushing forward. That's the best possible move you can do. Rather than just go stack up on A main, where you're most likely going to get hunted down in that winery area. The better move is to push forward as a duo, play on the trades and try to shut down that lockdown, or at least whittle down the numbers of the defense, so retaking becomes that much harder for them. But still, because of back-to-back rounds win, you can see Missile and Friends, they had the economy boom.
Yeah, the economy was booming, but Missile just moved at the very last second. I'm not quite sure.
I think it's because the turret was there to spot out the operator. They made the right move by not using the operator to break the turret and use the rifle instead. But assuming that Darky is not going to come back because of that rifle setup, Missile looking for another peek. It's all about timing. Luck slightly favoring Salt right there.
You should
Oh,
run.
yeah. This time, look at this. They'll commit the lockdown at B, but the entirety of the offense is towards A. Props to the defense, though. They're not buying this. They're not buying this. 1 inch. Missile takes care of Darky, and Mr. Red goes on a fact-finding mission. Unfortunately, he'll only find Jivix in certain death. 10-10. 43 seconds off the clock. The offense swarming the A side. Jivix finding an entry. Both Jets have been phenomenal on the offense. And here's the Hunter's Fury. Should be a kill. Gunner dead. Hermione finds one more. That is sorcery. Hermione, that is not legal.
I think the call most likely given that Jivix very low, stuck in that under heaven position, but with that, a really nice second kill picked up. Stranger does manage to trade out for Missile, and now in this 2v2, they're going to hold on for dear life. It's Demon, the least performing member for Sword, actually chiming in. Now gets traded out, but he's done the damage, and all Stranger really needs to do is not peek, not give him the time, not give him the duel. Stranger trying to hold on for dear life. Playing Ringa Roses to a certain extent, and well, he's got his pocket full of the rounds now, hoses.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a very dark nursery rhyme for the server. And yeah, Hermione.
Beautifully done here.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Hermione, and Perrer even getting to pull off the dink with the classic. So both teams fighting tooth and nail. This is the wildcard qualifier, folks. It is do or die. This is the upper bracket, so you can still crawl your way. And okay, look at this. Jivix just moves on to the side. This is a lot of valuable real estate gained by Jivix, and he's being.
It's a little concerning. And they had all of the utility to play on the retake. Now with in and out any utility, they're doing that. But hey, Missile seems to be a man on a mission. Let's see if he can make it happen. Oh. Oh no. Avoiding still managed to trade him out, and Darky is nowhere close. He's got no utility set up, Vivek, and this is just gonna be a free round.
One enemy remaining.
What? My brain, what just happened?
Yeah, Gunner, Mr. Red, and Missile, like ships in the night sailing past each other. This is ridiculous. Look at this, Gunner just absolutely getting a bit too much, but then Salt with a questionable post plant. And CA, it's I have no idea how this map's gonna end.
Yeah.
And I'm so lucky that I'm getting to witness this in the very first map. Bind is gonna be another crazy map, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. What's a little concerning right now for Salt is that Missile and Friends most definitely, even though the scoreline is equalized, the economy is on the side of Missile and Friends, and it's gonna make sure they have an advantage going into this round as they look to get match point. Though the way this map seems to be going, there's a very high chance we might get our first overtime of the day. Very aggressive mid control, the Rolling Thunder setup, they're looking to push into this B side.
Oh yeah.
Finished.
And Darky just finds a opening, peeking dry. Perrer will manage to pull it back.
One
Stranger
enemy remaining.
will equalize the numbers, but it's now just one man, Mr. Red. And he's got a gun. He's got the birds to work with.
Ended.
Finds one, 1v2, very doable. The Seeker's now online. The Sova's given away his position. He needs to get past the Sova. The offense, the trades need to be spot on. That's all that matters. We just have to trade off each other. Will they be able to pull that off? Gunner, she's done a lot in the past. Patience is a virtue, especially when the score's at 11-11. Nobody obliging Mr. Red, and bit by bit he'll creep out. Gets into hard. Spot Stranger, the trade not that is concerning CA, but Gunner holds his cool and brings down Mr. Red. It boiled down to a 1v1 aim duel. And Gunner confident enough to take these. 12-11.
Finished.
Very well done in that regard. Came damn close, but the round is again what matters at the end of the day. And it's Gunner securing the round in the bag for Salt Esports. But damn, those jellyfish almost stung. And hey, a fun fact for everyone watching. I know everyone calls them cabbages because they kind of look like cabbages, Sky Sneakers. But I believe they're actually jellyfish, Australian jellyfish.
Okay. Fun fact. Don't go swimming. Learn my lesson.
You are divided.
Eat your vegetables, don't go swimming. Uh-oh, look at this push. Look at this push and look at this Astra. In the multiverse, in the cosmic realm. Looking at stars and whatnot. Gets picked off looking a bit silly. Stranger will find missile. It's a 4v3, the offense. Uh-oh. CA, we're looking at overtime. We are looking...
so, but he's managed to sneak out of sight, so Gunner can get the plant down. Jivik should be in a great position to push through on the post plant. They're not going to expect him here whatsoever, especially with the Cosmic Divide being set up. All of their focus on site. Gunner just needs to do his best to stay alive, but he's not able to. Jivik has to reveal his position. Trade him
No!
All of the daggers missed. Jivik's not finding his form with the Blade Storm in this map at any round.
Look at Mr. Red giggling with his red t-shirt and his red headphone and his red monitor.
Overtime.
And our red UI. Absolutely.
Oops. Out of my way.
Well, OT is a dicey affair, and it's one that tests your nerves. I think if you lose your first round in OT, it's worth it to call for a timeout and just rethink your approach maybe to the game.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, like, it's quite surprising throughout this map we haven't seen a single tactical timeout from either of these teams. Like, considering how close this map has gone, timeouts, that 1 extra minute goes a long way. We're talking about going a long way. Jivik's right now getting hella aggressive. He lands himself right into the shot. Thankfully for him, barely survives now on 20 HP. The pressure is now on his opposition to make sure he doesn't do damage, because that Jet is notorious at being able to claw her way out of these bad situations. Because now look at this. While Nissan and friends are aggressive towards A main and they took control there, on the other side, Salt, we have their Sova moving in aggressively. He's taken B main, and if they try to go for a rotate, they're going to find himself at the hands of a hunter.
Yeah, look at that. He's found a lot of ground. I really hope our observer can switch over to Stranger just to show you where this man is loitering about. He has got himself in a great position to cut off rotations. It's just that the Odin, I think he's running an Odin, not the best at A-shot, but missile! This man just finds opening after opening. Demon, though, will find the trade. Demon in a bit of a pickle, finds another. That's a lot coming out from him. Gunner swings from the Raptors, will find Hermione. It's now a 2v2, but Gunner dead. It's Stranger with the Odin. He's got a recon. Kyojin planting. Shot darts available. Will cause problems. Is it enough? Oh, Stranger! Through the metal, and Jivik's a smile of relief on his face as Stranger with patience will manage to pull it off.
I mean, patience from the individual certainly, but it's just funny to see that Odin. Like, the fear it strikes in the hearts of opponents. Because normally I feel like Kyojin would have just gone for a white peak here, but he's so scared he's gonna get spammed down. He's just like, okay, no, I'm going to play safe. And that ends up being his downfall, because the Odin, the best at penetrating through those obstacles, picks up the win for Salt Esports. And look at this, Missile, I know you love yourself an operator, but in OT rounds, if you buy an operator, all you get is the operator and maybe one cloudburst. So one piece of utility. You can choose between the cloudburst or the updraft. I assume he's chosen the cloudburst.
On this map, yeah.
Susceptible.
Yeah, I think on this map, the cloudburst is more value. And yep, we get strides here. So what are the offense trying to do? They came mid and now they are trying to work up A shot. I think they've got an owl drone scouting out A shot. 3 members of the defense towards A. I really like this. Not too much presence towards mid. Hermione! Oh my god, once again, Hermione. She was the real carry all along, not Harry. Harry finds another, but you gotta remember that beam is a bit open, and look at the jet. Our dear observer, I request you to just look towards Jivix because he's got a very forward position.
Jivix again playing a very similar angle to the final round before we came into overtime. Demon's job once again to create time and space for Jivix. So I actually really like that Dissipate because it buys the idea that Jivix might have actually gotten out of there the way, like it's almost a cover smoke for him, but he didn't move an inch. Instead, Demon is playing the bait as Jivix can try to either play off the swing off Demon or go on the flank, and each of them find one each. They're turning around a 2v3 and Mr. Red in an impossible position. Now he does have a guiding light, can try to isolate the fights using that, and does exactly that. But Jivix, the discipline we've been talking about, really reigning through, stays alive, allows Demon to go for the trade, and out of the clutches of defeat, where for a second Missile and friends were running away with the map right before OT, Salt show exactly why they're one of the strongest teams from Pakistan. They pull it back, and again, not even on the map of their choice.
Absolutely. Great stuff coming out from Salt. They had tactical issues, technical issues. My bad, ping issues. But clearly they held their nerve. They clutched it out. One overtime to start off the day with both these teams. And I just can't see where it goes from here. Say it's just the beginning. And we've got Bind coming up next. Bind is another map where you can see a lot of back and forth, and can be another map where we can see a lot of close contests, maybe another overtime. Who knows? The longest overtime I've casted was in Bind, actually. So,
ooh, how many rounds was it?
2 overtimes. Nearly went to a third.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if it's fortune or misfortune of casting like 36 and 40 round overtimes. There's one which went to 42, like 20-22. But hey, such is when you want a close affair, life almost gives you too much. But right here, talking about close affair, the Sova is really reigning through on the map of Ascent. Stranger and Hermione both with some brilliant performances. Stranger, of course, finding some key clutches towards the end of that overtime to make sure his team takes it in the bag. And Hermione, he's going to feel bad that 1v3, that momentum they got in that first half did not translate into a victory.
Oh yeah. Harry was the boy who lived, but Hermione in this game is the girl who killed, and she killed it. She really had her rounds, stellar 1v3s, whatnot. Solid headshot percentage from both teams. Higher, if I'm not mistaken, than the first series that you casted today. So yeah, I think the first series I was looking at the stats, it was at like 17-18%. Lot of individual frag wins. Missile just finding opening after opening. Jivix doing the same. Kudos to Missile, and here we go, our MVP comparison. Hermione, I mean, I don't know what to make of this graphics here. Maybe you can break it down.
I think Hermione, again, he's just a player of some raw talent. Even in the Bangladesh qualifiers, we saw him smacking operator players with just the Marshall himself. So clearly has that aim. But right now, I think what Missile and friends are really lacking is in terms of that, just that extra bit of a lack of hesitation, the aggressiveness, the proactivity. I feel like they give too much space and time to their opponents. And really, especially when it was 10-8, maybe could have gotten a bit of the pedal on the metal, try to use that psychological factor where they have the lead, and Salt seemed to be panicking for a second to really shut them down, but they allowed Salt to calm down, they allowed Salt to bring back the composure, and in that regard, I'd really like to applaud Jivix, because continuously he found himself in these situations where he had to pull off some sort of insane round with his position, and he was able to do it consistently.
Oh yeah, Jivix played out of his mind this game, and I I want to say that a lot of rounds on the offense, it was really Miss Hill that made the rounds even possible. Like just finding entry after entry. So both Jets, solid play coming out from them. I didn't see too many meaningful blade storms, but hey, they're still bind, they're still Haven. I'm not a fan of Jet on bind. I'd rather see her on Haven. But yeah, who knows? I don't know. I feel like Reyna and Raze are just much better on bind.
Yeah, I do 100% agree, but we usually do end up saying just because of comfort they go to that Jet. So we'll see what happens. But for now, we're going to push forward to a short break, and we'll see you on the other end of this for map 2.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mutts, I have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murderers. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around me, I go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship. As you saw, this is South Asia's trial by fire, and on fire is what we have the teams with us are looking like right now. Both Salt Esports as well as Missile and Friends giving us a cracker of map 1 on Ascent. Now going into map 2 Bind, I think the only thing I can ask you that you might know, Vivek, is are you expecting that same thriller of a map here?
Absolutely. Bind's going to be close. Maybe the defense gets off to a better start and team compositions do make a difference to a certain degree. Yeah, it's really, if there is a lead to be made and a substantial lead, it's going to be for the defenders and whoever starts out on defense. We got the agent selections screen up, and what are we looking at? Oh, did I hear a small squeak of excitement because you saw Chamber?
Yes!
Oh yeah.
So very much like you, I am of 100% the opinion that Raze, if you're playing single duelist, it's Raze all the way. Double duelist, yeah, Raze, Reyna. But that's why I really like the Chamber on this map, because I feel like it perfectly compensates for the lack of a dedicated operator player in that Jet. So I'm excited to see how this works out for them.
Oh yeah, Raze is great on this map. I mean, you've got the boombot which can have impact on defense from a shot towards hookah. You've got the boombot that on offense can clear out hookah and even help clear out Shahs. Other than that, the Sova is a great asset to have on this map. Throw a recon towards B-Long, and then you can just send your owl drone through the teleport and clear out Shahs. So I think these agents are staples of this map. I'm glad we're not seeing Jet. And Missile, man, this guy, look at that beard. Clearly our grooming partner Gillette approves of that beard. His beard well kept, his room well kept. Can the defense be dismantled though by him? Because he's done a lot of work on Ascent. Maybe he can do it on Bind as well.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see. Because right here, I think what's especially key is seeing how Perrer is able to perform, because you notice the biggest difference in the compositions being that Chamber versus the Viper. Now, personally, I do think the Viper is slightly outdated on this map in the sense that without the one-way is possible on A shot, doesn't necessarily give as much value, and also adds an extreme layer of difficulty to the team on attack of all sides, because you don't have a dedicated flank wash, you don't have traps, you don't have alarm bots to pull it off. So your Viper player needs to be on point. He needs to make sure that he's either actively lurking and creating space for his team, and therefore telling them there can't be a flank from this angle, or covering any possible angle as his team tries to go for the proactive moves. But on the other hand, similarly, the Viper gives a lot of pros, Vivek, where with that wall, you can deny so much information. So we'll have to see how Perrer is able to make his impact felt on that Chamber as well.
Yeah, there are lineups on this map from B-Long for post plans, and I'm not sure, but there is one agent on, and it's not Omen. There is one agent. I think Viper. You might be wrong here, but I think you can still pull off that one way on the new box at A shot. Yeah, I think you can.
You just blocks off the view entirely.
The whole
you
thing.
Don't get to see
okay.
feet.
The box is too low.
Unfortunately, but there are still other one-way options. You can go for showers one way. You can go for hookah one way. Not on shot anymore. But yeah, it's still a great smoke. You know, it's bigger than any other smoke.
Can Astra do the one way?
No, nobody can do the one way anymore.
No. There's someone that can. Not Jet, not Omen.
No, I promise you, nobody can do the one way, because I had the fortune of being in early access, and Astra could do the one way in early access, but that was a bug that it was actually the first ever bug I reported, and it got fixed. So nobody can do the one way on eShot anymore.
Okay. There's a game, you mentioned you played League. There's a game that I grew up in, another MOBA, where we didn't call them bugs, we called them features.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on though, is that? I think he might have failed his Viper wall right there, if I'm not mistaken, because, yup. It's only on A shot. I don't think that's intended, and if it is, that's quite a weird wall, because committing both the poison cloud as well as the Viper wall on one angle tells me that either they are just have a strong read that Missile and Friends will only come through A shot, or it's a bit of a fail.
Oh yeah, that's That's a weird wall.
Yeah. Or am I just tripping and that's the no, that's... Oh wait, that might be the barrier. I might be tripping.
So chat is saying Viper can do the one way. So I've seen one ways in my pubs.
Maybe I am mistaken, but it's so one way in my head is something that denies your opponent vision while giving you vision of their existence.
Yeah, you can see the legs. You can see the legs.
Only on like the barest edge. So it's like a 1% one way. Then it's like a one way should be where. So suppose the old A shot where you put up the Viper's cloud on the double stack of boxes. If they peek at any angle on A shot, you
so
can see
just
their
the
legs.
feet aren't enough for you. You want full angle.
No. Feet are more than enough because that's what a one-way used to be. But now when the Viper's cloud is set up, only when they peek from the attacker's left inside can you see there's a 1% angle where you can see their feet for a second, but the rest of the entire A shot angle you can't see anything. Like for example, in the old one way, if I was slowly walking up, sticking to the side where the boxes are and slowly walking up, eventually you'd be able to see my feet. Here you can't. I can walk straight into the smoke and you won't be able to see me.
Yeah. You want to see the ankles, you dirty boy.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's all, the reason I'm so confident in saying it's not the case also is because the patch notes that came with the change specifically stated that we felt that one ways were becoming too strong on A shot, so we decided to change these boxes.
Okay. Well, there's only one way to find out.
Yep. Right, I think a bit of a technical break right here. All of Missile and friends are here, so once again from Salt Esports players having some trouble with their client. See Darky, a couple of ping issues. The game is started, so I hope he's able to resolve it real quick as well because he was one of the top performers for Salt in the previous map. Now, talking about Salt itself, you can see they like to get aggressive. They checked, made their presence felt towards B long and pushed in. And here we talked about how Demon might just have a read that they're going through A shot. The read seems to be on point. You can see here, A shot is the name of the game for Missile and friends, and they've got U-Haul control. Now looking for the plant.
Yeah, they'll get the plant. It is a full 5v5 retake. Unfortunately, make that a 4v5 as the offense, they lose Kyojin. Darky in this little pocket spots out the chamber, but Missile with the classic doing so much work for Missile and all his friends. The plant didn't actually come through, and Missile dead. The spike carrier killed, and Jivix, it's one race after another, and it's one Sky all by herself. Mr. Red with his health bar, the red part of the region. A classic, 37 seconds, and a dream.
30 seconds left.
Just 13 HP. It's gonna be a bit of an impossible affair. Jivix with the jump peak spots him out. Does think Jivix gets him quite low, but you can see patiently Salt are waiting for just a glimpse of that Sky. Mr. Red taking down Salt, pick up the pistol win, and oh, Darky seems to be experiencing those technical issues with his camera as well. Became Minecraft Darky for a second.
Oh yeah.
One enemy remaining.
He had that issue earlier on when the technical timeout was happening. I saw that his camera was pixelating and becoming a discount NFT. But it's fixed now, hopefully. I mean, his ping seems playable. Playable at the best. Guys, I just want to remind you, this is Pakistan versus Bangladesh. You're watching the one and only wildcard qualifier for SA. And look at the aggression coming out from Ghana. Picks off Mr. Red, and they're just going to bounce back. This is a very EU thing to do. Have 3B long. Something you see a lot more in the pistols. The chamber loitering about. His blood in the showers. His demon will bring him down. A very comfortable 5v3 for the defense. And Missile, look at this. Look at this. Cat walks into U-Lamp. But a U-Haul, excuse me. Or lamps, whatever you want to call it. But I don't think we'll be able to do too much. Demon will shut him down. A clean round for the defenders.
Yeah, and at this point, talking about clean round for the defenders, what's really important, get to proceed on that bonus. For the side of Missile Defense, they really did struggle on the attacking half on this map. I think a large issue with the Viper missing as well, where it becomes easier once you have the Viper wall to cut off an entire angle. You're able to just freely walk into U-Haul, or if you set up the wall for a more deeper angle, you can go for the showers approach. But without that Viper, it's not as easy. Now, talking about that 3-man squad that you mentioned in the last round, pushing through B-Long, the first 2 rounds, they set up the conditioning for that. Play with the Viper anchor on A side, and now the proactive approach gonna come through on A short, while the Viper plays anchor on this B side. So immediately loving the mind games that Salt Esports are playing, keeping their opponents guessing. We're talking about guessing right here. Look at the edge. Darky catching them off guard. I kind of wish he hadn't broken them.
This is not meant to be a bonus, but Darky is running a ghost. Look at the pressure. All of them just converging upon Perrer. And Salty Esports, this is not fun, right? When you're playing offense, but all you're doing is just reacting to the defense. You're getting pushed from here, you're getting pushed from there. And oftentimes this is a result of a questionable default. The default is fundamentally not strong enough. In the pistols or the anti-ecos, if you lose rounds like this, it's okay. But when you have a bye,
30 seconds left.
You're just getting pushed from everywhere, and there's not much you can do. It says that, one, fundamentally you're not setting up the trades correctly, and this is when the chamber really has to show up, right? You shouldn't be getting pushed like this, CM.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's where the chamber really needs to show his value, but in this semi-bonus of sorts, because yeah, as you said, Darky went for the full save. I think another player actually went for the full buy. So I think the idea actually was Jivix was the player with the full buy, to play Jivix as the hero Phantom or hero Vandal, that approach where then if he's taken down, they can get his trade and immediately pick back that Phantom up. But either ways, it doesn't even matter, because on the full buy of Missile and Friends, they fumble and they are taken down. Now onto an eco, a 3-0 lead. We're slowly starting to understand why Salt loves this map personally, and it's not like a one-time thing. This used to be the strongest map even back in VCC 1. This has continued to be the strongest map in VCC 2 right here, and it doesn't feel like Missile and Friends have something special prepared. As you can see, Stranger, no stranger to those 1v1s. Hermione might have taken the lead in Ascent, but Stranger says, well, when it comes to bind, I'm gonna put you in one. Bind.
Oh yeah. And again, early on, the offense just losing the Sova, losing a member. Missile will pull it back with the Sheriff. They needed that. And Kyojin does manage to give a quick dink to Jivix before being brought down. Recon in a second for Stranger.
Revealing area.
No one revealed. Most of the offense making their way towards Hookah. Stranger as well as Jivix, they've got to anchor down the side. Stranger will find Missile, the Danger Man dead. Remaining. They're looking for more. Stranger with the Sheriff, Jivix with the Phantom. They'll just hold down this B side. I mean, this is so strange. There's no Sentinel. There's no controller playing towards B. There's a Sova and a Raze, and it seems to be more than enough for Salt to just hold down this B side.
One enemy remaining.
And Salt are starting to run away with it with respect to momentum, at least on this map. Missile and Friends, if they are to start pulling back some rounds, start creating a stable foundation for them to then go onto the defense and push for a comeback. It has to be now. It has to be this buy round, because I feel like a 5-0, a 6-0 lead effectively, if you lose this round, will just be all she wrote. And considering that Salt was able to pick up map 1, Missile and Friends will have to try to find their trade in the lower bracket. Now, I really like that drone. It creates the impression that the Sova is playing solo, but the recon there on time will... Actually, I don't think it revealed Jivix's position, so still not baited out. They're trying to buy space for him, but Mr. Red entries onto site anyway, shuts them down from their back.
Spike planted.
Oh yeah, all three of them focusing on long. One player blindsides them completely, and like you said, if Missile and Friends need to make a comeback, it is now.
Last player
and,
standing.
they've got the plant, they've got the after plant as well. Just Demon out by himself. And they seem to know where he is. They don't need to push the smoke. He's still running a Spectre. This is called their 6th bonus. I mean, like, I don't know why this man... Wait, did he? I think he died and he bought his Spectre, maybe. But a couple of exits would be nice. A Ninja would be even better, but he's not going to get either.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, the now or never question, definitely showing up. And I think with that, it's going to now become a matter of how far they're able to push it. A round picked up, that's definitely on the right note. You can see, we're having not lost too many weapons as well. They get to build up their eco. And ooh, Missile picking up a judge for himself. You can clearly see that he can afford a rifle. So this tells me they're going for a very aggressive rush. They want to just get him double satcheling in, taking U-Haul control. And it's quite exciting because you can see the way Salt are playing is very simple. Like, hey, you want to take U-Haul, you can keep it. All we're going to do is deny it. But the gravity well denies him his simple satchel, and Missile's judge make sure that he gets executed in quite a funny fashion.
But they did finally kill to the Chaz, and just gonna let them get the plant as well. The Hunter Tree committed the Spike Carrier kill, so they didn't get the plant, and now it's awkward. Really, really awkward. Hermione doing his or her bit, has managed to find the kill. And the push from Showers is going to be held back for now. A quick tag on one player. And yeah, Kyojin just strolls onto the side, but Gunner will gun him down. Two members of the offense, one of them tagged. Perrer did find the opening kill of this round. The op whiffs, but the Vandal doesn't. Hermione dead, and it's just Perrer. They know exactly where Perrer is.
Still has a bunch of his utility, all 8 bullets on the head Hunter, but it's gonna be his head that is hunted. Gunner wrapping up that round with a 3k, and this chamber, the impact, I'm really not feeling it because Missile and friends, like you can see, they stack up too much, I feel like, especially when you start understanding that Salt are playing the simple setup where they're as a 3-man unit continuously looking to get information and get proactive control of one power point on the map. On Bind, there's 4 power points. You have B-Long, you have Hookah, you have A-Shot, and then Showers. Their other setup over at A-Side is very simple. We're going to play double anchor, but we're going to only hold on to one side. We're not going to try to fight you on both fronts. We'll keep Showers, you can take you all, and that will make our a piece of cake. No. But okay, Jivix, that's why hopping on the raise is quite difficult. You can't just dash if you miss.
Yeah. I think 2 times out of 3 he would have hit that shot, but
yeah,
he missed that time, and unfortunately he's going to die and lose the operator. It's quite a costly blow for the economy, and Perrer is going to get the plant out. 5v3, Missile and friends shouldn't lose this round.
You have a lot of utility though, Salt Esports. The Seeker's going to start off the push. Demon finds one. As long as they can get into sight, they can easily just set up the Viper Split. But with Demon being taken down, it's going to now come down to the Cosmic Divide to buy them some time. I don't think they should commit that. They should instead be looking at the top of their scorecards and realize the Hunter's Fury is the simple plan for Hermione in this round. But he's like, nah, I don't want to waste my operator. I'm just going to pick them up like flies with Jivix's operator himself, putting Gunner in an impossible spot. I think best case scenario now for Gunner is to deny them this weaponry and maybe take back Jivix's operator. And he's going to be able to do that. The round lost for the operator.
Yeah. Actually, not too bad, all things considered. Yeah. So, Gunner really contributing in terms of firepower. And that round was more a mistake from Salt than anything stellar coming out from Missile and friends. And that is what Missile and friends want to be playing off. They want Salt to overextend, take these peaks, these aggressive peaks that they punish, because if you remember the previous round, Demon did end up dying to the chamber. So these are the kind of mistakes that they want to punish. Missile hopping about like a bunny, like Mario, will die. And Darky is going to take care of Perrer as well. 2 members dead early on. This is not good if you are a supporter of Missile and friends.
Toxins going up.
And now with the Viper splits here, like, you're almost forced to look at Shaz or go to B. You can see the Sova, he's sitting in Shaz. The Spike has made its way towards B, but Stranger asking questions and pushing back the side of Missile and friends.
talking about pushing. As you said, Stranger, he's got a lot of information, most likely relaying it to his Viper, telling them, bro, they're most likely going to push you, and still Demon holds that aggressive angle, cannot afford to do that, but on the other side, this is why Salt are so strong on this map. They get so much control of the entire area. Shower's control resulted in the trade being picked up, and now with the TP, yes, Missile and Friends can try to set up the plan. Stranger is ready. He's no stranger to such rotations, but yikes, he's sure to have heard 2 teleports. I'm not sure why he pulls out the bow and arrow. That's not something you're going to kill that player with.
Actually, one of his players had pushed the teleport, so he assumed that he was easy and he'd have a moment. Kyojin takes out the enemy Astra. 30, 12, 11, 10
seconds
time
left.
not on his side,
enemy
getting
remaining.
pushed, gets the kill. 6 seconds, he's barely going to get the plant, but the showstopper there, and in style, Jivix will pull the round together. Salt, hold on to the operator, hold on to the round. It did cost them the showstopper, it did cost them the Viper's pit, but I mean, it is a round at the end of the day.
Yeah, if you're able to get the rounds, that costs you those ultimates very much worth. But right there, Jivix's showstopper just denying any hope. Like, even if Kyojin sticks the plant there, he's screwed. Even if he doesn't get hit by that showstopper, he's screwed because the timer was running out.
You want to play? Let's play.
So just no good options there for Kyojin. But talking about options right now, the Tor they force the chamber operator coming online. It's operator versus operator, but Gunner doesn't even give either a chance. He's like, nah, both of you sit down. Let me show you how it's done.
Oh yeah. Gunnar getting 2 crucial kills and then overextending a tad bit, ends up dying. If he lived, it'd be even better. Kyojin, the pain shells? Nope. He's made enough distance. Somehow Jivix is expecting Kyojin to be on that side.
Out of charges.
A jiggle, a wiggle. Nothing accomplished. Jivix, with discipline, will fall back. 50 seconds on the clock. They can take the teleport if they want to. Oh, this is such a value recon. This is such a value recon. Could have been 2 kills, but Stranger finds red. And now they're going to be forced to fall back. Who's waiting at them for A, though? There is a Viper there, if I'm not mistaken.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, they still want to force the issue at B. They want to challenge the operator. But the challenge will not result in anything meaningful, as Missile and Friends, they look a bit deflated on bind.
Yeah, exactly, and it really does feel like the exact opposite for Salt, where they seem so much more motivated. I feel like they understand the map a lot more, and rather their composition, the way they want to play it around the map, they seem to be so comfortable that Jivix has picked up an operator on a race. Like, don't get me wrong, I know he's a great operator player, but that's something that needs to be punished ASAP, because that's the biggest reason we give so much value to the Jet, her ability to find the first peak and get right away. But Jivix is feeling so comfortable, he's not getting pressured, he's just happy to take the first peaks and then just mosey on out of there. We're talking about peaks. This is an angle that Jivix just might not expect. The jump peek coming in, and Mr. catches him off guard. Brilliantly done to throw that operator's crosshair off.
I've got your trail.
Oh yeah. Nicely done. Good good synergy between both of them to find that opening. And Kyojin is going to get the plant. The Hunter's Fury, a kill, and a tag if I'm not mistaken. The spike doesn't get planted though, that is the problem. I mean, the opening is cute, but they need to get the plant. Demon
Scanning ahead.
at Heaven, and
Spike
Stranger
planted.
that's managed to find the kill. Tags another. 2v2. Demon doesn't have too much
enemy remaining.
HP. Mid, but oh,
Player standing.
Stranger finds the kill, unfortunately ends up dying. Salt nearly pulling together that round. And Missile and Friends. Look at Missile though. That calm, composed face. Stranger doing so much work save with the Hunter's Fury.
Right here, you see he's
Player standing.
he's trying to correct his crosshair, but goes for the spray instead of the burst. I feel like if he just held on to one bullet and then burst again, he would have got the Sova as well, but I feel like that's asking for too much for a stranger in that position. You got a rocket flying in your face, time running against you, and of course Demon lost the duel as well. So the biggest kudos goes over to Missile, finding that 4K, and as you said, with that game face moment, so calm, so composed, as he looks to push his team back. They're now going for an aggressive rush. They have the Cosmic Divide to cut off multiple angles, and Missile continuing on the same vein of form. But Stranger, same position, same recon, they've got to be expecting that.
Oh yeah. And Kyojin gets a very important kill. If it wasn't Kyojin getting that kill, the plan would have not come through. Stranger doing so much work. A criminal in the smoke getting 2 crucial kills. The real question is, can Salt piece together a retake? I think they dropped a little bit of cover towards long. 2 players there. Flash available. Red gives away his position. Demon once again damaging the spike. Trying to force a reaction. Better will bring down Docky in red swings. Perfectly done. Salt Esports lose a couple of rounds. Again, you don't want to close at 7-5, right here.
Yeah, exactly. Just especially given the way they started, a 4-0 lead, 7-2 on the board right before these couple of rounds. After that massive of an advantage, to be able to closing it out at 7-5, it's going to hurt your morale. You're going to end up thinking, hey, what went wrong? But it feels inevitable at this point, because look at the economical situation of Salt Esports. The only player able to afford the full buy is Gun, with the rest of them on a couple of Spectres. A Bucky even pushed in there, so a big edge to Missile and friends. But hey, Gunner's pulled off some massive rounds before. Let's see if he can make this Hero Vandal truly become the hero for Salt in this round.
Nowhere to run!
Well, the offensively commit the Hunter's Fury, and that's a bit of a nuisance for Ghana and the other members of Salt Esports. Yeah, Missile and friends, they find an opening and they're going to fall back. Demon still there towards A shot.
You are divided, Hunt.
Okay, and now with the Cosmic Divide, it's clearly very telegraphed that they're going towards A. The defense not in position, as he had 3 members towards B. The spike this time will be very comfortably planted. 4v5 retake still possible. Again, they don't want to close at 7-5, but Missile and friends, they'll switch things up. They'll push, they'll find a kill. Now with 3v5, asking very awkward questions of Salt. They haven't got too much utility CA. They are looking for a kill. The Sova holding on, but Hermione finally dies. Docky does manage to find one, and Demon finds 2 crucial kills towards Labs. It's now a 2v1 for the defense, but time is ticking. Time is of the essence. They should know that there's 1 player towards Charles. They should have guessed by now and then trying to push him. Darky should have gotten that kill. I don't think they have time. Demon doesn't have time. He needs to win the duel. He'll win the duel, but regardless, time is not on his side. The half will close at 7-5.
I feel like Demon needed to have stuck the defuse there, or Darky shouldn't be pushing for the peak. He needs to back up Demon while he goes for the defuse. Allow Kyojin rather to come on a white peak rather than vice versa. But instead, they play into the hands of Kyojin. He wants isolated duels and they hand it to him on a platter. Buys enough time, even though he ends up dying to Demon. The time is what clutches out the round, as that 7-5 achieved despite the heroics of Demon with that Spectre in your hall. Hey, again, the pistol here, extremely crucial. Just how good it can be for Missile and friends. If they win it, it can be that much poorer if they're not able to actually secure the victory, because it gives a massive boost to the attackers, especially where playing on the bonus is much easier as an attacker as compared to a defender. When you can aggress with the Spectre, when you can continuously look to take out value. But hold on, it's quite weird again. Like, I see 0 headhunter bullets. Normally the biggest value of a chamber is that you can get a sheriff for basically half the cost, get like 4 bullets on the headhunter, but instead he's opted for a ghost. Weird.
I agree with you. That was so good.
Recovering it.
was so good. There's nothing that he could do. But the offense is starting to come through from Shahs, and Kyojin being tagged up at lamps. 2 players towards lamps. I like this. Missile, flash. Will run around the box. And unfortunately die very shortly afterwards. Darky finding 2 crucial kills. Pera and Kyojin still there towards lamps. And Kyojin is sharp with the ghost. Just one man. And a one-man stranger, not enough. Missile and friends win the pistol. And CA, again, Bind is seeming to be a map that's going to be a very close affair, a lot like Ascent, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also starting to turn into a bit of a brawl where it started out as a tactical affair. We saw Salt playing around the power points, playing around their utility a lot more. Now you can see Astro's just like, yeah, screw this, I'm going to go kill people. And that brawl factor, I think, is what is going to add on to the spiciness of the way this match has ended up being. We get to see a lot more highlight moments, we get to see a lot more insane plays, but Missile is going for the save here, which is a little weird for me, because normally I'd expect the entry fragger of all people to have a Spectre, and if they do want to save, maybe the Sova can hand his Spectre over to that raise. It's something we see a lot with GE, where Kappa actually saves, gives that Spectre over to Rossi, and then takes it back in the next round when Rossi wants the full buy. But talking about buys right now, I don't think they're expecting the Chamber to have made it onto this A side so quick. He's using that rendezvous very well.
Oh, Messi just finding so much value. And Pero gonna swing out from that. But Stranger and Gunner, they're finding kills. The Stranger's finding a weapon and another kill. Fortunately, the spike is dropped, but it's been quickly retrieved. Hermione with the owl drone looking for information, and like you said, they take the TP, they swing towards B. Now, are you gonna hesitate, or are you just gonna YOLO it onto the side and take the plant? Well, they YOLO enough.
Oh! Last player standing.
And hold on, a Thrifty on the cards here. Stranger's found a 3k, and now all Stranger really needs to do is hold this elbow angle, goes for the jump peek and spots him out. All of the attention taken away from Jivix in this weird satchel. What? Okay, no. That's...
You cursed them again, see. You said Thrifty. It wasn't a Thrifty. It wasn't just yet a Thrifty.
I mean, in a 2v1, they need to play together, not give 1v1. Again, like the last round of the first half was same. They give Kyojin a chance to pull it back in 2 1v1s rather than just play on the trade for the other, especially considering the fact that Stranger was the one with the Spectre here. You see, Jivix just getting caught out too early. He doesn't need to kill the Sova to win the round. All he needs to do is die at the time when Stranger is next to him and they win the round. But hey, I think at the end of it, they'll be telling themselves, guys, it's okay. We'll forget about the fact that we could have won that round and instead look at it as great damage done. Because now you can see on their buy, they're just facing off against basically an eco in what was supposed to be a bonus.
Oh, yeah. The sound is very crucial. It really determines who's going to take the momentum on this map, on this half. And if Salt can find it, they can find the series. Let's see what their offense is made up of. They've got a gun. They've got a buy. Uh-oh. Okay, he's got a buddy by his side. Unfortunately, that buddy just eats a bullet straight to the head. Gunner dead. Missile pushing for more with Kyojin. They find Darky. They find 2 crucial kills. The defense really needed that. The offense is swung in from shots, so they found but Missile with the Phantom stolen from the hands of the offense will steal their hopes and dreams in this round. The spike drop, Kyojin by its side. Reliable as always. He'll shut down Jivix. An 8th round on the scoreboard. And Salt looking a little shaky.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, what's especially key from the side of Salt is, as you said, right, that shakiness that they have, that a little bit of chaos that seems to be reigning strong in this map. They need to cut it down. I think what works for them the best is when they're being extremely aggressive and dictating the pace of the play. And so far, they haven't shown that. They've tried to play their composition to the meta style, which is slow and passive, playing for information denial as well as information control. but it's not working out now. Missile does get taken down quite low. He's gonna have to back up, and a perfect opportunity for them to go for. But Gunner goes for a free peek himself. Javix with a good trade, though, pulls up the showstopper and finds Perrer as well. He's gonna get rewarded with a sight for his team and a gun for himself.
Spike planted.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Javix. They're finding that kill in Lamps and finding that opening with the frenzy. All of a sudden, the
Clean.
They've found a plant, then in and after plant. And this time, Javix ends up dying. Red finds the opening. Unfortunately, Stranger as well as Steven don't have too much HP, but Stranger still manages to find a kill. This man has done so much. Darky steps in with the Vandal, takes down Hermione. Hermione has caused all sorts of problems in the past. It's Mr. Red in a 1v2.
Thrifty.
How much can Australia do? Not that much.
Yeah, exactly. And at that point, I think for both of these teams, like you were talking about, it's turning into a bit of a brawl where the aim factor is the king. Like, it's like hit your aim, win the game. And of course, I understand that the pressure playing a big part, but I want to see which team is able to really, you know, rein in on the pressure. Be like, hey, you know what? Feeling the pressure is fine. Letting it influence my actions, not so much. And try to bring it back down into the style, especially for Missile and Friends, where they seem to be much more composed in the part where they pull back. They were 7-2 down, they push back to 7-5. That's the composure that seemed to help them. Hey, this round once again crucial Vivek, because they've effectively got a double operator set up. Missile on the actual operator and Perrer on the totem pole, but there's too many flashes, too many pulls, and Gunner takes full advantage of them. Both of the operators shut down in consecutive time.
That was just unfortunate. Both
Spike planted.
Both the sniper rifles out of the equation. 3 members alive on the defense. It's going to be a hard retake. Red will find one. 2v4.
One
Hermione.
Okay, that was weird. I think he was trying to get the recover the weapon that they had lost over at A-Heaven, but just gave away his life, and the same is gonna happen for Kyojin. He's like, where did you come from, stranger? What the heck?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? He's
Might
trying to
just
save
be
the
going
op,
to
right?
the next round with a win here.
I think Kyojin was trying to save the op,
enemy remaining.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. Surprised out of his mind by Stranger, and
Yeah, why
again,
why is there a plant in A but a member of the offense sitting in elbow? Like, what the heck? Like, why? Even I'm asking the question, why is he here? Why? Like, how has he ended up there?
I guess just very confident in his teammates' abilities to close out the round. Went on the early hunt. He is the hunter, to be fair.
He is. Early control towards B long. Kyojin has a pistol, so you play close, you might get lucky.
Here.
Peek of the flash, you could get very lucky. Kyojin's going to do just that. Gunner dead. 5v4. Kyojin manages to get a weapon. It could be sweet for the defense. Pick up a weapon, toss it over to someone else. Ah, Hermione with the shotgun. You don't clear hookah. This is what happens.
And just kind of silly mistakes. For example, that guiding light, especially with that deep smoke, you've got to expect it coming through. But they just sit like ducks in V-Long. They get picked off, walk into Hermione's Bucky, handing over a weapon to him. And now in a 3v5, they're going to purely rely on this
30
teleport.
seconds
But
left.
unfortunately for them, you can see Missiles got that teleport covered. What they're going to have to rely on now is the fact that on that A side, the 3 players there, they still don't have the upgraded weapons. They don't have the rifles. And I thought they would have teleported, but instead they're going into Hermione. Oh, they've actually managed to shut him down, so no more weapon advantage.
Now all this one day on site. Kyojin with the sneaky cheeky angle finds the kill. And Red will take care of Stranger. It's one man, one satchel. A Hound running straight at him. And a
Gun
Frenchman at his back. Will shoot him down with a hand cannon as Jivix dies. And yeah, costly mistake coming out from the side of Salt.
Yeah. Just not ideal whatsoever. Salt in that position where as soon as you realize, and you have to realize if you look at the scorecard at the start of the round that they're on the eco, and as soon as you realize that, you need to just try to force the issue, deny the weapons really. For example, when you think Hermione has picked up a weapon from Hookah, there shouldn't be a push solo in the first place to even give him the opportunity to get the weapon, play on the trades and protect the bodies. But this is what I mean when I say it's turned into a bit of a brawl. The instincts, the tactical instincts of these teams seem to have been thrown out of the window. They are just at each other's necks, hunting each other, looking for blood, and the moment they see it, they turn into sharks. Uncontrollable, unstoppable, in good and bad ways.
Oh yeah. They're thankful of shocks. And reality hurts. Sometimes it shouldn't be televised. Divix pushing through, but this time the defense solid. They will not entertain any of the nonsense. Hermione is also there. Very much there.
Not that.
As they're just going to shut down what seemed to be a very forced execute towards B. I mean, I agree with you, Sia, that it has become a bit of a brawl. And I have a friend, and my friend often says, please don't ego peak. It seems to be a lot of ego pushing and a lot of ego peaking over here.
Yeah, exactly, right. I wonder if they could have done this push in the last round where their opponents didn't have the weapons to shut them down in those longer range fights and played the slow way they played on the last round. On this round where finding those 1v1 views might have actually been worth it, but as you said, it's not really the tactical instinct that's making the decisions for them. Definitely that ego factor coming into play, or maybe even a panicky factor. But on that regard, Kyojin able to dodge out this recon. They're not going to expect him here. But the Trailblazer does delay them. They're going to think now, hey, they know we should not push Hookah.
Stranger did get spotted. Waiting. Kyojin just winning so many crucial duels. The defense just getting... I mean, if you're playing defense and you get a kill like this, it's huge. Cosmic Divide being tossed out, the Viper is still there as well, but Red is just standing and he's going to take them by surprise. Doesn't manage to find Jivix. Jivix, Danger Man dead. Darky will fall, Gunner finds one, but one is all he'll find as Hermione shuts them down, 11-9. One round away from map point, and I want to look at the economy. I want to look at what kind of credits Salt are working with.
I don't think they have any. They went for the forced buy. Jivix was stuck on a pistol. This is effectively free match point for Missile and friends here, and you can see Salt realizing that. I think Damon especially acknowledging that maybe the comms were not clear because he set up the Viper's pit. You need to support the Viper in that situation, help her get the plant rather than push through and take side control, because if you're able to play around the Viper's pit, maybe you can nullify that man advantage that the other team had. Again, the comms a bit too chaotic. I wonder if this timeout can help them sort through that.
So I just want to say one thing. If the series ties at 1-1 and we're looking at Haven, you do not want to be the team starting out on offense. It can be really, really difficult.
On Haven, though, I feel like attack is the strongest side, especially for teams like Salt, who are going to run the breach.
I still think, like, if you're playing attack, and although there is a lot of potential to fake teams and force rotations and punish teams, if you are not finding meaningful rounds, you can really, like, just not be able to recover from that momentum.
Deploying drone.
If you're not finding a way to crack open the defense, if the defense is very well coordinated, it can be very frustrating, which is what's happening right now on Bind to Salt. They did take a tactical timeout. Let's see what they do with it. Jivix with the showstopper doesn't find a kill for Stranger. Demon and Demon with the Sheriff, an absolute beast of a human being, a Viper jumping out of nowhere, finding kills and setting up the round in its entirety. Gunner with the plant. Two of them don't have too much
Spike
HP, but they've got a Sky on their team this time, so they've got the heal if they need it.
Last player
Gonna push
standing.
through the smoke. Hermione dead. One man, Mr. Red. He's got those flashes.
Yeah, but not much hope in this situation because you can see they're all covering multiple angles. They do find out. Red with a really nice shot. If he can find another, has the Seekers available to push through, and I have to assume the comms have been given that from the side of Salt, Stranger and Demon quite low. He's found Demon, but not enough time. Salt just backing up, knowing they can't afford to throw this round away. They're trying to play on that time factor, and they will be able to secure that. Red though managed to destroy their economy before it happens, but as you can see on the board, it was an eco round in the first place, so Salt, they'll be happy with what they got. They're able to pull off a thrifty, bring back that momentum, that tactical timeout Vivek really paying fruition, as this time you can see it wasn't just like, okay, we press W and we hope we kill. No, they relied on that Jivix showstopper to create space. Even though it doesn't actually get a kill, it opens up the floor for Demon to go for the peaks and find some nasty shots to create that side presence.
Absolutely. Demon single-handedly giving hopes and dreams to Salt and ensuring...
He's the one who called the timeout too.
Okay, now they know. They know. They're not going to fall for this. Salt, get a little bit of information, force them back. 4? Wait, did I see? Am I see? No, there are 3 members of the defense on A. And there's this over-rotating.
That works.
The defense, they've got the Cosmic Divide if they want it. They've got an operator marking lamps, a player towards heavens, and Pera in that corner, which often goes unchecked.
This is where I feel like they're a little too greedy, trying to hold on too many angles at once, but you know what? If you win every one of your duels, it doesn't matter. Still, the Jivix pulling back against all odds will eventually get shut down. Leave it to Stranger to create some danger, but it will not happen. Map point here for the side of Missile and Friends as they look to secure Bind in the bag and take us to Haven, but given the way map 1 went, I feel like we still can't be sure.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I think Haven's going to be a very tricky affair. And you still got to remember that Jivix and the rest of Salt can still win this round, still take us to overtime.
Yeah. Definitely, that's what I mean. I feel like we still can't be sure we're even going to Haven because at this point anything can happen. Maybe they take us to OT number 2. Now we're trying to set up for the contact flash and peak, but you can see it's Missiles operator that they're going to line themselves up into once again. The jump peak on the map. Gunner does manage to push Missile back. But they do get Showers control in return now. Really, what Salt need to do is play on the trades here. They need weapon upgrades. Their economy is hurting.
Look at this. Judge versus Judge. This is going to be a fight that Salt don't want to take. I like it. They're not going to get information at Hookah, so they're not going to force the issue at Hookah. Sky is not going to see anything. I believe she sent out...
I think she saw Jivix.
Okay. But the defense hasn't, like, realized that they're hitting B because the rotation hasn't come in. Jivix, in the head. Hermione shows he's dead, and there's the recon. Kyojin, he's played this angle before. Will they check it this time? No, they don't. Demon falls in. Nope. We're going to Haven. They're going to game 3 most likely. Hermione and Pera will shut them down. And look at the smiles, the sighs of relief. Missile and Friends. They're happy. They're enjoying themselves. It's a story of friendship that's taken them this far. And they're going to go even more ahead in this wildcard qualifier. Great stuff coming out from them, CM.
Yeah, absolutely, but we have to take a second to wonder from Salt what went wrong, because they were at the scoreline of 7-2. They had a massive lead, and it just felt like round by round they were almost, like letting the ego get in the way. Maybe a tactical timeout sooner could have helped them, but either way, it's props to be given to Missile and Friends for staying strong against all odds and pushing back, making sure that they have a chance still in the upper bracket itself. As we now go into map 3, Haven, that's not a map choice for either of these teams because they have exchanged their own. But for now, let's take a look at the scoreboard for Bind. I believe it was Kyojin. Oh no, it's actually Missile who takes the top spot. Stranger once again, back-to-back maps. Assault. He's definitely on a run of form.
Oh yeah, Stranger with the Hunter's Fury with the Odin on Ascent, and this time around just really solid players with the rifle, not opting for the Odin. Kyojin really sneaky with that one box. I mean, if you play Bind, do remember that one box often goes unchecked, but you shouldn't be able to pull it off twice. Say you were mentioning they were leading 7-2. What went wrong? I think their aggression on defense, those tendencies, they got figured out. So I think the side of Missile and Friends, they made the necessary adjustments to deal with the aggression coming out from the defense. It worked for the first couple of rounds. And there's something about this game which really punishes even a momentary lapse of reason, even a little bit of throwing. So yeah, you gotta bring your A game. You gotta take these 3-5 minutes that you have between now and the deciding map, find your focus, play with discipline, because Haven, it's a map that can punish over rotation. It's a map that can punish bad opping, but it's also a map that can reward great jets. So I'm looking for the jet action, because both Missile as well as Jevix look really solid on the jet and Ascent, and I think we should get to see some of that on Haven as well. You said Breach. Are you assuming Breach plus Sova or Sky plus Sova?
I think double initiator is what we're going to see both of the teams play. It's just a matter of which initiator. And yeah, I am assuming Salt to pick up that Breach once again, with Missile and Friends likely to opt in for the Sky itself. But I think the bigger question lies in what you said. I 100% agree. And it's a factor we see in Haven all the time. Patience is rewarded for the team that is either on the attack or the defense, understanding how to manipulate the map and the opposition. And clearly Missile and Friends were a step ahead in that regard after they were able to figure that out. And you have to start thinking, hey Salt, do you have the capability to understand when you're getting punished and step back in that regard, reevaluate and figure out a new approach? Because after Bind, honestly, it could go either way. Ascent was the map choice of Missile and Friends. Salt took it, even though it was insanely close. Bind here, again, very close. The map choice of Salt, Missile and Friends pick it up, and we go on to map 3. And at this point, the only thing I want to see is one team really making a statement with map 3. You know, we got two really close maps. If a team can come out and say, you know what, we deserve to be in the upper bracket and just demolish their opposition, that's sure to strike a chord of fear in their eventual opponents.
Oh yeah. I mean, God Particles and Global Esports, they'll be watching, they'll be waiting to see what these teams are made up of. So yeah, it's all eyes towards Haven, and yeah, that's really going to be the map that one decides who's going to move ahead in this tournament for now, and also really adds to this team's self-confidence, right? Because put teams playing on fairly high ping, and it's going to be really important that they win Haven. So yeah, I just can't wait to see it.
Yeah, similarly, and I don't think we're gonna have to wait for that long. But in that regard, what we're gonna do right now is take a small break and be right back in a jiffy with you for map 3.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mods, I have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. Stop turning, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner. Now, we are in the midst of a very thrilling series. Vivek, we've had Map 1 go over to the side of Salt Esports. Map 2 bind picked up just now by Missile and Friends, and we head on to Haven. And we'll have to see if either of these teams is able to get themselves on the right groove, starting off immediately, because it does seem like both of them are very well matched. So that momentum could play a huge factor. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's coming with any particular momentum. Obviously, winning the pistol brings you some economic momentum, but in the series per se, Jivix and the boys, they had their moments. Felt like they kind of squander their lead to a little bit extent. They could do better for sure. What I want to ask you here is this map. Personally, I feel that the Killjoys, the Cyphers, the Chambers even, they have a huge role to play in controlling the map and controlling flanks. And I think those players have really got their work cut out for them on both defense and offense. Other than the double initiator and one sentinel, is there anything that you're expecting in terms of agents on this map?
No, it's just going to be the standard compositions. Astra, the dominant queen on every single map she can play, and which is pretty much everything now. Breeze used to be the only map she couldn't play, and Icebox, of course. She still can't play Icebox, but no changes. But I'm waiting for the day some team picks up a double controller on Breeze, because in my opinion, it is the meta. But back to your question, I think what's especially important is that these teams play comfort, because going on to Haven, their patience is going to get tested, their mental strength and fortitude is going to get tested. They've been through two long matches, so coming in here, comfort can play a big factor. And on that note, I don't think we're going to see the Cypher, which is very unfortunate. I think Cypher is the best sentinel on this map, especially on the attacking side, where the lurking opportunities just immensely help out the team.
Oh yeah.
And at that point, the Killjoy isn't able to deliver, but Killjoy is what we've usually seen for both of these teams, so I'm expecting that to continue.
Yeah, very early on, and literally the first Valor tournament, I think that happened in India. Helef played a phenomenal Cypher on Haven multiple times. So yeah, Cypher, I think we should see a Sova for sure. Kappa loves a Sova, but there are, I hope we get to see some of the good old Fnatic Cloudburst into Sky Flash kind of moves towards C.
Not the Fnatic Flash, though. Not the Fnatic Flash.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of pioneered it. they at least from what I remember, I could be wrong though.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the last moment where they lost the map because they team flushed.
Okay, I don't remember this. And I'm grateful I don't remember this. But I wanted to ask you, when you said Astra cannot play Breeze, why is that? Like,
She could not because before the entries were quite wide. Her smokes are relatively smaller as compared to, say, a Viper smoke or, say, not smaller, even more concave, I would say.
Yeah.
And therefore, they give more angles to peek from. So in that wider Breeze angle, she was not the best of agents to be playing on Breeze, but now with the changes, it's much more narrow. Her smokes work perfectly, especially with all of those angles. Her pulls are still amazing, so I want to see the Viper Astra comp pulled out on Breeze, but no team seems to have done it so far in South Asia. I mean, internationally there are a couple. But let's head back to this matchup itself. Jivix versus Missile. We've been applauding both of these players continuously throughout these two maps. They have been on a great run of form. And it's going to come down to one of these to make sure that their team picks up this win and continues their journey in the upper bracket.
yeah, these guys are the duelists. These guys are setting up pretty much all the entries. Jivix, Missile seems to be a player that's got more raw skill, and Jivix is a little bit more tactical and needs his utility around him to be used effectively for him to find entries. While Missile, like every entry of his is just him dry peeking with pure raw aim. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they play. I think there is a place for Reyna on this map. I mean, there's a place for Reyna on every map, but more specifically, if you got somebody that's really confident with your aim, you can pull out the Reyna, and she can really start to snowball with the dismiss and even the heal, the over heal. So we might see a Reyna. Who knows? But yeah, this is do or die for both these teams. One of these teams will move ahead towards the upper bracket, and one of them will be dropping down. Have you seen these teams play each other before, Sia?
No, I mean, so this is our first international interaction. We've only seen regional qualifiers so far. So Pakistan versus Bangladesh, not something we've got to witness. Of course, that's the speciality of the wildcard. It really sets up for the grand final playoffs, gives us that international interaction a minute before the stakes truly get intense. But I think what I'm interested to see, that Reyna you mentioned, Hyojin actually used to be a Reyna main back in the day.
Oh.
Now, I doubt he's going to make it happen here, because who else is going to play the Astra? That's one of the most difficult roles to fill into. But hey, maybe if one of his teammates could do it, Hyojin could pull out that Reyna and start snowballing on his opposition, because he did look like he was on form in map 2 and even in map 1, where he kept pushing aggressively and dying. Well, hey, you're welcome to do that on the Reyna. That's kind of your job.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You said Kyujin used to be the Reyna main, especially in South Asia and even bits of Southeast Asia and Europe. Players have switched their roles so many times. Like Anti, when he started, he used to be a Sage main.
Yeah.
So, and then, I mean, Deathmaker, SK Rossi, they've been pretty much playing the same agents more or less. Anuj, I've seen him on Breach very early on. Now he plays Sage. Depends on the map, actually. I think that's the real deciding factor as to what players these agents decide to play. So yeah, but from Reyna to controller, that's a big shift. I mean, if there has been a roster switch, it maybe justifies it, but it seems as if there's been a broader tactical change for this team.
It's also a roster change, where they used to be on Exili before with a slightly different roster, and the core is still there. Missile, Hamoini, Kyojin, who were in Exili, but now with a slightly different roster. And as you said, a tactical change too, most likely to allow more of his teammates to explore, especially with the meta, where double duelist is very one-dimensional. You play it, you're relying heavily on your players to pop off, as compared to more of the teamwork aspect we see with all of these abilities coming in, all of the double initiator comms dominating most of the map. So especially against the Breach, the Reyna does fall short if she's not able to just go demon mode the way we truly like seeing her. So we'll have to see. But for now, I think again, maybe a couple of technical issues here and there, because usually we do end up getting into the map real quick, and I'm excited to do just that, because for Missile personally, I think this is a very strong map. It's a map that he feels very comfortable opping all the way through. I would not be surprised rounds that we get, he's going to op in at least 20 of them, and that's both on the attack and defense. So I want to see if Salt are actually ready for that, because they play the breach, they can punish that to a large extent.
Yeah, I mean, attacking on offense is not something that's very easy to pull off on this map. Sure, there are avenues for it, but it takes a lot of skill and pure reflex to be able to be an effective user of the operator on offense. So yeah, you called it. I hope you haven't cursed it like you've been doing the whole day, CA. But yeah, let's see what he does, and if he has the economy to be running the op for that long. For now, I believe Missile and Friends are going to be on defense, and Jivix and the others are going to be on offense. Darky's webcam seems to be working fine, so hopefully their ping issues have been sorted out. They're taking a quite contemplative moment. It is evening in Pakistan.
And yeah, like we seem to have seen the breach come through for both of the teams. So maybe in that regard, Missile and Friends will switch up their tactics, and we'll get to see a lot more aggression, because honestly, with that breach, I think if you are opping, then it's a big no for me, at least on attack. I mean, because you just have to combine with the Jet and work together.
Yes, just in case you're a dum-dum like I am, there was a patch where the concuss basically descopes you.
Yep.
And you get descoped, and then if you're an extremely skilled dum-dum like me, you can hit fluke shots without being scoped in as well. But that's not a reliable way to run the op.
See how they're able to make it happen, but right now it's just a pistol. And as we expected, no ciphers coming in. Kind of sad, but hey, I'll take what we can get. And what I do want to see is how both of these breaches are able to shut down this Killjoy, because one of the biggest factors of the breach is his ability to use the aftershock to deny Killjoy utility. But hold on for a second, now very aggressive right here. Salt, they've taken big control, but in these situations, they usually wait for 5 before they plant, and that's exactly what they do. But Mr. Red catching them off guard. He'll find a double, suddenly leaving the Killjoy and the Sova in this post-plant into B, which is honestly extremely difficult and very hard to play on. But oh, utility.
Oh yeah. They bought time for themselves with the swarm grenade and the shock dart. And it's not going to be easy to stick the defuse. Darky is firing away, but Mr. Red waiting, patient, the reveal there. Mr. Red needs to buy time. He's done a lot more than just buying time and providing cover. He's gotten the kill. And Kyrgyz will get the defuse, so they win the pistol, the ever crucial pistol, and you can see the smile on Hermione.
Yeah, I like the initial force towards this B-side, but what I'm not a fan of, and it's something we get to see a lot more in Indian teams, when they force B, they usually take A-Link or C-Link control before they go for the plant, and therefore makes retake that much more harder, because you're not confining yourself to a tiny space, you're not really caught out by the other team pushing randomly, and they could have done that. They had the opportunity, they won the fights towards A-Link, but maybe a slightly miscommed in that situation about what exactly they wanted to do. But either ways, usually this is the trend. If a team gets a plant on pistol, they go for the force buy, and it can work out really well, especially with Salt being so damn aggressive. Jivix finds one, easily traded out, but Perez position reveal, that's more than good enough for Salt, because all they want is the plant to play on the post with, and suddenly this force buy paying great dividends, because with just the Marshal and I believe a Sheriff left on the retake, this is not impossible.
Oh yeah, that recon right there, and that execute altogether was so spot on coming out from Salt. And, I think that they weren't working with weapons, and they pulled that out. It was just, I think Chivix forced, right?
No, all of them forced. They went for a force buy.
Oh, my bad.
So usually that's where we get to see where teams, if they're able to get the plant and at least 2-3 kills in the pistol, mathematically it gives them enough of an opportunity to go for the force buy, get at least 4 Spectres online with light shields. And in that scenario, that's exactly what Salt go for as well. Reset that momentum, because as we talked about, the pistol was really the only thing that might help Missile and Friends continue the momentum that they have from winning the map of Bind. They won the pistol, but instantly shut down by Salt, and I think what they are going to realize and acknowledge is, you know what, enough of this BS. We're just going to continuously push and make them punish in the style that we like the most. And this is what I've been missing from Salt throughout map 1 and map 2. Their identity is their aggressiveness. And oh no.
Done.
Can you upgrade to the Spectre though?
Oh, that feels bad, man, for Stranger.
He's got a friend by his side. I mean, best case scenario, they get a couple of exits. Pero.
Last player standing.
Hermione dead. Pero will join him. Well, they tried.
Yep.
They tried. Can't do much more than that in those kind of rounds, and yeah. I'm okay with Salt just repeating the same play till it fails.
I think now they're going to rather go for a garage control and then leave the Killjoy there and maybe decide how they want to do it there, because we've seen this from Swap before in certain maps where they really like to play around conditioning their opponents, where they set up the same kind of stars a couple of rounds in a row, go for a simple rush, and then change up their default slightly with the same stars, where their opponents are like, oh no, they're gonna rush, but they're not actually rushing from the same area. And it seems to be exactly that. They've taken garage control. Now they're in a perfect position to go for that C execute again, but this time with the Rolling Thunder set up instead a split C execute.
The Rolling Thunder is just going to get them the site, not a kill. This is when the post-plant positions have to be spot on. Push is coming in through garage. Demon finds one, Darky finds another. Hermione dead. 3v5. They can still pull it off. Red is the flash. Will blind one, gets the kill. Jivix will take care of Kyojin. Two members alive. Missile with the operator finds a very crucial kill. The Stranger is dead. Missile is actually holding on to the defuse. If he manages to pull off half a defuse, it could be huge. He's got one by his side. It is red.
One enemy remaining.
Jet with the jiggle. Jet will dive, but defuse is going to come through, and Gunner comes in a bit too late here.
Overall, very weird round from Salt on the post plant, because I'm not sure why Gunner and Jivix right there are pushing into defender side spawn in the first place. And if that was the idea, then why go for a long plant? Why not plant behind on the back side where they have a CT plant and can play from that defender side spawn they aggress to find the post plant? It's just very disconnected in terms of the initial approach to the final approach, and is bringing back memories from the map of Bind, where they seem to start off on a strong note but very quickly devolve into the more brawly style where they're just doing whatever they feel like, which is not going to work against Missile and Friends, because you can see they are very much composed.
Now they've slowed it down. They're trying to get a little bit of control towards A, and it looks like they're now swinging towards C with their Jet just being positioned towards A. Personally, in these kind of situations, it's really good if you have someone outside B so they can cut the rotations if you're heading towards C. And this time it's Red who's got the Rolling Thunder, so a retake is very much possible for Missile and Friends. And the post plants have been a bit shaky from Salt. The first pistol, the previous round, the post plants have been quite awkward. Jivix, oh, the timing. The timing is just unfortunate for Hermione. She totally didn't see this coming, but that recon bolt is going to give her time to peek. Stranger, Demon dead. And Salt blindsided. Darky and Jivix will pull it back to a 3v3. 25 seconds on the clock. The plan needs to come through. They've got control of Heavens here.
Spike planted.
The Rolling Thunder will set up this retake from Missile and Friends, but I wonder if it's been committed a second too early because they're not pushing in. Pyro still though on a massive flank, able to shut down Jivix, but Gunner just pushing through. And Perrer, okay, just with some blind shots. I'm not sure, maybe spotted Darky's hat through that, just the edge of that smoke, but yikes, that was a bit of a Random shot right there scared me. But again, Salt, the post plants are very, like, they don't have the right cohesion, I feel like, on the post plants. They're not playing for each other, rather playing to kill the opposition. And that's not what you want to see, because especially on Haven, when there's so many entries to A and C, you need to make sure that you're playing for each other rather than playing to kill the opposition. Where if you want to push defenders search spawn again, then do it together and do the plant for that, or just play on the long and short post plant instead of playing on site.
Yeah, I don't know if the Killjoy had money or not. If she had, like, should have set up swarm grenades and backed off. Javix finds a neat opening there. Hermione ends up falling early. No real need to challenge or face A long. It's not really going to. I mean, sure, if you get the kill, you look good, but it's not really necessary. The costs can be a bit too much. Now the defense with 4 members alive, 3 sides to hold, 1 lockdown to work with. Missile forced off the Cosmic Divide. Might not expect Javix. Javix pushes the Cosmic Divide, gets a kill. They've got control of B, but like you said, somebody needs to move towards A or C link.
Spike planted.
This time though, they managed to get themselves out of sight on time at least. So maybe they can just play on the pure post line. And look at Stranger's positioning. He's going to come on the late trap from A link, I had assumed, but never mind. Instead, Javix is just shotting them on left, right, and center. Demon will find another, and yeah, for me, I feel like this is what works for Salt the best. They're the most coordinated when they're going on aggressive pushes and just denying space to the opposition, and they need to keep doing more of this. What they do need to fix is their post plants though, and I'm seeing signs of that in the sense that this time the Astra and Killjoy were way further back than they were in the previous round. So same executions, just slightly different in the post plants, and I think Salt will be a lot more comfortable.
I think the post plant was a little better this time, and I think what was most important was Javix got on top of that box and he got that pick towards A, and they had that one flank coming with the Astra. So all of that put together made their post plant work. I'm not seeing the Killjoy really set up swarm grenades. Did she die early, CA? Am I missing something?
No, I think they're trying to play on lineups on the swarm grenades. Usually what we see, because
okay.
Otherwise the players are most likely just going to come and take them out. It's something you expect inherently against the Killjoy. So, but yeah, that's the crucial factor, right? Where if you are playing on the lineups, you got to stay safe, not be playing on site, and that's what I wanted to see change too. So maybe we see it happen, because last round, as you said, they didn't really get tested because Javix just went on a rampage.
Yeah, Javix. Again, like I mentioned earlier, he's the kind of duelist that... there are 2 kinds of entry fraggers, and one of them is like that makeup. He's got the raw aim to just peek anyone in the world. And Javix is more, you throw a flash, you throw a smoke, I'll then peek. And that is the way it should be done. And for now, they're just going to push down mid. This is a lot of valuable information for Missile and friends. They're giving up CC.
Yeah, it is the ego that they tried to go for the garage and A stack, a double stack on either side, but it did not work out. The free C plant taken, and this time actually going to set up that utility in advance, as they're still playing on site, which is a bit concerning, but fair enough, because now they actually get to play on the choke points against pistols, which is better rather than allowing pistols to take the side to save. Javix, he's gonna find one. He is on a tear right now, but Mr. Red with a beautiful shot. I think that's a opium point, because there's no way they win that round.
Yeah, they tried. Unlucky. Mr. Red did get that one kill. I'm not a fan of the Marshal. I know it's a one-hit kill.
It's a one-hit kill only on headshots.
Yeah. No, like even when you don't have shields, I think it's a one-hit.
I mean, there's a lot of weapons that are one skill that if you don't have shields.
Yeah, so I mean that's the only scenario where it really works.
I think usually players are big fans of the marshals for the way you can quickly fire off shots, unlike the sheriff, which has a slightly more revolver. It's like more like a revolver. But I definitely get what you mean. It requires a lot of raw aim to pull that off. But talking about raw aim, I really like this default setup. They've got Jivix into a very advanced position. They've taken A-shot control as well. Now, what I really want to see Darky on that Killjoy do is try to push in, create some chaos towards that mid area while they hold on to A-long A-shot, become that lurker effectively and allow his team to take advantage of that chaos to then push back A. But instead, look at this, they leave A-shot for free, allowing Missile and Friends Hermione to push through A-shot, and he's got a lot of information because of that. Trying to fake out A and keep the operator busy while they push onto that C side, but it's a very busy approach. They've got to make sure they do it perfectly.
Oh, if Gunnar won that duel, it could be huge, but Chivix also dies, but they get the C side.
One
though.
enemy
They get the
remaining.
C
No, they
side.
Spike down,
yeah,
C.
they don't. The spike ends up dying. It's Stranger. And we've seen stranger things from this man. Can he pull off an ace clutch? No, he can't.
Again, a very weird approach. Like, I understand the fake they're trying to set up on A, but if they're trying to do that, then needed to hold on to A-shot in the first place, so they couldn't get flanked on and play on the fake on two separate angles. Similarly, like, if they're not trying to really fake and just trying to shut down the operator, then just take the entire team with you. Execute onto the side and have Darky come on the late lurk from B. It's just very disconnected in these defaults for Salt. It just seems like they want to do too many things at once. And that's why I like the execute for them, because they seem to all be on the same page, coordinating for one particular objective. We'll see if they're able to make it happen, because again, on the same defaults this time, they're trying to get Jivix into an advanced position, but the biggest difference here is they've got the spike on the breach in Gunner, so a clear indication that they do eventually want to end up going to this A side. And they have, oh no, they're going to invest the Killjoy locked on an A shot, and I feel like it's going to just get denied because of the aftershock on Mr. Red right here. I'm scared. Oh, they don't. Okay.
Well, Rolling Thunder committed. They are still waiting to get the plant. There's one player at heaven, but he's been taken care of for now.
Spike planted.
Reach with a very unusual plant. And they're going to buy some much needed time with the lockdown. It is a 5v5 retake. Hottest Fury committed, coming up from the offense. It's going to push them back. The lockdown destroyed. Red gets tagged. Nobody gets detained. You do your homework, you don't get detained. Now comes the retake. There's a concuss. Demon waiting solution dead. 4 members alive from the defense. They are piecing this together bit by bit. Espera finds a kill, but unfortunately Hermione dies. And yeah, Missile waiting with the operator will take care of Jivix. A wall bang. But I think the defense has made the call to save CF.
Yep, the operator, of course, a key aspect of Missile and Friends is set up on the defense, and they make the call to save it on through. Again, I'm unsure why Mr. Red right there did not use the aftershock, like push in a little aggressively, use the aftershock to deny the lockdown, because that was one of Breach's key buffs earlier in this year when he got slightly reworked. His aftershock can break Killjoy utility. So a little confusing there. I understand why Salt didn't do it, because they had the Hunter's Fury. Instead, probably used the aftershock to clear out angles earlier in the round. But a little weird there from Missile and Friends. But hey, nevertheless, again, Salt not going to change what works for them. Focused on getting Jivix into those advanced positions. But this time, I don't think an A-side execute is on the cards. Instead, relying on Darky's lurk to try and get some sort of value now. He's done a couple of jump peeks at C. No dice so far. It should tell him that it's not the operator playing, but more likely a crossfire. So if he can get himself into this C cubby position, tell his team, hey, go take Garage. I'll let you know when they start rotating. It would be the perfect C side execute for them. But instead, letting themselves be spotted by their drone, it's almost like they want to bait out an A-side push. And yeah, now rushing on over to C. This might be a key factor. They let themselves be spotted out by the drone. I wonder if Missile and Friends can read into that, be like, hey, there's no way they would let themselves be spotted if they were coming, right?
Yeah, I think Missile and Friends have a read of this because they've got one player A and the two players are rotating towards C. Kyojin gets too crucial. Here's the first point of contact for Salt, and Salt
One enemy remaining.
Pero will find Gunner and Demon. The spike
30 seconds left.
on the ground. Stranger somehow he's still finding kills, but he has no business finding them. But he ends up dying. 5-5. The defense, smart call from them in the previous round to save.
Spike down. C.
It worked out.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and just for me, it's quite perplexing when I see a breach on a team and that team dying to crossfires. Like probably the best agent to break crossfires, unless the opposite team is playing on anti-flash angles with one player hugging the wall and the other player telling him when the flash is popped. But they just walk in dry with a breach on their team and they get punished hard. Again, key mistakes made. And you can see already in that regard, forcing Jivix to invest that tailwind with the help of one gravity pull. Missile shuts him down. They're like, hey, you can't just keep taking A-long control against us. We are going to adapt, and that adaptation just not expected. Falling prey to the same tendencies with which Missile and Friends beat them on Vine. It's becoming a similar tale, and Missile is popping heads like it means nothing.
Oh yeah. I think I'd like to look at the scoreboard because I'm not quite sure the offense have a buy moving into the next round. They don't have a full buy. So yeah, it's do or die for them because we're looking at 7-5. I mean, they're going to buy whatever they can.
One enemy
It'll be the
remaining.
last round. Missile,
down
it's his
A.
ace.
No, don't do it, Mr.
Ace.
Hey, let's go. Missile's like, I will kill you before the
Last
aftershock
round
does.
in the half.
Pulls out his frenzy real quick as he was in a frenzy to get his ace done as well as secure the round. But yeah, they don't have full buys, but you can see still half buys, I guess. Jivix with the Spectre right here. Stranger most likely going to end up going for that Spectre himself. And it is the rifles for everyone else, but with a couple of light shields, key advantage, I'd say, for the side of Missile and Friends, who you can see are not only playing with the operator, but going to get a little aggressive, pick up a rifle, the flash and dash combo coming out. They find that hey, there's no one towards C-Long, and this should tell them instantly with this push that there is going to be a heavy B-side aggression. Already Hermione shut down Dalty with the Hunter's Fury, and Missile and Friends, surely they're going to take
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Predicted. But I want to say one thing. I don't think like this was a lot like the first half of Bind. It wasn't that easy for the side of Salt. They did struggle with their post plans. And I think putting up 5 rounds on offense is very respectable, especially if you win the pistol.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to see if Missile and Friends are able to find the same sort of strength that they had on the defense, on the attack. And I would say strength in adaptability. I feel like that's where their strength really lies.
Oh, yeah.
They're a team that is capable of understanding what they're doing wrong and exploiting their opponent's incapability to punish that. And I think Salt, unfortunately, haven't shown more of that. But hey, have shown that they certainly have some very talented players. Now Jivix did a decent chunk of damage to Missile, trying to get the shock dart on point, but Missile barely able to burrow on out of there. Finds the kill before he's taken down, make that 2 after all of that utility invested on Missile. The fact that he's able to find a double, does not bode well for Salt at all.
Yeah, they wanted early control. They've done this in the past on Bind. This time, it doesn't work for them. In the past, it did. Unfortunately, this time it doesn't. But one thing I want to point out, Missile, not too much HP. There's Sova likewise. Hermione, if I'm not mistaken. So they haven't got too much HP amongst them. If the breach dies, it's really, really costly. That is probably the end of the round. And Pera, he hears his rotation. He's going to be set up for the lurk. He hears both the rotations. But there's an alarm bot.
Bot coming back.
Gives them a lot of information, but at the same time strikes fear in their hearts because Salt now unsure, should they move aggressively on the retake or should they wait for the Killjoy to come in from the flank, stuck between two hard decisions. They make one and actually play fruition. Demon shuts down one player. Now they can just try to
One enemy remaining.
fake it diffuse and maybe pull it off, but no. That should be the end of this round.
Yeah, solid lurk coming out from the KJ. And yeah, an important round for the side of Missile and Friends.
Remaining.
I wonder if there's a case to be made for the defense to force on this round. But if it back, you can't.
Yeah, I'd say like they only got a couple kills, so not ideal whatsoever. It's usually the attackers you see forcing because they get the money inherently for the plant. But yeah, especially if you want to get the operator online on Jivix, and I think that's the call here. He's only bought a shorty, so let's see, maybe he can get an op in the next round.
Yeah, that's what they're playing for. And then he really has to find impact with that op. Anyway, they just get the A side for free.
Gamble taken on the eco doesn't work out.
Oh yeah. The Guardian. Interesting.
Again, it's all about damage now. The gamble didn't work out. Let's see if on the retake they can at least take down a couple weapons, because if they don't, a pure bonus. You can see Missile himself did not go for the buy. This is what I was talking about in the pre-show.
Yeah.
He's going to take the operator every single chance he can get, and that's why I want to see that maybe change. Ooh. Stranger does find Missile, but not able to finish him off. Will set up the recon for his team. Now on the flank itself, there's a 1v1 duel going on. So on this side, it's actually just 4v4, and could actually just try to force that, take down those weapons, but the flashes are perfectly timed. They're gonna take down several weapons. They're not gonna win the round, but that's more than enough for Salt.
Yeah, they took down 3 weapons, and I think Missile will still have the operator, but a little bit of economic hit. I love Hermione. He's always smiling this guy.
Jivix, I think, messed up right there. I don't think he died, which is a big mistake.
Ooh,
because
that's costly.
Oh, okay, he's still able to afford the buy. Maybe he went back and jumped into the spike explosion. I'm not sure. Definitely did not die from the initial wave of the explosion, because as you said, it's costly when all you bought is a shorty and you're gonna get 1,000 credit penalty for saving on a round you lost. So it's a 850 credits down the drain. But I assume he went and jumped into the spike explosion, or somehow maybe double up dropped it and fell to his death or something.
Oh, yeah.
He's still able to afford a buy, so
yeah,
good enough.
So what's the setup coming up from the defense? They've got 2 players, 1 B, 1 A link. I like that. I like the breach that playing A or C link can have impact with the concuss towards A shot and towards B as well. Sova's got a fair bit of information from B, and now he's swung to C and he's swinging back to A, while the offense is bit by bit creeping up A long. There KJ on the lurk. The turret spots out Missile. Missile concussed. Fortunately, he's got a little bit of cover for himself for now. Ducky's got to be concerned though, because they're coming up long, but he's got a friend in Stranger, and he's got much more than a friend. The Stranger's found 2 crucial kills. Ducky does die, but Missile, how much can he do? 2v4.
Standing.
Jivix is taking care of the lurk, and it's just Missile all by himself. They spotted him. They know exactly where he is. And Stranger got 3 kills in that round. This man, Stranger, is really killing it for the side of Salt Esports.
Yeah, he was the MVP in map 1, the team MVP, and team MVP in map 2 as well. Now again, finding that same vein of form, and it's quite reminiscent of VCC 1 actually. About 6 months back, he was the one continuously finding the clutches. He was the one that helped them win the Pakistan Qualifier 1 in the first place. So maybe he can be that crucial X factor for them to not just find the comeback here, but also the win. But hey, that was just the bonus for Missile and Friends. Now they get onto their full buy. The rifles coming online, and you can see playing very defensive defaults, expecting Salt to play into their tendencies and get real aggressive. Now they do show proactivity, they establish a presence down in mid, but as soon as they take away some utility, Nano Swarm and a Killjoy turret expended, they're able to just back right up. And now I think it's all about playing defensive angles, because you can see they've got A-shot control on that Killjoy. They have the alarm bot to cover A long as well. It's all about playing off that Killjoy contact if they come A, and then the crossfire on C.
Oh, Jivix. This guy is absolutely nutty. And that is gonna alt them so much. The smoke, the pick off.
Obscuring vision.
It's not going to be easy. The Jet has dropped a cloud burst. The flashes are coming through, but look at the offense. They're swinging the spike outside garage. Breach trying to sell some sort of a fake, but Missile finds the danger man. Stranger dead. They've got control of B. The turret dropped. Gunner waiting. Oh, Gunner! He could have gone for a kill. The timing is unfortunate, and Hermione and Missile, I think they single-handedly sealed the round. Can't even do anything about this round for the side of Salt. He's still got Jivix by his side. Tagged. Demon is being patient. Pedro is taking care of Jivix. And Demon, can he save anything? Can he get kills?
At this point, he's jumping out of the frying pan straight into fire because so much utility, barely any time, and gonna expose himself, trying to reload. Better to find him, and I feel like that was a round that actually should have gone to Salt. They had a lot of control.
Oh, yeah.
Jivix found the first blood, but again, they fumble when things slow down. They seem to almost play into themselves, like overthinking it perhaps, and over-peaking it most definitely, as could have just used that 5v4 advantage to retake any of the sites or play on duos to trade, but instead they give duels, and Missile and friends, they make them pay. Now they're gonna call for a timeout. Salt Esports, they understand that this map is starting to slip away from them, so we'll see how effective they can be on that timeout, because the call has to be here. It's quite simple, guys. Like, we are disconnected. Jivix is finding us the first picks, but we seem to be crumbling apart mid-round. So how do we make sure that mid-round, on that defensive side, we're not getting played like a fiddle by Missile and friends?
Yeah, not even mid-round. It's like late round. They've beat the clock. Like, I mean, they just got 40 seconds remaining on the offense. The Killjoy is still alive, if I'm not mistaken, and they give up B somehow.
Yeah. Quite startling, I would say, with regards to the simple fact that we did expect Salt to be the slightly more favored team. I'd say, again, very close. It would be like a 55-45 at best. So,
yeah,
not a complete surprise that Missile and friends are starting to run away with it. But with regards to the simple fact that Salt are, I feel like the rounds, a lot of the rounds they lose, they're just sort of giving away advantages. That is quite startling and honestly has to be excruciating for them. But right now, Missile going for the save despite having the money, playing with the Blade Storm, and could have been costly. Exactly why? I mean, I think we know why. It's he wants the operator back on, even though it's the attacking side, but could be costly because now they've got that first pick. You can see Salt getting very aggressive. The drone breaking down, they have no idea Gunner is here.
I think now they know. Yep. Wow, Gunner.
Spike down.
This man, an absolute madman, uses his own fusion cannon, pushes through it, and somehow manages to get a kill. Missile and Feds, they have no business throwing away this round. This is supposed to be their round. This is meant to be their round. And yeah, I really don't think Missile needed to do that. For a second, I was like, okay, Salt took a timeout. I thought that was Jivix trying to make a play. Like, I brain farted for a moment and I was like, okay, this is their plan. But yeah, completely unnecessary.
I'm extremely confused as to why Demon does not kill Better right there, but works out, I guess. Jivix now on his own Blade Storm, but they give Hermione the duels again. And by the skin of his teeth, by the very skin of his teeth, Jivix pulls out the round. Oh my man, my heart is, I'm not sure how much more of these throws, I would say, honestly, at this point, my heart can take, because both of these teams are like, no, you win. You win? No, you win. Neither of them seems to be grabbing the horse by its reins and just being like, okay, we're going to run away with it.
Yeah, it is totally, no, you. No, you. Nah, tu. It's like when 10 members from the same family go out for dinner and then like, no, I'll pay. No, you pay. No, I'll pay. I'll pay now.
At the end, they forget to even pay.
Yeah, then we dine and dash. And my dad's now in jail.
Oh, okay. We might have to put Hermione in jail for that. A nasty shot catching off Jivix right there. And Stranger gonna try his best to deny Elon control. But look at Killjoy! Perrer a little too aggressive. There's no need to go that quick, especially when they've got the first block. But I guess it is because it's their eco. They want to make something happen. But the Astro Smoke set up the Stranger in perfect time. They have no idea where he is. But Gunner's gonna get shot down, and Stranger, he's gonna have to make sure he lives up to the Stranger danger factor, because it's all down to him to hold down this side.
Hermione has done so much. 1 Marshal, the Hunter's Fury, 2 kills.
I broke your mirror.
Why is Kyojin like in my Discord we call that garden?
Obscuring vision.
Oh, you're just strolling around, having a good look at this side.
30 seconds left.
Oh, come on. Missile and friends, they can't lose this round. They shouldn't lose this round, CA. They got 2 juicy openings. Hermione is somehow still finding kill after kill with the Marshal.
I mean, I'm not surprised. He did this even in the Bangladesh qualifier. Just slaps dudes with the Marshal. He's insane. He's good with it. Almost to the point where it makes you wonder for a second if you should just not play rifles and play Marshal. But yeah, that's why the almost word is there, because you should not do that at all. But yeah, I 100% agree. Like, that's a round where as soon as Hermione gets that first peak, they should not be losing it. They should be playing with Hermione, trying to recover that Vandal, playing off of that Vandal. Instead, they hand a free round to Salt, and now Salt, with all of that money, can afford the operator coming online for Jivix, who's going for the short peak. Ooh. Trigger control could have helped there.
Yeah. Definitely. Jivix misses his first 2 shots. The recon. Nope, doesn't work. Shock dart doesn't do damage either. But look at this, he's got this very cheeky angle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's gonna die. Yep, Jivix dead. Hermione finds the entry. Not with the Marshal this time. They're gonna get the plant, and they've snuck 1 player into Under Heaven as well. Oh, Stranger. If it's not one Sova, it's the other. If it's not one Astra, it's the other. But Mr. Red has such a good position, and his aim is spot on. 2 crucial kills. Demon will manage to pull it back. It's now a 2v3. Hermione finds another Stranger dead, a player detained, a knife in hand. Oh.
I'm super quiet.
I like knives.
Look at Missile. He's laughing with his friends. Mr. Red seems like a fun guy. He's always enjoying himself, and Hermione's always laughing as well.
Again though, very weird on the retake right here, where Salt seem kind of disconnected. I feel like as soon as that Cosmic Divide is set up, even though Mr. Red takes down 2 players, they should just stick it. That's the biggest, one of the biggest advantages at least of the Cosmic Divide is the audio denial. They're not gonna hear you defuse the spike, and 1 player can stick it, get at least half the defuse through while the other player covers, and then play for the trades basically. But instead, Missile and friends now in left lane. They've broken the eco. They're going for an aggressive execute. Missile will find 1. Demon likely to be taken down either because he's stuck. And it's exactly that case. Map point with this round for Missile and friends. Surely. Okay, maybe.
Spike down. C. 1 enemy remaining.
It is map point. Damn, you gotta be so pissed off as a supporter of Salt Esports.
Yeah, just quite frustrating, I'm sure, because
Down, C.
not once, not twice, but through multiple maps, Salt have taken a significant edge and thrown it away, not just in rounds. In Bind it was, sorry, not just in terms of particular rounds, but in Bind it was literally the score line where they had a massive lead. It was their map and they gave it away. But I'll tell you what, these teams, both of them, they're so well matched that it makes me very glad that we have a lower bracket, because it will be quite saddening to see either of these teams exit after this.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. They're going to push on defense. If they get caught out, this could be really costly for Gunnar and Jivix. The owl drone there. Doesn't find anyone. Personally, I just feel that Missile can be really patient. Use the utility, clear the corners. Use the smokes. Oh, what? I'll go by. What was that?
Peril of the Vandal, right? Like, the bullet tracers, as long as you're comfortable with understanding the origin of the Vandal, you use one yourself, the bullet tracers can effectively be a SOA recon, giving your position away. And players like Gunnar, I'm not at all surprised, finding those tabs, shut down Missile now. Salt, they should not be winning this round. They should be against the momentum, but that's exactly when they seem to come online. Jivix is going to shut down the rotations, push them forward to try and wrap him around and force his B-side, but the backup is ready. Even though he's taken down, Gunnar will find the trade, drop the spike, and now against the clock, Missile and friends, surely, I don't think they can win this round.
No. Unless they find kills, but nope.
Alright, so 12-9 on the board. Salt Esports starting to rally back. And really, I feel like the best way to deny any momentum right now, because the scoreline is key. You got to look at it in terms of economy. 12-9, they lose one more round. It becomes 12-11 effectively, because they won't have the eco to buy after this round. So I want to see them just go for a hard force this round. You have the Cosmic Divide, you have the Rolling Thunder. Go for a hard force.
Drop.
And yeah, try to make it happen. But as you said.
Yeah, Ducky can drop for Jivix. I think Jivix wants to play with the Blade Storm. Maybe that's the plan here.
Just drop. Yeah.
Okay. Kappa has a lineup for that way he doesn't reveal himself to get that arrow.
Yeah,
bounces it off the
Jonas, wall. Yes, it's a Jonas lineup. I personally use this well. I love me a Sova on this map, but
yeah.
As you can see, teams not necessarily. I feel like Salt especially, they're not. They haven't learned those lineups, because usually they just end up pressing W and trying to take a lobby, so they don't want that recon in the first place.
You want divided.
Hey,
okay.
Look, we wanted an aggressive execute. We might just get
they're
it.
Going to get the plant.
But the plant might not go down. Yes, the Rolling Thunder to deny it. Jivix will find one. The spike is dropped, and this is perfect. Actually recovered and trying to hunt him down. It's Stranger Danger, as once again he comes in clutch when his team needs him the most.
Oh yeah. I think it was hard for Missile, right?
Yeah.
The Aftershock, the Rolling Thunder. Lot of crowd control coming out from the breach. He was
30 seconds left.
determined to plant. Or determined to throw, depending on how you look at it.
And that's where, like, for me, it's quite questionable, because if you look at the timer when all of that happened, it was around the minute mark. So as soon as you realize that the opposing team is committing all that, I feel like you have the ability to back off.
10
you
seconds
can
left.
not necessarily in an obligation to force that B site itself, especially since they had their own Rolling Thunder available. At least can back off and then re-aggress on that site itself using their advanced position. But no, they overcommit, they get caught out. But talking about overcommitting, 3 members of Salt pushing in where they shouldn't, giving away key exit frags, and I wonder if that actually affects their economy, because that wasn't the greatest of situations.
Yeah, we'll have to just wait and watch to see if Missile and Friends have a buy.
No, I don't think Missile and Friends have a buy.
Sorry, Salt.
Yeah,
Salt have a buy.
Yeah,
Salt have a buy. Missile and Friends are the ones that trouble.
Yep. I was wondering how much the exit frags would impact them, and I think it is the case where maybe they don't even want an operator, or definitely able to afford one. Now Hermione on that Marshall. That's something scary to remember for all of Salt Esports. So they just back up. They're like, yeah, please don't push that guy. He's a maniac on that Marshall.
Yeah, but if he can't see anything, there's no one he can kill. And this is what you need to do. Like, not oblige, not give unnecessary kills. The onus is on Salt to not throw the game, to play with discipline. Jivix doesn't get concussed. There's a Jet passing by, but the Jet has been dealt with. Gunner steps in, throws out a flash himself. They know exactly where the Jet is, but Gunner's the one causing problems as Hermione and Red are dead. Terror will manage to find the kill from Gunner, but there is a flank. It's Darky, as it's now just one man, and one more round essentially for the side of Salt Esports to take this to overtime. One more round.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the buy. They went for the eco this round so they could duke it out in the final round, or the final normal round at least, in this map. I'll have to see if it's the actual final round or not, depending on how Salt / Missile and friends play. And that's why, again, Ultimate's a key factor because it enables you to effectively ease up your calling, just play on the basis of those ultimates. And given the fact that Darky has his lockdown, yeah, I'm really liking this setup. They're playing heavy anchor on A. Darky's simple job, you can see even with the nano swarms, he's placed near that default plant area, is to deny the plant, but very confused as to why he wants to play this deep angle. The drone misses him. Never mind, it turns back.
Oh no.
I thought it missed.
It did look like that. Okay, Rolling Thunder committed. A bunch of players. They need to peek off this. No! No. Red, Perra finds 2 crucial kills. Stranger will shut him down. It is a 2v2. It's one round for Salt to take this overtime. It's one round for the side of Missile and friends to move ahead.
And it's all about Stranger. He's got to buy time. His backup is Demon coming in through from heaven. If he can buy enough time, surely they can isolate the other 2 players. But instead, they smoke off Stranger, allowing him to push up. And actually, that might have been the bait. Now with the spike, they can just go for a heavy rotate.
Oh yeah. And Demon, look at this. It's already read it.
Oh, for the mind games. They're not going to go for the rotate. Instead, yeah, just going to give it time. Most likely push forward after 30 seconds into side.
30
expecting
seconds left.
Demon to read into it. Missile and friends staying a step ahead. And I think that's going to guarantee them a spot in the upper bracket finals now because they get a free site and they get a free plant. But Missile is still extremely low. It has to come down to just Kyojin here.
Oh, yeah, they can plant here and set up some sort of a crossfire, which is what I think they're going to do.
10 seconds left.
Weird plant, I'd say, in the sense that could have gone for a CT plant, could have gone for a long plant, but it's almost as if they want to beat out Kyojin's position.
You mean plant towards Link?
Yeah. Plant maybe closer to the boxes where you can peek from Link and Heaven at the same time. But this plant is for Missile, who is the lowest health player, which is kind of scary. And with, again, see, this is what I mean. Kyojin goes over to long.
I don't know why Kyojin went there. I really don't know why Kyojin.
It's the disconnect in the post plant, but it does not matter.
Attackers
Missile will find him anyway, and the win picked up for Missile and friends, despite Stranger's heroics. Boy, oh boy, that was a thriller.
Oh yeah, good stuff coming out from Missile and friends. Everybody chipping in towards the end. They win the match and they all stop smiling, but like throughout the game they were having fun. They were enjoying themselves, and yeah, Salt, they're going to be a little bit disappointed about that because they can sense how close they were to winning the series, winning Bind, and maybe even winning Haven. So both teams, I think, are moving ahead in this tournament. They want to just rein in the discipline a little bit, if possible. And Salt, unfortunately, they're not knocked out just yet. They're still there. They'll drop down. It's another day for them. But the day isn't over yet. See, we've got more Valorant coming up.
Yes, one more series from the upper bracket as God Particles, the previous winners of the day, take Maruti peak. But before that, a second look at the scorecard from this map itself. Perrer with some absolutely nutty plays. His lurks really, I feel like, were what was causing a lot of pressure on the attacking side. And that was what we didn't see from Taki at all on Sol's attack. I feel like, again, something that, of course, a Cypher can be more accomplished at, but the fact that Perrer was able to create that pressure on the Killjoy itself speaks to the caliber of his play.
Oh yeah, Perrer really doing a good job on the Killjoy. Like we were talking earlier, the Killjoys, the Sentinels really matter on this map. A lot of parts of the map that you want to lock down. You can't lurk exactly as effectively as a Cypher, but you can still lurk. And we did see a fair bit of that. 28.51% headshot percentage. That's really, really impressive stuff coming out from Salt. But yeah, the discipline percentage was a bit low.
Yeah, exactly. More damage, more headshots, but lacking in that discipline factor will mean they actually end up losing this series. Missile and Friends progress on to the next round. I believe setting a date with, Global Esports is going to be their next opponent. And if Global Esports are watching this map, there's a lot of loopholes to exploit. So I hope Missile and Friends themselves will go back, review, and improve of that regard, because that's one thing they've guaranteed for us, is that they have the capability to adapt. They have the capability to learn and evolve on the basis of what mistakes they made.
Yeah. They can definitely prepare for Global Esports. They've gotten time. And yeah, I'm sure Global Esports are preparing for them as well. One thing I want to ask you, Sia, is like Global Esports and say Missile and Friends. Would you say there's a huge skill gap? Do you think we could see an upset?
Do you mean skill gap in terms of aim?
An overall skill gap. Aim and tactical.
Yes. So aim, no. Tactical, yes. Because you could see that in Missile and Friends. While they definitely improved continuously throughout the map, things like the Astra getting picked off early on Ascend, things like giving away a 7-2 lead on Bind or even on Haven, where it seemed like they were about to close out, but a few thrifty rounds going here and there. Those are the kind of things a team like Global will latch onto, and they will not let go. If you give them a 7-2 lead, they're most likely just going to try to turn it into 13-2, maybe a 13-3 at best. So I think that's where tactically there is definitely a bit of a gap. Aim-wise, no, because you can see the headshot percentage, Kyojin especially. This is why he used to be a Reyna main. Bring this man back on it, Yolis, please.
You guys were asking for the schedule for the brackets. There you go. It's on your screens. It's Maruti Picos versus God Particles, and then Global Esports versus Missile and Friends. And then in the lower bracket, we've got... Okay, the lower bracket hasn't been decided just yet. But yeah, it's going to be 3 days of action. Today, tomorrow, and day after, if I'm not mistaken. And 4 days. Oh wow, 4 days. And yeah, should be a lot of fun. Missile and Friends, you said that the aim difference isn't much. Tactically, they could do more to better on their game when they play versus Global Esports. Let's see if they make those adjustments. We got one more game coming up though here. And what is that game?
It's going to be God Particles versus Maruti Peak, and we'll have to see if Maruti Peak themselves are able to step up to the mark. Of course, again, just a team of friends, so not high expectations. I hope they don't take high pressure, because you could see God Particles, they breeze through the first series. I'm sure they want to do the same here.
You say just a team of friends. It's not like we're all just meant to be teams of enemies or like...
No, I mean, they're not an organization.
They're a pug
They don't get
stack.
paid to do their
Okay.
job.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
they're not even
because
trying to necessarily be a professional.
Global Esports are friends as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, not the point. But hey, I'll tell you what, we do have someone coming in from, I believe it is going to be Missile and Friends. I wonder who it is, but we'll find out in a second. Let's head on over to the interview.
कमबैक के लिए आपके कॉल आउट्स कैसे थे?
Yeah, we just like took a timeout and we said, everyone just calm down, guys. We need to work this out. Something is going wrong. So it's our fault, because it's our fault that we are losing the round. So we said, like, chill down, everyone. Let's take both sides first, like short and long.
Yeah.
Then we just do the executions. That's how we got it.
Pretty good thing, but at the end, in the Haven, you got the victory. So I have one question for you guys. So right now, you're just going to continue your journey in the upper bracket finals. So which two teams you are eyeing for in the grand finals? Because now you have two slots basically for the wild card.
We're keeping our eye on like global. We cannot defeat global, so we're just gonna get this we're just trying for the second position, but we'll try our best.
Yeah,
I mean,
fight against global.
Of course, now that you've mentioned Global Esports, they're your opponents for tomorrow, and you're going to be playing against them.
Very nervous, man.
Very nervous, but I think that is where you guys have really stepped up because considering how you've made that comeback, I think it's such an impeccable story for you and your region as well. But anything that you are, going to surprise Global Esports with, or do you have a plan in mind, or are you going to figure it out tonight?
We have a plan in our mind, like we're gonna try something different.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna try this out tonight.
All right.
Let's hope for the best.
We definitely hope for the best, and we wish you all the best tomorrow because it's going to be such a tough matchup, and you have been representing your region and definitely have made them proud. Cheers, buddy.
Congratulations for getting this victory, and best of luck for tomorrow because it's going to be a big day for you.
Thank you very much.
Well, as you could see, as Mr. Rat said too, they're not expecting to be able to beat Global Esports, but I like the fact that they're already thinking about it, that they're already planning, might bring out some surprises. I always appreciate an underdog story.
Oh yeah, and they said they have something new that they want to try, so I'm really curious what it is. Maybe it's Brimstone. I don't know.
We'll save that conversation for tomorrow for the match itself, but right now gonna take a small break and come back real quick with the last and final series of today.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine. I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, and scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room. I don't wanna kill a few with that. The shit that is inside my top. With the drop, taking it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop. I don't want them down. Better be kicking them out. Look at the box, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo, though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Slow down, on party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it stupid. Got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it even real can do it. When I'm cooking, then you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit. When you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true. When comparing to the nations. On my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. On now. Slow down. I'll party on my own. Hold me back. Hold me back. Party on my own. Hold me back. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. On now. Slow down. I'll party on my own. Party on my own.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and guess who's back? It's me, Necro, the man, the myth, the legend. I'm just kidding. Welcome back to NODWIN Valorant.
I'm sure
Conquerors
about the man,
Championship.
I don't know about the other two.
All right, and our grooming partner is Gillette. Moving on forward, now we did see those two best-of-3 series. Now moving on forward in the third one, CA. What are your speculations?
There's no speculations. It's just about God Particles. Like, they need to make a statement. Again, no shade to Maruti Peak whatsoever, but they're a team that has just come about. God Particles, on the other hand, we heard from Scargard earlier today as well. It doesn't matter, big, small, team of friends, organization, none of that. They don't care. They're focused on their game. And if it is their game versus Maruti Peak's game, statistically, this should be a quick one.
I mean, it should be a quick one, yeah, for sure. I mean, it has been a long day as well. See, I can tell, you know,
I love me some underdog stories, man. So if Maruti Peak
too.
actually push back, I'd be happy.
I mean, I'd be happy too, for sure. I mean, if they have some fight, but what we saw in the actual regional, what they've got, it didn't really seem like it could have been enough to actually take down a team like God Particles. But hey, maybe we're just too early to make a lot of speculations, you know, maybe you need to let the game set in. I do want to know what the map video as well is going to be looking like, because God Particles is, of course, one of those teams that are going to go for comfort bans.
Yeah, definitely. I think Icebox off the table immediately from the side of God Particles. I'm curious if they leave Fracture up Maruti Peak. Just let us have some fun, maybe have some fun yourself. We got to cast Fracture as the first map in VCC, but then it almost never came back after. Like, we saw it one more time, I think.
Oh, Icebox.
Fracture!
Split. Fracture.
Oh,
Ascent. Come on, God Particles. Why you gotta do us like that? Oh? Is this where now the Fracture will be banned? Yep, there we go. God Particles banning Fracture themselves. Well, it seems like maybe they're just saving some kind of strategies for moving in forward. So yeah, you never know. I mean, God Particles know they're really good at the map of Fracture.
I forgot that they don't have Ember today, so their map priorities just completely change. Ascent, though, is a little weird on my end. I get that they're comfortable with the Jet Race composition. I get that they did really well. But it allows Maruti Peak to, if they watched the match earlier today, to just punish those small things where we know what God Particles is going to do. They're going to be aggressive with Knight and Scar on the attack while they play the 1-3-1 effectively. And you can almost always punish those extremes on the ones you try to catch out, either White House on the Astra or the Sentinel himself. We'll see. Maybe God Particles have a completely new strategy to show us.
Exactly. I'm moving on forward in the map of Ascent. We already do have the agent select in front of us. Pretty much some standard stuff from the side of Maruti Peak, but the Viper pick might just be a little questioning because we haven't really seen a lot of Viper being played on the map of Ascent, at least in the VCC 2022. So moving on forward, has to be a little interesting, but yeah, there's just a little bait from the side of Clover. Moving on forward and take a look at God Particles.
That's bait, yeah.
Man, I want to see a Phoenix being played though.
Nah, it's not happening. I see you, Scarguard. I know what you're trying to do, and I will not fall to your traps once again. It's pretty obvious. Like, it's just gonna be Jet Rays, but
okay.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I really like this KO picked up for Clover. It is a really good tool that they can use to shut down the aggressive nature with which God Particles approach their attacking half, and if they are able to put a spanner in their works, really make God Particles think for a second, then I think it will really, tell us that maybe we did judge them a second too early. Maybe Nepal versus Nepal was just something they took lightly, and coming into Wildcard, Maruti Peak are truly going wild on that Maruti, just full drive-bys and the drifting and all of that. But
imagine they just pull out the SMGs throughout the game and they're just like running and gunning everyone down. Actually would be a funny sight to see as well. I mean, it would kind of relate with their name. But yeah, moving on forward, the first round's probably going to be on the board soon. We do see them going for some standard setups. Astra pretty much trying to go and play on the B. So over here, CA, realizing the Maruti Peak hasn't really matched the caliber that God Particles has. What do you think? So what should be their game plan here?
Oh, just to play slow, calm, composed. Again, it's not like they're a bad team or anything like that, right? It's just simply that we haven't seen them tested against the best, whereas God Particles, they've been tested in every single way, and therefore are reliable in the sense that they can expect what to happen. Now, I think reliability is why they went for this map in the first place. Simple execute coming in. That's one night with another, and the tail we expected really unfolding in this pistol.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. The trades are there back and forth, and I do like how the bait came in through as well.
Spike planted.
And now you have Conda over here in the market, still taking things really slow. Clover down to 90 HP, but it's not going to matter. Trades happening back and forth on both the sides, but Clover's still able to get a 3K. Move over to follow it up, and this is quite huge. God Particle somewhere down line. The vision now is getting blurry for them. 18 HP in the hands of Clover. He will fall down.
Was it just me, or no? He didn't. I guess he was flashed. I'm not sure. He just, because I assumed he was flashed, but even after the flash, like right here.
No, he was like shooting, but he wasn't really moving.
Yeah.
Don't know why. It was kind of like, so he thought that, okay, I don't really have any turret in this round, so I'll be a turret myself.
Yeah, smart.
Smart, So like, be the sixth man, but actually I'm the fifth. Troll. But moving in forward now. It's going to be the round, and you clearly do see the proactive nature from the side of Maruti Peak. I don't know if I want to call it as a proactive nature, but they do realize that it's an eco round for them, so might as well try and go for some aggressive plays, and that's what they're exactly going for.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shock dart out, and there you go. Pretty much a mop on the A main.
Yeah, the double kill for Scarguard on the nade, that's an instant refresh. You throw the nade and 2 seconds later, oh, I got a nade back in my hand, let's go! But only one weapon lost, I believe. Shivi did go for the save, if I'm not mistaken, so he's going to be able to, give that Spectre over, go for the save once again, and they continue on with the bonus. And at this point, what Maruti Peak really need to expect is start stacking sites. I feel like play 3-1-1. Instead of that alarm bot and the turret, the Killjoy basically playing A anchor. Maybe use that Killjoy to shut down mid and therefore double down on the sites, because the more I feel like they rely on just the aim factor to pull off these rounds, the more disastrous it's going to be. But I really like this. Gravity well set up. God Particles, they just read into it perfectly. It's just a tailwind for a tailwind trade.
And I just like how they're expecting the aggressive nature as well coming out from their side. So all four players pretty much stacking on the B main. Recon darts out as well. A lot of info being collected by the SOA. Definitely has a lot of things to report. But everyone is now pretty much going to start flooding out mid.
No charges.
The intentions are pretty clear. They just want to go through tree and pretty much execute on the A site. But still, Fuko, his crosshair is going to be trained. Looking to spam, but no, nothing really found just yet. We'll need to back out because the recon dart has given his position away. Instant smokes on the A main, just making sure no one's gonna just get easily able to gain a lot of info, or at least able to flood in. But that's a nice setup coming through from the side of Maruti Peak. They're playing really good here. Fugo as well is trying to put a halt on the momentum of God Particles that they found themselves in, but still ScarGod is able to get a frag away. That's all that really matters. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation. ScarGod left with a decent bit of HP to work with. Clover with only 24, so that's going to be a lot of pressure. But ScarGod, oh no, this is not likely. You cannot just peek out one by one, because ScarGod is just going to stack you guys up on the same site. There we go. Solid finally able to shut it down with a nice 2K and end the round with a 3K.
Oh, okay, and the BMing already from the side of Maruti Peak. I love it. Firstly,
Alright.
Maybe a little early Maruti Peak. That was literally the first round win. But hey, I'll take it, man. I'm a big fan of banter always. We'll have to see though. I don't think God Particles are going to be particularly happy about Maruti Peak testing their crouch button in ScarGod's space. So I want to see a response. You know, I want to see them just W maybe a knife or two from ScarGod. We've seen him try it in the past. And let's make this map extra spicy.
Let's make it quick and spicy. Nice suppression. Presence given away. Raze pretty much with just ScarGod. Now it's been known as out in the mid. Both the teams taking things really slow, realizing that the previous round pretty much was an eco, or not an eco, bonus round, so that's quite looking great for them. Quick flash, quick peek. The Clover a little too light to whip out the fragment, or maybe should not have whipped out that fragment in that spot, but still, now this leaves them in a 4-on-5 situation. Man advantage heavily favoring God Particles. They're looking really good on this site. Nice frag from Logister to follow it up and pretty much trying to clear out the site. They are going to be finding a clear stroll. Knight Rider as well is able to follow it through, and now somewhere down line the vision is looking really blurry for Maruti Peak. Solid making it push silently. Will be shut down as well. White Horse is making his presence known, and a fallen man as well will fall down, and ScarGod shutting him down. And now this is where you start testing your crouch buttons.
I don't think they're gonna do that yet.
Yeah.
God Particles, probably. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're the kind of team that was like, yeah, they can PM us all with the we want. We'll show them who's boss at the end of the map and the series. They want the win. That's what they're hunting for. And honestly, like, it's also the simple fact that I think they've got their eyes on the grand final playoffs, because they ended. No, they were at a massive high in Qualifier 2, but they didn't end Qualifier 2 with that same high. So coming into Wildcard, it was all about redemption, but they're not going to find redemption until they actually reach the finals itself. And winning this series goes a long way to that. You find yourself in the upper bracket finals after this series, where their most likely opponent is going to be GE. And I'm not just saying that because GE is good. I'm saying that because even Missile and friends acknowledge that most likely GE's got the card on them. But they did say they're going to bring in some new stuff. But hold on for that. Tech break, Necro. We've got a tech break.
Yeah, I saw a tech break before 2CA, but there we go. The timer's unpaused though, so I don't know why the tech break is there. There you go. We're going to be moving it forward without any problems inside this round as well. ScarGod pretty much going for a really risky peek out mid. He's able to get at least 2 shots off on the enemy. But Knight Rider is pretty much going to open the fray up, and that's all they need. The Knight Rider is able to ride through on the B site. First man being shut down, and that's quite huge. Just the turret taken down. Pretty much a useless outcome from that. And now free stroll on the side as well, but they realize there is Astra available in the back site with the shorty. If anyone tries to move in, she's probably going to welcome him. Does connect the first shot, but not really able to follow it up with the other one. And now the final man's over here. There we go. Final man taken out, and now it's all down to Jare. He will fall down to a flawless round on the board for God Particles, and they're just steamrolling it through.
Yeah, and talking about steamrolling, right? I'm actually quite surprised that we haven't seen the operator yet pulled out for Conda. Like, even in the Nepal qualifier, he was the most consistent player for the side of Maruti Peak throughout all maps. He's good on the, really good on the operator, but doesn't seem to be able to find his vein of form right here on Ascent.
Yeah.
0 and 5 right now, and getting shut down repeatedly by God Particles, and I feel like it's going to be a similar tale in this round. It's an aggressive rush from God Particles trying to take aim in control. They have the showstopper. As soon as they get aim in, I feel like they're just gonna try to showstopper into side. It's exactly that, but they don't check finally.
No. Oh, they don't check it. And 2 quick frags, and Jory as well is going to be able to follow it up. Oh no, unfortunately gets flushed out, but still it doesn't matter. Jory's getting those trades, and that's all that matters to them. Maruti peek a nice round from their side. Final man's down quite low, so Logista is probably not going to go for it. But he still peeks out, is able to get one. Needs to realize there's another flank coming through from the back line. Making things quite slow. Logista is probably going to let them walk in his aim. Still trying to shoulder peek around the corners. This lineup might just work out.
Winery?
Oh no, look at this. 3 players are just looking at the same direction. Winery and that pretty much being flushed out, and oh no, Clover falls down as well, but still is able to shut down Jory. How did that just happen? Even Maruti Peak themselves, they were quite surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really about because of the amount of work Logi has put into this game. You can see his aim is just absolutely naughty. And actually, on the Aftermath podcast, when he came on, we were talking about that, and Vibor was explaining that even though Logi started significantly later than most of them, his account level is now significantly higher than most of them. He's a true grindmaster.
Oh my god, I don't know, man. I cannot grind that much, honestly. If I start playing a lot of Valorant, if I start playing a lot of Valorant, I just feel like I'm losing a lot of brain cells.
I agree.
Yeah. There we go. Nice frag to open it up. The short pretty much being...
You should run.
Makes sense. Which is why we cast, you know? We're going to let these players suffer everything. We're just over here to talk about stuff.
No, but we still have to watch the players, so we suffer as well.
Yeah, exactly. We do feel the emotions as well, so kind of suffering.
Yeah. Let's not go into the logic of
casting, yeah. Let's just stick to the game over here. 4 players on the B site. That's all they really needed. It's a 4-on-3 situation. Jet has the Blade Storm available too, so Konda is going to be having a lot of eyes on himself. Oh no, misses a lot of shots, but it's fine. Konda is able to connect the final shot, and he will be shut down. Now Konda looking to slice things up over here on the attacker side. Scargod has a lot of confidence for sure. He's just gonna let him walk away. No commands being utilized as well, so nothing really to put on board much though. Was only able to get away with 1 frag, but still another round of the board for God Particles, looking really strong in this one.
And at this point, I think what's especially important for Maruti is trying to somehow gain a sense of momentum. After they won that round where they shut down Scargod's showstopper as well, I feel like they could have tried to get a lot more aggressive, you know, use that KO utility to get into their face and surprise the heck out of God Particles, because really I feel like the round they won even was just doing that. The binary approach not expected by God Particles at all. It's a surprise factor that is going to lend a lot of value to Maruti Peak's defense right now, but okay, I'm quite surprised by this. Xiaore with aggressive Hunter's Fury. I didn't mean to surprise them like that. That's a key ultimate taunt. I'm not sure why.
Oh, nice trade though. That's going to be mattering quite a lot. Another Hunter's Fury being utilized from the side of God Particles. And there you go. Nice shutdown on the controller as well. So Astra is going to fall down. That's a nice trade coming through. But on the other hand, they do have the control available, which is the Astra of God Particles, and that's all they need. They're going to be able to put the smokes on the board. Unfortunately, Clover does connect that headshot, but was not really able to follow it through with another body shot, so he's going to fall down. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Man advantage favoring, I wouldn't say heavily, towards the side of God Particles, because Logista is down quite low. But again, if he's able to keep his nerves really well on Pizza, he's probably going to be able to get away with at least 1 frag. And that's what he's exactly going for. Fugo taking his sweet little time. Jory as well, not really overcomplicating things. But there you go. As I mentioned, if he's able to keep his nerves, he is going to be able to get away with at least 1 frag. And now he should just back off to his teammates.
Yeah, the drone is now coming through.
Oh!
Give the
Good night,
info.
Whitehorse.
Fugo just slapped Whitehorse in the face though. In a 1v2, if he can isolate Loki right here, could be possible. Because Loki is quite low now. Shibi is playing off Loki's contact. As soon as Loki peeks out, Shibi will do, and this is why I always say, like, I feel like God Particles, one of the most disciplined teams in terms of what used to be the underdog punch, you know. Even in that 1v2 game, they give respect to their opponents. Shivi does not peek out till Logi
Oh my god.
is engaged in the duel, and it effectively eliminates any chance of 2 separate 1v1s from Maruti Peak. Shivi getting the trade and the round for God Particles, but Hugo, we see you. We see that aim.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice flick from his side. Pretty much just saying good night to Whitehorse. He's never going to go for those peaks right now in this game for sure. He's being slacked to his position. Taking things quite cautiously. But still having no clue that there is one man tucked on the right side. Pretty sure it is a corner that you're supposed to hard clear, but they do clear it out, but he's still able to get away. No! In the nick of time, though, catches a little bullet right on his chest, and he will be shut down. Lockdowns available from the attacker's side, which is God Particles. They instantly initiate it. There we go, 2 quick kills from Whitehorse to open the fray up, and now that's going to be a clear stroll on the B site. Nothing really to worry about. Also, should be able to get the plant down. 2 players left to life. They have the Cosmic Divide available, so they can try and go for a retake, but still, it'll be a little too risky.
Logi spotted out 1, and the audio cue for the other should be given away. They know that both of the players are in market, and Logi trying to be sneaky here. Crossing through, the recon will not spot him, and Logi's found himself in a great position. Bit of a whip to start it off, but will correct in time, control his spray, shut down 1, Shivi chiming in with another, and just like that, God Particles, they're running away with this map. And we were talking about this with respect to global esports too, but I feel like really it's the case with most of the top teams where once you give them a lead, they're not the kind to really give it away unless you snatch it back from them. You really push them down, and I feel like that's what is currently separating most top tier teams from one region, say from another. Even like for example, Exploit, I would say if you give them a lead, they're just gonna run away with it.
Exactly. As you beautifully pointed out there, big teams, they thrive on momentum, and that's all they really look for in these games. And if you're gonna just give them a taste of that, they're gonna keep on tasting it. So pretty much you wouldn't need to throw a little curveball, pretty much try and change things a little bit, make them confused. And as soon as you do manage to successfully do that, that's when you're going to start finding a lot of rounds in your pockets as well. But again, it's going to be really tough to snatch those rounds away because they're called big teams for a reason. Even if you do throw a lot of curveballs, sometimes they can work things out with just their aim.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. And at this point, I think what is really important is to try and get Konda back his confidence. I think Konda was the star player that we noticed back in the Nepal finals. Seems to be getting back into his groove. Has got the operator online, going for that ace shot peak right here. It's all about that first shot, and I don't think he missed it. Yeah, the nade and the gravity well combo will deny him just that. And look at the aggressive nature with which Knight Rider and Skargard are pushing in. They've got market and pizza control, but it's kind of scary because they've got the spike on them. They get shut down. It's all she wrote for Body in this round.
Oh, there we go. The Knight Rider's able to trade it out with the Soa as well, so a huge man taken care of.
Swarm grenade out.
And on the other hand, there, yeah, it's the controller down. But again, if you do want to execute the B site, you don't really need Astro Smokes that much, so you can pretty much try and get it without that. And exactly as I said, Skargard's able to find the opening through the market. Easy stroll on the site, nothing really to worry about over here. Konda has the operator in the hand now. He can be the game changer.
Spike planted.
But still, it's going to be really hard for Konda to pull out any kind of moments in this kind of a circumstance because man advantage is well favoring them. Now, the only scenario I do see here is that they try and invest into a lockdown, which Fugo has available. But again, the problem is Fugo doesn't really have a lot of HP. One last man alive, and it's going to be Fugo with only 30 HP, and he will be put down asleep as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's especially important is that with this round, we seem to see Maruti Peak coming into the idea that they need to stop worrying about the fact that this has got particles. Of course, though, it doesn't matter as much because you can see Skargard just runs away with it. But what I like is that they're focusing more on their own game. And I think at the end of the day, this is the most important factor for them because remember, this is double elimination, right? Even if they get, even if this series goes the way, honestly, everyone is expecting it to go, then they still have another chance. What is important is that they take away a lot to learn from the series. And best way to do that is play their own style and see on the basis of that what exactly happens. Now Clover getting caught out trying to run away is able to do that on time. But it's the defaults that are kind of concerning for me because look, they've left A shot completely unguarded.
Yeah, but they still have 2 rounds on the board, and if they do keep finding frags like that, they will be able to at least get 4 rounds in the first half. A quick shot from G Silent as well, making sure that Knight Rider is going to be staying silent in this round. Looking to follow it up. Showstopper's out as well. The man's quite close and he will be shut down. Jare just getting that rocket right in his face, doesn't really know what to do in that situation. Quick shot from Kona as well is just going to keep down the man. But not low enough, he's still alive, so only 49 HP to work with on his hands. For ScarGod over here on the site, they've got the site control and that's all they need. We'll get the spike planted, 30 seconds left in the clock. ScarGod is not really as healthy. I don't like ScarGod's position. He's being a little too bold with this one, but maybe he just has a lot of confidence. And the rest of his teammates are pretty much trying to bait him out over here, which makes a lot of sense. They're probably going for a trade game. Paint Shell's out to try and deny the lockdown, but again, is that going to be a possible case or not? That's the question. Nice trade. Looking to get the other one as well, but no, that's not going to be the case. And now it's one-on-one situation where the Killjoy isn't really looking that healthy necessarily. He goes down quite low. 1 bullet should seal the deal, and that's what exactly happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, what is really, really important is to, I guess, remember that this is the map choice of God Particles. They do seem on a tear. But I will say, the shots from Conta and Silent, again, giving me a bit of hope here, you know. Nevertheless, right now, this is the way it seems to go with 9-2 on the board, and God Particles most likely closing out this round right here. Ooh, an interesting Killjoy setup here. The alarm bot and a nanostorm already dedicated to mid. Conda with a beautiful pick catches Knight Rider off guard, and hey, maybe they can bring about that 9-3 curse this time for God Particles. Get this round win and push back on the attack.
Yeah, that's a massive shutdown. Clover as well trying to follow it up. And now the man advantage over here. Early this time favored on the side of Maruti Peak, and this is what exactly they were looking for. But oh no, Fugo catches a bullet right in his dome. This is where God Particles are trying to equalize the man number. Again, it's not going to be the case. That's the question. 3-on-4 situation. Maruti Peak having a clear man advantage. And also having a lot of utilities and ultimates up, so that's all they need. Whitehorse is going to be sneaking it through. Oh no, unfortunately runs right into Silence Crosshair. He will not be spared this time. A nice shot from Jari as well. Logista gets shut down. Now it's all down to Shivy. The IGL, the clever man in the clutch for the 1-on-4 situation. Is he really going to go for a clutch though? I'm pretty sure God Particles have plenty of utilities to use. So yeah, Shivy doesn't really have another choice anyway, so this is probably going to be the end of first half. Oh, peeks out. Nice bait. Was that actually a bait though? That's the question. I don't think so it was.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it was a bait, but oh, whatever. The important part is, again, the round victory picked up. Maybe this Nepali team can bring about the same 9-3 curse that VLT faces on most maps. It started off in Ascent, so the best map to do it is right here. But it's quite unlikely, Necro, because again, the strength of God Particles' composition is on the defense. Rather, the weakness they face on the attack doesn't exist as much on the defensive half. So, I'm sure God Particles are bound to be extremely comfortable here. And we'll have to see if Maruti Peak can even push back in the pistol. They're stacked up on this B side. 3 stars placed. So, one is a one-way, the other 2 a combo. And I think it's up to Knight Rider to give them the information that, hey, they're pushing through. The one-way star already utilized. Now with the drone coming out, I expect the gravity pull to come out to wipe combo with that boom bop, but no, instead he's just dissipating the sauce, pulling them back, instead playing much more defensive on the site hold this time.
Yeah, they don't really want to go against the odds over here. No aggressive plays this time. Instead, just play on a stop. Do not let them flood in the site. Personally, I like it. I like the game plan here. 4 players are available right on the site as well, so Knight Rider is probably going to be playing the crucial role to try and shut down this push. Nice shock dart available. Instantly will shut down the push right there. Dealing a lot of damage. ScarGod's on a huge 3k. And a flawless round with the ScarGod getting 4 for himself.
Got Particles on an absolute tear, Necro, and unfortunately, it's what we expected. I say unfortunately because two reasons. Number one, I absolutely love Maruti Peak's logo.
Yeah.
And number two, I always appreciate an underdog story, but unfortunately, GOTP are not messing around right now. They are pure business. They want that spot in the grand finals playoffs, and they're trying to make it happen. Which is why, once again, I'm very glad that, of course, this is just map 1, and even if they lose the series, this is going to go over to lower bracket for Maruti Peak. But right now, Logi himself getting quite aggressive. Knight Rider finding back-to-back shots.
Oh my god.
I know it's the eco for Maruti Peak, but it feels like now GOTP is starting to suffocate them.
I mean, look at the round, though. I mean, even though it's eco, you cannot really afford to give any more rounds to them. It's going to be 11 rounds to the board. That means one more round secured, and that'll be the match point. And Knight Rider is just on a tear. He's a man unleashed. He's out for blood. He's the vampire. He smells him. Dejare as well, looking to peek out. A quick shot on Dejare should shut him down. Dejare going to connect those crucial headshots, but no connections being found just yet. Does he realize that he's also being flanked from the attacker spawn? A quick shot onto his head will put Whitehorse to sleep again. Whitehorse is the man who's eating all the bullets. He's like, when it comes to you guys, they're not even hitting those crazy shots, but when it comes to me, they're just hitting some insane headshots. Guys, why is this happening? I feel Whitehorse at this point. I feel him. This happens with me all the time. Look at that.
I mean, Whitehorse himself has been on a lovely vein of form. He just eased into the team so easily. And it makes sense, you know. This lad has been with them since Far Esports, back when Knight Rider Shivi Scout first made their venture into Valorant. From Far, they were together into Godlike, into F1 LS, but since then, God Particles have come back with Ember and Logi, and Whitehorse has taken a back seat, but now back to fill in for Ember's absence, and he's doing so in prolific fashion. Talking about prolific fashion, Knight goes Clover as Knight Rider shuts him down. The trade is good, but again, the area captured is what is key, because see, trying to hold out for dear life, Shivi finds one, and surely another here for Scargord. Spike is dropped, and most likely the round 2.
Yeah, the round as well. Pretty much it's just fading away. There's no way they're going to be able to get this round in the hands. Considering the fact that the man advantage is clearly in the hand of God Particles, and nothing much can be done. 2-on-3 situation, having Raze available, which is Scargod. He himself can close this out easily. Konda and his teammate Jare. This is going to be quite tough. The problem is they don't have any smokes available. It's only the Jet and Sova, unless the Jet has some Cloud Burst. That's going to be helping with that quite a lot, but still. Konda now instantly going for some aim duel. He's down quite low. The turn's dealing a lot of damage, and there he goes. Scargod from the back. He's going to welcome him on the site. Jare is the man of the clotheslines. He will shut down Scargod. Good crosser placement from his side as well. 96 HP in hand. Oh, okay. Well, shows his back. I don't exactly know why he went for that, but still. Didn't really have a lot of time. He needed to go for that play. But this is where it's just the God Particles aim kick in. They're not going to be missing shots like those.
And it does also mean that now with this match point acquired, that round was the buy round for Maruti Peak. Their eco is going to be broken, as you can see. Stuck on a couple of Vandals. One Vandal without shields, a Spectre, an Ares, oh boy, and a Guardian. Don't get me wrong, I love the Ares. But when you see an Ares pulled out after the player has not used an Ares or a node in the entire game, you know that the team is in trouble. Especially when Knight Rider getting his hands on an operator, does miss that first shot, but able to still survive. Now 1-for-1 trade is worth it for Maruti Peak if they can recover the weapon, but that's easier said than done because the body is all the way back. They're going to try to go for the rotate and stack in on this A site, but you can see the discipline of God Particles reigning supreme. They haven't had a single early rotation come through. Instead, they're just holding on for dear life.
The Champions Vandal glowing as well, and a nice shot from Fugo. Fugo is able to connect these insane shots, and that's what I'm really eyeing out for, and he's making a fan of him for sure. He just keeps on performing like that. Oh no, a little too late there, Scargod. Wasn't really able to let out the rocket in time. Showstopper being neutralized, and now Whitehorse is the only man available on the side of God Particles, and he's just going to line him up. What was that? God Particles Oh, Whitehorse just going some insane mode. Sicko mode activated right there. ScarGod just laughing it out. He knows Whitehorse just stacked him up like it was nothing.
Dropped him like it's hot. Dropped him like it's hot. That deserves that. Jesus, I honestly thought that the map would go a little further, at least after the way Maruti Peak seems to have pulled it back in that broken buy. God Particles, even their 6th is an absolute madman, and this team, they're continuously doing wonders as now winning this first map 13-3. They head on to Breeze, which is kind of scary. Like, I get it, Maruti picked the map of Breeze, but longest maps for. So, I do believe the one issue they will face is who fills in onto Ember's role right here, because I'm not sure if Whitehorse actually plays the same agents as Ember in that regard. Plays the Astra, but not necessarily everything else.
I mean, yeah, that's a good question as well, but I'm pretty sure Whitehorse is a man who's pretty, like, compatible with playing whatever. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to try to fill in as much as possible, because over here as well, we saw God Particles not really going for a lot of strats instead just going for a normal default play, pretty much on the attacking side as well. We just saw them getting the mid control and pretty much trying to flood in from the either market, or if they do want to go on the A site, they just had a little bit of split on the A man and also the tree area. So nothing really complicated being shown from the side of God Particles, so it would make a lot of sense, even if Whitehorse will try to fill in some shoes over here. So 13 rounds on the board for God Particles, and a huge victory from their side. Moving inside the second map, I'm going to be questioning Maruti Peak's mentality over here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think there is a big boost in the sense that the second map is the map of their choice, but at this point, what's important is the simple fact that Maruti Peak, you can see, they are still insanely talented. The headshot percentage is nuts. I think they just need more exposure, which is why the tactical aspect God Particles just seem to run away with. We'll just have to see if Maruti Peak themselves can find as much experience as they can take from this series and then move on to create that true underdog storyline from the lower brackets, claw their way back, beat every other region. We've already got, I believe, Salt Esports in the lower bracket trying to do the exact same. So Maruti Peak definitely will have a point to prove. But again, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because G-Siler, he had some great rounds. I'm just saying, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure there is still a possibility of Maruti Peak just having an insane breeze and at least taking us to map 3, if not even winning the entire series.
No, there's not.
Oh, shit.
Moving on forward, MVP comparison in front of you guys. Logista pretty much having some huge peaks over here, and they're looking really dominant. But yeah, I said, again, I love myself an underdog story as well. Don't get me wrong, God Particle themselves are underdogs, so I mean, this is an underdog story in itself, pretty much going in forward. Okay, see, come on, they were when they came inside the VCC.
Where? You said R. Where? No, not anymore.
Listen, they pretty much are. Come on, they still are. The VCC hasn't ended yet. I feel like when VCC ends and now when they pretty much show themselves up in the upcoming competitions, that's when they're not going to be an underdog anymore. But over here in VCC, throughout the VCC, they have to be an underdog team. And I'm personally going to call them an underdog team. Even though, okay, see, all right. Okay, moving on forward. Moving on forward. First map was a complete steamroll. Pretty much call it a stomp or call it whatever the hell you guys want. But it was a one-sided map. Moving on forward, it's going to be the Breeze map. Again, Maruti Peak having a huge chance to pull it back. But as CA mentioned, Breeze is one of the most comfortable maps of God Particles. And to make that happen is going to be really tough. Pretty much next to impossible.
Yeah, Whitehorse needs to fill into that Viper role that Ember picks up on the map of Breeze. So we'll see how comfortable he is in that regard. But definitely God Particles are the favorites going into it. We'll have to see if they can continue making the statement the way they made throughout today. All 3 maps they played have been very quick.
Yeah, they have been really quick. But talk about quick things. We're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be right back.
The apron, vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really don't, it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Slow down. party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Zone down. Slow down. Oh, party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own. Yeah, that's tight. Max Marson. Tony Romero. Party on my own.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Concealment.
I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place. Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot, keep it coming. I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the South Asia region. And someone over here, right next to me, has called me useless in the break. So, over here, I'm just here to tell you guys that I get bullied every single day. And C over here pretty much puts a smile on his face just bullying me. How you feeling, man?
Happy. Very happy. I enjoy doing that. But I know, right? Like, you've got thick skin, you know? And it's not even bullying, Necro. It's more friendly banter. You know?
I know. I just gave it a name of bullying because I want sympathy from the audience and I want a lot of followers. Moving on. This is going to be the second map of this best of 3 series. And this is going to be quite interesting now. First map was a complete stomp. Second map is probably going to be stomp 2, CA. What is your... Second map hopefully is not a stomp.
Yeah, exactly. So expectation is yes, most likely God Particles, like we talked about, continue to make that statement really remind GE, yo, we're coming for you, all right? Just hold on a second there. We'll meet you in the upper bracket finals, and which they will get themselves in if they get this victory. But
yeah,
I'm hoping, I have the hope here. We saw that these players from Maruti Peak certainly have the skill. This is the map of their choice. Now they just got to go ahead and establish their momentum here. So the only change I was thinking is maybe the Cypher goes over to White House. He used to be a Cypher main, but no, that's not going to happen. It is going to be Viper most likely picked up for White House. But the Chamber for Pugo had some nutty shots in the last game. Definitely can see him making this agent really work. And allows Conda to go for the Reyna because you no longer need the check to op.
Ooh, that's huge. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, Fuga's probably going to be filling in the operator role, and now Conda is probably going to be locking in the Reyna. So I do... Okay, Clover instead is going to be the Jet. So a double duelist composition coming out as well. So Clover on the Jet. I want to see what they've got to deliver. Again, the problem is they just have no flashes. And how are you supposed to play with no flashes on the map of... CA, take it over, please.
Yeah, Necro got a little triggered right there. I'm trying to control myself because... what Necro doesn't know is I've been seeing this from the very start. Freeze. The trigger is past me. It is just trauma now. But yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like even if you are playing single initiator, just get rid of the Sova. It's not that big a deal. Play without the Sova. Play with the Sky. She can be brilliant in obtaining information, and in general is definitely the better pick over the Sova on this map, especially, I don't know, especially when you're running a
aim
double
practice?
duelist composition. They do have flashes, by the way, Nick.
Yeah.
The Reyna is...
Oh, the Reyna. But again, I mean, I honestly feel like Reyna flashes are the flashes that get targeted really well. And I talked to you about this as well. So one of my friends, as I said, even if the people that are in the chat, if they don't really know. So one of my friends, he's like a professional player as well. And he pretty much plays in the South Asia region. He's not really from India. But he told me that they have a dedicated man in the team who pretty much breaks down the utilities that are around them, or either he will break down the flashes coming in from Reyna or anything like that. So that in itself is kind of like gives a little bit of room. That Reyna flashes or leers, if you guys like to call it, they're not as impactful as they used to be back in the day.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we now start seeing that in Compy as well, right? Where players realize they can just have one player break it, have the other player find the peak, but hold on. Lost for a second because they're going on a massive lurk, but God Particles don't give a damn. Night Riders found the entry, and Shivy will find another, and this flank will mean, well, not much, because now their position revealed as well, and God Particles, you can see, they've sent Shivy on the lurk. So
everyone bought a Sheriff. Everyone bought a Sheriff. Every single person bought a Sheriff from their side. Shivy with the lurk, oh no, misses a lot of shot. And he will be shut down, will need to pay the price for it. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Sheriff's in the hand of Maruti Peak. They're looking to convert this 3-man into pretty much a round lead. Fred's asking back and forth, and now somewhere down line, it's just God Particles getting a huge advantage. And free Sheriffs as well, CA.
Quite interesting. Very much emphasis on the int part. Because I understand if the Jet picks up a Sheriff. Okay, maybe I understand if the Reyna picks up a Sheriff. But quite weird. If more than that. Even the Reyna, no, I don't understand why the Reyna picks up the Sheriff. You can buy a Lear or Solob if you get literally any other weapon, go for a Ghost maybe. But hey, I'll tell you what I do understand is Maruti Peak's headshot percentages were quite high. So in that regard, the Sheriff makes sense.
Yeah, oh, nice scan. But again, is that going to mean a lot? That's the question. Floodgate should be open for God Particles. As we do know, there's no flashes available on either side. Silent making an entry in the smoke. But he needs to be really quiet. I'm pretty sure he's going to be running out of the timer on the smoke as well, so he needs to back off. But I personally like the crossfire setup coming through from their side as well. Both of them being spotted. Nice smoke to isolate the duel with the Reyna. And the second man as well is going to be following it up, but still the man in the close will fall down. Knight Rider has no clue. The man has fallen down, but it's fine. It's just one man being traded for the entire site. That's quite worth it. And what just happened? Blink of an eye and the entire round's in the hand.
I was kind of confused why Knight did not know that the
me too.
was already dead. Because, yeah, right here, like what? They kill Konda, and then Scar gets the Viper, I believe. But okay, I guess they're just like, we will spam, we will BM. I'm not sure. Maybe he just calms very late, because you can see God Particles are quite laid back. Nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. They pick up the round. Knight Rider is going for the buy, and I'm going to call this a bonus simply because of the fact that you can see Shivy, he went for the save. So technically, they're continuing on with all of their weapons, and even though Knight Rider has 0 credits, Shivy has 5,000. So he has more than enough money for in the next round to buy for himself and Knight.
Oh my God.
If they lose this, but it doesn't seem like God Particles have any intentions of doing that. A double back-to-back round A-side execute is now going to be switched into the same similar wall, but this time for a mid to A.
Oh no! Oh no! Make it 3, man. They're just stacking up, and now the A side pretty much looks like not a side anymore. It looks like graveyard. Final 2 men. Wow, a jumping shot. Maybe he's trying to play some COD.
I just realized. I'll tell you right after this round is over and Silent is taking that. Technically, A-side always looks like a graveyard because it has pyramids, and pyramids are literally Egyptian graveyards. You know, that's where they bury their dead. So... This is where I need a better...
3 rounds on the board in the hands of God Particles. Looking really good, man. Maruti Peak with only 0 rounds in their hand. And now they're probably just going to go for some broken buys and some marshals in the hand. A little bit of light armor as well to mix it up. So, CA, speculations in this round. Do you think they're going to get absolutely demolished, or are they going to be able to bounce back?
Now again, going for the aggressive execute. They've got the Cypher 3. This is an eco for Maruti Peak, but the space at which Guard Particles are playing right now, I think, against teams like Maruti Peak, which don't necessarily have as much experience playing against this style, it is quite overwhelming. But hey, still, Jaru is a shot to trade out. Scargod's initial kill will mean that they can now start pushing forward, knowing there's a couple players on backside, but I don't think they're expecting Whitecop's positioning. Look,
oh my god! What is that?
Right with the flank, and they're also loading.
Yeah, they're actually able to do a decent amount of damage over here.
One enemy remaining.
And oh my god, Logista finally is the saving grace in this round. A nice 3K to close it off. But I absolutely love how Maruti Peak played that off. Even though they were on some broken buys, they were able to give a tough competition for God Particles in that round. So barely able to sneak that round away with the skin underneath their teeth. But again, this right here, man. Oh, Shivy. That's going to be a little scar onto himself for a while now.
Yeah.
Talk about scars. I've got a lot of scars, man, from the past.
But hey, talking about scars themselves, Scargod has his Seekers ready. He's going to use it instantly to get information. Spots out 2 players on site and 1 on elbow. So they're going to just go for the heavy execute, knowing they can isolate that player. The main duo is down. The operator getting overwhelmed in Maruti Peak. They don't even get a second to peek. They just get bombed on their Maruti.
Yeah, they're just getting shut down one after the other. Now here comes the peek as well from G Silent. Logista 2 will get shut down. Remaining. Not really a good fact right there. Scargod's able to follow it up onto G Silent. He's looking quite great. 4 rounds on the board, and Maruti Peak still need to try and sneak 1 round in their hands. Final man alive, it's Fugo to try and turn the tables, but he's taking a lot of damage. Fall back, buddy. No, it's going to be the case. Instead, they're just going for a full commit. Maruti Peak, it's all or nothing.
Absolutely. All or nothing indeed right now. 5-0 on the board. And at this point, it does feel like Maruti Peak, well, it kind
they've
of
just
feels
given
like
up, honestly.
Maruti is... No, I don't think they've given up. They still are trying. But I feel like they're just not getting a moment to think about what they can do or what they want to do. It's just back to back to back, extremely quick rounds, and with only 15 or 20 seconds between every round, it doesn't really give you that much time. Which is why I was going to say, I feel like they should take a timeout. Just try to calm themselves down and be like, guys, let's just enjoy this as much as possible and work out how we want to progress on the basis of that. Now, a very defensive Viper split here. He's going to get chased out of it too because of the drone, and they take control of it. Got part because they're hunting down G Silent. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. Well done to find the frag on Scar, but a trade will mean that the Viper split gone. They set up their own and take up the side.
What I found really funny was he was not able to actually shut down the owl drone in mid-air. He missed quite a lot of shots. It's fine, Logista. As long as you're able to connect those heads, that's all that matters to us. Hunter's Fury out. Jory not really finding any connection with that. Logista will shut down Conde. Clover pretty much trying to trade things out. 2-on-3 situation, man advantage. Definitely favoring the other team, which is Maruti. But now, oh my god, Jory peeks out. They're just giving these solo fights away. And this is what is really not panning out. They need to start playing with each other. They need to start at least setting up a lot of crossfires, play on each other's peaks, try to get trades. We haven't seen a single trade over here yet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like they're getting overwhelmed to a large extent where usually in scenarios like this, think about even in compy games, right? When you're getting slapped to this extent, you stop calming, you stop playing with your teams. You're just like, yeah, screw it. I'm going to go try to be the hero. And unfortunately, that's never the right route. Now, yes, that is compy games. This is pro games. So Maruti Peak inherently shouldn't be doing that, but that's easier said than done. It's very easy saying that they shouldn't be doing it, but...
Oh, no, why? Why? No, why would you do that?
Just to clarify, the reason we're all quite perplexed is because the Trailblazer can't see that far. It's not like a normal drone, so he needn't have shot it. He wouldn't be seen. And boy, one operator revealed in the Tour de Force, the other hunted down. God Particles are running rampant on Breeze next.
Yeah, they're just like finding a casual stroll on a summer's day. Well, just gonna bring up there's one man sneak pass through. There you go. The Cypher lurking pretty much perfectly. He's able to isolate the duel with the man, and now the neural theft out as well. The final two men's position compromised, and Cypher now pretty much trying to hold some off angles. Now he knows where these both men are present. Fugo's quite low. He will fall down too. The Tour de Force pretty much not really coming to use. Final man as well taken down quite low. 18 HP in his hands. And he should fall down as well. 7 rounds on the board. And pretty much up till now, it's just looking like a flawless victory for God Particles. On the other hand, Maruti Peak, man, I don't know. A lot of questionable decisions. And honestly, it's just God Particles proving them unparalleled CA.
Absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, that's what it is, right? God Particles have had a lot more exposure, a lot more experience playing against teams that have got that extra international experience. Teams like Global Esports, teams like Velocity, who have seasoned players in themselves, and learning from them, God Particles have elevated their gameplay to a large regard, and also honestly taught them a few tricks of their own. It's really that is helping God Particles stay a step ahead of Maruti Peak right now. And I guess now the question becomes, can Maruti Peak even find one round?
God, what am I watching? What am I watching? Thank God he's not really able to get away with the second one. If he did, I was about to flip my stuff. But yeah, if any of the teams actually... If any of the teams actually do need a W key coach, hit me up, guys. My Instagram's right over there as well. NEKROW. I will teach you guys how to W key down the best of the best players in the world. I am the W key master. Sia, you want to elaborate on that?
Spike planted.
No, because it's false. Why? Because have you seen Japanese gameplay? Have you seen Latin American gameplay? They are the true W key masters.
I taught him. Moving on.
Sauce.
7 rounds.
Sauce.
7-0 is the scoreline, and the man in the close call. Scratch that. Nothing really much to be said over there.
Yeah.
Spike down.
And at this point, yeah, there's not much to say about this with a simple regard that. Again, I don't blame Maruti Peak at all for what is happening. I do blame them for no Sky. Come on, guys, you gotta play the Sky on trees. There's 3 agents which are compulsory on trees, in my opinion. Okay, no, not even 3. I'll say 2 now because the Cypher is kind of replaceable. So Viper Sky must play. The Jet even, I don't care if you don't play. Like, it's fine. Play the Reyna and the Chamber combo. But you gotta play the Sky. Like, I don't even know what to say. It's just way too good. You can see every single time Stargod setting up these aggressive pushes, flashing out Clover. He doesn't even get a
What is going on?
Again, a mid-to-A executes. Stargod just like, alright guys, this is no longer about winning this map. It's about who gets the Shining Vandal first. And I don't have it, so I go first.
Yeah, he doesn't have it, so he's probably just going to try to open the fray up. And now it's a 2-on-5 situation. And I honestly feel like I'm watching a game where it's 2 teams that are playing in a normal cyber cafe. And the other team is pretty much new to a video game.
Yeah, maybe. I still think Maruti Peak have some insanely talented players. Pugo is a great example. G Silent as well. Seems very disciplined as a controller. I always appreciate that. And then Konda. I think Konda is having an off day. You know, wasn't able to shine on Ascent or right here on Breeze, but we saw how good he was in the Nepal qualifiers. So
yeah,
I'm just hoping that they, you know, just forget this matchup. It did happen pretty quick. It should be pretty easy to forget. But what's more important is they go into the lower bracket with nothing to lose.
My.
Yeah. I just started to smoke in this lobby now.
Yeah, I mean, the jokes aside though, they definitely do have a lot of nice players in their, roster. All they need to do is just get their team together and try to play off of with the team. We haven't really seen like a proper synergistic gameplay just yet, until yet. So maybe they'll need to try and get their thoughts together. Maybe they need a little bit more team practice for sure. And I'm pretty sure Maruti Peak is one of those best teams out there from their own region. So all they need to do is just a little bit of more practice being put on the board together as a 5-man unit. And I'm pretty sure they will get their thoughts matching as well.
Absolutely. And we'll have to see, can they even get one round on the board? Now Clover's picked himself an operator, Pogo as well. Okay, double operator setup. I'm not sure about it because they don't have shields, either of them, and you can see like, it's not like the race,
the cabbage
ascent composition. They're not cabbages, they're jellyfish. They do.
No, they're cabbages. They are cabbages. Cabbage is out, and they are being eaten alive. Oh, what is this?
Where is everyone hiding?
Oh my God, what is going on? This is.
No, but you mean the cabbages are
Standing ahead.
alive?
There they are.
No, they're not though. None of them got tagged, so the bullets ate the cabbages alive. But a nice shot from Fugo. This is what I like to see. Maruti Peak, are they trying to bounce back over here? It's a 1-on-2 situation. If they do get this round on the board, I'm going to be really happy for
no
them.
shields though.
Yeah, this is going to be a little risky. And look at him, he just baits out the shot, and this is not a good sign. Headhunter out as well, not really finding any connections. 4 bullets in the hand. All he needs to do is just connect 2 bullets on the enemy line right there. Or actually, no, scratch that. 3 bullets. He's still not going for the reload, and this is what I like to see. A little bit overconfident, but this might as well be punished. Headhunter's pulled out from the side of Fugo as well. Fugo knows he has the mechanical aim for sure. A nice shot from Fugo. Talk about that. Fugo pretty much delivering on the mark. And this is what I like to see. Maruti Peak pretty much now delivering in that previous round, reading how God Particles are able to play, and they're able to shut down the aggression. And now I just want to see a little bit more of that Maruti Peak.
Yeah, and at this point, like, what's especially important is that you can see even on the cameras, positivity maintained by all the players in Maruti Peak. They had smiles on their faces, you know, and I think if you have smiles on your faces at a 10-1 scoreline, then you're continuously established as a team that will always maintain its cool and try its hardest, and I think that's what Maruti Peak is doing. I'm not sure why Logi doesn't reload or even try to go for the plant right there. As you said, a bit of overconfidence. Like, I will aim battle him, but Logi, you've got to understand that these players might not have the exposure in terms of tacticality.
Yeah.
Does not mean they're not cracked. They are very
that's a
much
good point. That's a really good point. As I mentioned, and even I was saying the same thing, they just need to play with each other a little bit more. They just need to start synchronizing with each other a little bit more. They are individually really good players, but they just need to start syncing it up with each other as well. As a team, I would say they lack quite a lot of things, but as a player, they are pretty good. So you cannot just change one-on-one duels against them like that. There's always a 50-50% chance.
Yeah,
God Particle somewhere down the line getting a little too overconfident. They got shut down in the previous round pretty quickly, so... Oh my God, not like that right there. Conda being shut down. Not really a good thing. The site pretty much now open. The floodgates as well will follow it through. And it's ScarGod looking to deliver with the floodgates. They're also looking to flood out through the mid.
I just noticed.
What?
Scar has his parakeet, I believe, or parrot, I'm not sure. He has a pet parrot / parakeet. That's sitting on his shed. Yeah, when his camera comes, just think
That's cute.
Yeah, but what's even funnier? Yeah, right there. You see the pet parrot.
Oh my God! Look at that.
No, what's funnier?
Oh, it's cute.
She wasn't there in game 1, I believe. I wonder if she came because she saw Sky throwing out birds. So he's like, "Hey, I'm a bird too. I will show myself."
No, I do not want Sky to pop that.
No, ScarGod, don't pop your pet. Because you see, that's the real pet.
That's cute.
And Sky's birds are construct she makes out of her hands. No, he won't, because Sky is an animal rights activist, environmental activist, all of those things, you know. She's very kind to her animals. She only pops the fake animals she makes out of her hands.
Yeah. Makes sense. But yeah, that's a really cute part, though. Honestly.
Yeah.
It's pretty cute. Imagine you're having games and it just comes and sits on your shoulder.
He used to have 2, I believe, twins or partners or something. I'm not sure. But one of them unfortunately passed away recently this year. It was quite sad.
Oh no! I would love myself a little pet, man. Would help me to get rid of my loneliness. But that's a whole nother rodeo on the other side. Moving on forward in this round. Quick shots. And now the first half pretty much has taken place. Moving on to the second half. This round's going to be mattering quite a lot. 2 quick shots onto him. But oh no, G Solid misses out on Shivy, and he's going to be taking full advantage of that situation. Jara as well is able to follow it through, and now it's a 3-on-2 situation. 45 HP in the hands of Shivy. Looking to deliver. Nice shot coming through from Jara. Shivy, the only man left alive with not a lot of HP to work with, misses a bit of shots onto Jara, and he will deliver on the other hand.
mean, at this point, what's especially important is, you know, you gotta make sure that you end this map on a right note if you're Maruti Peak, and they're doing that. They pick up another round, and it does give them a little bit of hopium. Necro, very little, I will be very honest, very little, but a little nevertheless. Now, I am concerned about the fact that Fugo is not going for a full buy. It's literally now or never, my dude. What are you saving for?
Oh no. There we go. 11 rounds on the board, and 2 rounds only for Maruti Peak. Imagine if the comeback happens. I would actually just break my headset that I'm wearing right now. But moving on forward, 2 frags on the board. G Silence able to get it through. Floodgates easily being opened somewhere down line. Now got Particle struggling in this round, even though there was an eco. Makes sense. Scar got able to follow it through. Makes a lot of sense as well. Scar God's playing the Sky, and he also has a bird right next to him. It's pretty cool. 8 HP already. Oh no. Things are looking quite difficult right now.
Now, 3-11 on the board, and at this point, Maruti Peak, they're starting to vibe. You can see the smiles on almost every player. Konda, of course, I think he's understanding that he's got an off day. Maybe mentally just slightly off, not able to find his momentum whatsoever. And hey, Konda, if you watch this, I just want you to know, every player has an off day, man. It's completely all right. And that's why we've got the lower bracket as well. You come pop heads in the lower bracket.
Yeah. And if any of the other players are watching this, can you guys please play ranks with me? I'm trying to rank up.
Please don't. For your own sanity, I'm just warning you guys. Now it's off.
Don't listen to him, guys. He's just a hater. Moving on forward. 5.
No, I just like to point out. Now you said I'm a hater, but you didn't say I'm wrong.
I mean, you are a hater. That's what it means. You're a hater. You'll just try to point out negative things in me.
No, I'm just saying that for the sake of sanity, you should not queue up with next.
Oh, okay. Well, for their sake of sanity, that wasn't really a good thing. Clover been picked up that early. Being on the attacking side, you do not really want your duelist to be getting rid of. Scar God missing those initial shots, and you can clearly see he's a little unhappy with that. Lifts up his hands from the mouse, does realize, oh no, that's a little bit unfortunate moment. But White Horse is able to follow it through, and now only 2 players left alive. Make this a 12-3. That means it's going to be a match point for God Particles, and they're looking really good. A quick flick onto him. Fugo is the only man left alive with 85 HP. He himself is trying to turn the tides against them, but again, that's a lot of heavy climbing to do over here, Fugo. It's going to be a little tough.
30 seconds.
A heavy backpack on your back and still trying to climb a mountain. I don't really feel like that's going to be that easy of a task, but still.
I do like the fact that God Particles are giving him the respect. They're like, oh, hey, we're not going to just try to rush him down, hunt him down. We have the spike. We're just going to deny him the entry towards that, secure the round in the bag, and see, that's what's important. God Particles are also starting to realize that these players definitely have the mechanical capability. As soon as the time starts running down, now they're going to hunt him down and deny the operator. As you can see how damn good he is with it. Rendezvous on out of there. Logi should get one peek.
Oh, there we go.
Last second, he shuts him down. Feels bad, bro. Feels bad.
Yeah, Saj in the chat. Saj.
One enemy remaining.
Saj.
I wish there was a Sage Saj. Oh, actually, you know what?
Yeah. We might tell NODWIN to make one.
Yeah, I think we need special emotes in the chat.
Yeah, we need it. We need it. Don't worry, guys. We'll talk to the admins and get you guys some new emotes to play with. So you guys are as well having a lot of fun, not just with us, without us too. Moving on forward, 12 rounds on the board, and God Particles are looking really strong. They're looking unstoppable, they're looking unbeatable. They have started to question themselves. A nice shot from Bluko, though, that's all they really need, but they should not be doing that. Konda with a nice 2K. Seems like the man's finally being awakened. But still, it's a 2-on-3 situation, and it is flippable for sure. But if Konda is able to put the pedal to the metal, that's going to be a good thing. But oh no, wins the duel in the mid-range, and Whitehorse living up to his name. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Whitehorse in the close range will be shut down by G Silent with the operator in the log. Knight Rider is the only man left alive. Nice shot coming through. But he exactly knows where the operator is available as well. He's looking for a little peek. G Silent doesn't exactly know what to do here. he knows he'll peek out. There you go. Quick frag onto him, and Knight Rider pretty much that's it. It's done. It's got Particles pretty much moving out forward in the wild card over here in the upper bracket. And, well, we have Maruti Peak moving down in the lower bracket, CA.
Yeah, got Particles once again making that statement. Whitehorse standing out, really settling into the team very, very well, and the rest of the players pick up exactly where they left off in the India qualifier to showing off their identity as they continue to climb through the ranks. Beautifully played, and got Particles now in the upper bracket finals await their familiar foe. GE, they're waiting for you.
They are waiting for you, man. This is going to be interesting, Sia. I do want to find out what kind of things are really going to be looking like in the future, because again, as you mentioned, God Particles and GE, that is the grand final. It would be really interesting to watch. But again, there's going to be 2 slots from Wildcard, so even if the teams do move in the grand finals, that's fine. Both the teams are probably going to be moving in forward in the grand final playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And this is just the upper bracket finals. So there's still very much a possibility that a team from the lower bracket finals makes its way through. But if GE are to win their upper bracket semifinals tomorrow against Missile and Friends, then God Particles and GE will fight for a guaranteed spot in grand final playoffs.
Exactly. Moving on forward, let's take a look at the scoreboard as well to find out how the storyline really looked like in the previous game. It was a complete stomp, 13-3. But still, I would say Maruti Peak deserves all the love from the side of Nepal community for sure to make it this far away and trying to represent their country in the wildcard region, where it's a mix of teams and you don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like. As I mentioned, wildcard has to be the most hardest out of all the regions that we've came through, because it's a mix of region. Every single region has one of their teams coming in, so it's going to be really hard to prepare in wildcard as well.
Yeah, and really, again, props to be given to Maruti Peak. As you said, a mix of all regions coming through in the wildcard. They tried their hardest, right? And you can see a simple fact that I feel like what happened in the last VCC was that we had top 2 teams from every region, but since then, those top 2 teams for India has turned into top 6, top 7 teams. We had several teams that were underdogs in the last VCC, were expected to be underdogs coming into this VCC, shown that they are no longer underdogs, and one of them is God Particles. So clearly, a step above the rest. God Particles pick up the victory, and now moving on to the upper bracket finals, dominating in every single regard.
Oh my god. But yeah, moving on forward, man, this is pretty much the damage stats, and God Particles just doing a lot of emotional damage on Maruti Peak. And it's going to be really hard to bounce back from that. Lower brackets is what they're going to be moving down to, but Maruti Peak still, it doesn't mean that you need to just chill out. Same thing goes for God Particles. Moving on forward, God Particles realizes that the competition is just going to get tougher and even tougher, so this is not their time to chill out either. So Knight Rider pretty much also having 38 kills on his hands with 18 deaths and 8 assists, only with the econ rating of 77, an average combat score of 312, and first bloods of 12 or 7, my bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, what's especially important to understand is that from the side of God Particles, even though Knight Rider is taking the cake with respect to being the MVP in multiple matches, and by the way, a clear indicator that he might be amongst 1 of 5 players I think I've counted so far who are in clear contention for that $1,500 prize. But to get your hands on that, you got to make it all the way to the playoffs. But to survive, you can see Knight Rider 362 kills. But I want to give props to Logi, man. The guy has grinded so much. He's one of the most consistent players from the side of God Particles. And all of that done in a matter of time where many players, it's not just in South Asia, but internationally claim it's not enough time to get as good as the rest of the players who've had, say, a year or a year and a half playing Valorant. So props to be given to Logi. He's setting himself apart, proving that it's not about time, it's about how much dedication and work you put in.
Yeah, exactly. All the dedication, man. That's all that really matters. The grind should keep on going no matter what it is. I do understand sometimes there can be a little burnout moments, but still, to keep that grind going for so long, for hours and hours, days and days, that's quite huge in itself. I mean, I myself get burned out quite a lot of times from Valorant, so I take a little break. I try to play some other games, maybe just take a complete break from gaming in general and try to go out of my house and try and enjoy some life, because CA never really calls me for any kind of party, so I have to find new friends all the time, but it's fine.
You say that like I go for many parties. I finish VCC, I go home, I watch International Valorant, I sleep, I wake up, come cast VCC. What parties? What parties?
That's cap.
It's not, and you know it. You know it's not. There's literally nothing in my day. At least for the last 3 months, or 2.5 months, there's been nothing in my day except Valorant.
I believe you. I
Maybe
believe you.
a
You've
bit
been doing
of,
quite a lot.
Apex here and there, that's all.
Yeah. Especially the new. Okay, I'm not really gonna be
let's
talking
just-
about it. I'm not really gonna be talking about it. But yeah, moving on forward, man, things have been looking quite great over here in the wild card. First day has been an absolute blast. I'm pretty sure even the newcaster was on the board. I hope you had a blast casting with him. But moving on forward, man, day 2 is going to be the day that we are all going to be eyeing out for. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of lower seed matches or lower brackets matches. So those are one of those things because, of course, they lost over here at the start. And I'm pretty sure lower bracket matches has to be a little closer because I feel like that's where teams will be a little fair to each other because they have lost pretty much from a huge difference. Unless if you talk about Salt and Missile, I really think some Salt are probably going to be dominating quite a lot in the lower brackets. But without wasting any more time, let's just throw to an interview. Let's find out what the players have to say.
Just about now, I think.
Oh, there we go. Quick throw.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good as well. शिवी expressions like खुशी नहीं दिख रही इस जीत की dominate किया है मैच के अंदर आपने अभी like it was very impressive. So first of all, congratulations for that. And ब्रीज पर इस बार आपने अपना खुद का जो प्ले स्टाइल है लास्ट टाइम हमारी स्कारगॉड से बात हुई थी तो उन्होंने बताया थोड़ा सा ओवरथिंक आप लोगों ने जब VLT के अगेंस्ट खेलते तब कर लिया था. Is this the real God particles या फिर और भी अभी कुछ बचा है हमारे पास ब्रीज पर देखने के लिए?
Yeah, we have a few more things जो हमारी हैं.
जी.
अभी वे मतलब इजी वे मिल गया हमको तो we didn't have to do a lot. मतलब in this match.
I mean इस बार तो आपने एक अलग एक पूरी जो डोमिनेशन दिखाई है that is a next level domination. और साथ ही साथ आई थिंक स्कारगॉड के पीछे हम देखते हैं हमेशा एक एक्स्ट्रा सपोर्टर उनका जो एक बर्ड है वो खड़ा रहता है. मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा हम लोगों की स्पेकुलेशन चल रही है स्कारगॉड स्काई भी खेल रहे थे इसमें आपका ओपिनियन जानूंगा. आपको क्या लगता है जब गाइडिंग लाइट स्कारगॉड यूज करते हैं क्या कोई रिएक्शन होता है उस बर्ड का कि सेम मेरे को फेंक
हम कॉम्स में सुनते रहते हैं उसकी बर्ड भी उसके साथ बोलती रहती है.
डबल
और
कोच
कोच है वो कॉम्स करता है उसके साथ उसकी बर्ड भी बोलती रहती है.
आई थिंक ये काफी मजेदार होता होगा आपके लिए. बट आई थिंक एक और चीज जानना चाहूंगा आपसे कि अभी हमने आज इस बारे में स्कारगॉड से भी बात करी थी बट आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा बिकॉज यू हैव अ लीडिंग रोल इनसाइड द गेम कि यूजुअली एम्बर के साथ हमने टीम का परफॉर्मेंस देखा है. आज व्हाइट हॉर्स के साथ आपने काफी ज्यादा डोमिनेशन दिखाई तो हाउ वाज इट प्लेइंग विद व्हाइट हॉर्स इन दीस मैचेस?
व्हाइट हॉर्स के साथ खेलना इज ऑलवेज कंफर्टेबल बट वो मेन लाइनअप में है नहीं. ही इज द बेस्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट प्लेयर ऑनेस्टली. वो बहुत इजीली जेल अप कर लेते हैं. हिज एटीट्यूड उनकी गेम नॉलेज भी. बट अभी एम्बर का कुछ काम था बट आगे वाले मैचेस में मेन लाइनअप ही खेलेगा.
राइट. आई मीन उम्मीद रहेगी कि आगे आने वाले मैचेस जो आपके हैं उसमें भी आप ही की जीत हो और आप आगे बड़े प्लेऑफ्स तक का सफर तय करें. शिवी थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू. कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन एंड ऑल द बेस्ट कल के आपके मैचेस के लिए.
Thank you so much. See you.
And we're back. As he said, man, that bird is the coach. That's the secret recipe for the success of God Particles. Now, any of the teams, if you want to win the game, kidnap that bird. I'm kidding. Don't do that. It's a wholesome bird. It's a nice bird. Moving it forward, it's just a joke, guys. Moving it forward, this is the VCC exclusive merchandise, and it seems like we have the giveaway winner. It's going to be Venkat Dasari. Congratulations, man. Hopefully you are going to be getting the merch soon in your hands and you're probably going to be enjoying it as well. Just share some pics on your social medias and tag us as well. Our socials are right over here. Me and CA would love to see that. Of course, seeing you guys getting happy makes us happy quite a lot as well.
What I want to see, he's from Hyderabad and I know Hyderabad has one of the sickest nightlifes in terms of food. You know, really? Maybe tag us with some of your favorite food spots. It's been a while since I've been to Hyderabad, like maybe 3-4 years, but we definitely want to go back there. It's so damn good, man. The food you can get in stalls at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It's just absolutely stunning.
Oh, man. That's what it's really known for, right? The street food, the biryani and all that stuff. But I honestly don't really want to get into that because I have had my food. I don't want to get hungry again. See, I'm trying to lose some weight over here. But yeah, hit me up about the gym. You said that you're probably going to be joining the gym as well. So yeah, hit me up as well so we can go ahead and try to get some 6-packs together. And the next time we are in the VCC, we'll do a shirtless cast.
No, no.
I'm just kidding.
I like me my shirts, man.
Okay, I'll buy a bow tie too. Next time we'll have a nice bow tie together. But moving it forward, it's time to end the show as well. It was a fun journey in the wild card of day one, but still, don't worry. We have 3 more days to cover in the future, so the journey is not over just yet. Unlimited amount of action for you guys, and after the wild card, of course, we're going to be moving it forward with the grand final playoffs with a little bit of 4-day break. But still, that break is for you guys to pretty much build up a lot of suspense. Just overall, we're just going to try to keep it in your minds, We're not going to be just, try to fast forward things with the VCC over here. We're going to let you guys suffer a little bit. But jokes aside, moving on forward, it's time to end the day. It was a fun journey for sure at the start in the wild card. We're probably going to be back tomorrow.
Higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken. Wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken. If you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken. Wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken. If you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme.
madness. Yes, so baby, right now. Big boy nerds, mods, you locking at the sound. All of the gal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Your gun finger trigger. Pull up. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger.